the introductory section of the Chartreuse of Parma. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by Lady Mary Lloyd. This translation is preceded by a short life of the author, which I shall read, and then I will read the author's introduction to the novel. The Life of Stendhal. Marie-Henri Bayle, who called himself Stendhal, was born at Grenoble on the 23rd of January, 1783. His father, Joseph Chérubin Bayle, was a lawyer and a member of the Parliament of Dauphiné. His childhood and boyhood, excited by echoes of the Revolution, but repressed in the bosom of a royalist and conservative family, were turbulent and distressing. In later years, Grenoble was to him, as he said, like the recollection of an abominable indigestion. He escaped from it in 1799 and spent a short time in the War Office in Paris. In 1800 he went off to the wars, saw Italy for the first time, was present at the Battle of Marengo, and fought his first duel at Milan. From 1801 to 1806, Bayle was in Paris and Grenoble, much occupied with affairs of the heart. In the latter year he entered Napoleon's army, and remained in it until after the retreat from Moscow in 1814. He was made intendant militaire, and his zeal commended him to the emperor. On one occasion, called upon to raise 5 million francs from a German state, Bayle produced 7 million. He seems to have been one of the few officers who kept their heads in the flood of disaster. During the retreat from Russia, he was always clean-shaved and perfectly dressed. But the fatigues of 1814 shattered his health, and the ruin of Napoleon his hopes. He was obliged to withdraw to Como to recover his composure. He refused an administrative post in Paris under the new government, and settled definitely at Milan. His career of violent action had exhausted his spirits. He now adopted the mode of life of a dilettante. He gave himself up to music, books, and love. His first work, the Letters Written from Vienna, appeared in 1814. This essay, a musical criticism, was followed in 1817 by the History of Italian Painting and Rome, Naples, and Florence. He became poor, and in 1821, being suspected of Italianism, was expelled from Milan by the Austrian police. He took refuge in Paris. Stendhal's essay on Love, the earliest of his really remarkable books, was published in 1822, but attracted no attention whatever. In 11 years, only 17 copies of it were sold. His first novel, Armance, belongs to 1827. In 1830 he was appointed consul at Trieste, and while he was there the great novel, Le Rouge et le Noir, appeared in Paris without attracting any attention. Stendhal was so miserable at Trieste that he contrived to exchange his consulate for that of Civita Vecchia, which he held until he died. In spite of the complete and astonishing failures of each of his successive books, he continued to add to their number. He had but 100 readers in all Europe, but these he continued to address. In 1838 he published a mystification, the supposed Memoirs in France of a commercial traveller. Stendhal did not taste literary success in any degree whatever until, in 1839, and at the age of 56, he produced La Chartreuse of Parma. This novel gave him fame, but he did not long enjoy it. On the 23rd of March, 1842, having reached his 60th year, he died in Paris after a stroke of paralysis. He lies buried at Montmartre, under the epitaph in Italian, which he had written for the purpose: "Here lies Arrigo Bayle, the Milanese, lived, wrote, died." The life of Stendhal was obscure and isolated throughout, but since his death he has excited boundless curiosity, and his influence has been steadily advancing. He said of himself that he could afford to wait, that he would certainly be appreciated in 1880. He proved himself a true prophet, for it was just 40 years after his death that his reputation reached its highest pinnacle, and that, with the discovery of his correspondence, Stendhal entered into his glory. Now begins the author's introduction by Stendhal. This novel was written in the year 1830 in a place some 300 leagues from Paris. Many years before that, when our armies were pouring across Europe, I chanced to be billeted in the house of a canon. It was at Padua, a fortunate city where, as in Venice, men's pleasure is their chief business, and leaves them little time for anger with their neighbours. My stay was of some duration, and a friendship sprang up between the canon and myself. Passing through Padua again, in 1830, I hurried to the good canon's house. He was dead, I knew, but I had set my heart on looking once more upon the room in which we had spent many a pleasant evening, sadly remembered in later days. I found the canon's nephew and his wife, who both received me like an old friend. A few acquaintances dropped in, and the party did not break up till a late hour. The nephew had an excellent sambaglione, fetched from the Café Pedrocchi. But what especially caused us to linger was the story of the Duchess Sanseverina, to which some chance allusion was made, and the whole of which the nephew was good enough to relate for my benefit. "In the country whither I am bound," said I to my friends, "I am very unlikely to find a house like this one. To while away the long evenings, I will write a novel on the life of your charming Duchess Sanseverina. I will follow in the steps of that old storyteller of yours, Bandello, Bishop of Agen, who would have thought it a crime to overlook the true incidents of his tale, or add others to it." "In that case," quoth the nephew, "I will lend you my uncle's diaries. Under the head of Parma he mentions some of the court intrigues of that place, at the period when the influence of the Duchess was supreme. But beware! It is anything but a moral tale, and now that you French people pique yourselves on your gospel purity, it may earn you a highly criminal reputation." I send forth my novel without having made any change in the manuscript written in 1830. This course may present two drawbacks. The first affects the reader. The characters, being Italian, may not interest him, for the hearts and souls of that nation are very different from the hearts and souls of Frenchmen. The Italians are a sincere and worthy folk who, except when they are offended, say what they think. Vanity only attacks them in fits. Then it becomes a passion and is known as puntiglio. And further, among this nation, poverty is not considered a cause of ridicule. The second drawback is connected with the author. I will avow that I have been bold enough to leave my personages in possession of the natural roughnesses of their various characters. But to atone for this, and I proclaim it loudly, I cast blame of the most highly moral nature upon many of their actions. Where would be the use of my endowing them with the high morality and pleasing charm of the French, who love money above every other thing, and are seldom led into sin either by love or hate? The Italians of my novel are of a very different stamp, and indeed it appears to me that every stage of 600 miles northward from the regions of the south brings us to a different landscape and to a different kind of novel. The old canon's charming niece had known the Duchess, and had even been very much attached to her. She has begged me not to alter anything concerning these adventures of her friend, which are certainly open to censure. January 23rd, 1839. The end of the introductory section of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. Chapter 1 of the Chartreuse of Parma. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. Translated by Lady Mary Lloyd. Chapter 1. Milan in 1796. On the 15th of May, 1796, General Bonaparte marched into the city of Milan at the head of the youthful army which had just crossed the bridge of LOYD, and taught the world that, after the lapse of centuries, Caesar and Alexander had found a successor at last. The prodigies of genius and daring witnessed by Italy in the course of a few months roused her people from their slumbers. But 1 week before the arrival of the French, the Milanese still took them for a horde of brigands, whose habit it was to fly before the troops of his Royal and Imperial Majesty. Such, at all events, was the information repeated 3 times a week in their little newspaper, no bigger than a man's hand, and printed on dirty-looking paper. In the Middle Ages the Milanese had been as brave as the French of the Revolution, and their courage earned the complete destruction of their city by the German Emperor. But their chief occupation, since they had become his faithful subjects, was to print sonnets on pink silk handkerchiefs whenever any rich or well-born young lady was given in marriage. 2 or 3 years after that great epoch in her life, the said young lady chose herself a cavaliere servente. The name of this cicisbeo, selected by the husband's family, occasionally held an honoured place in the marriage contract. Between such effeminate habits and the deep emotions stirred by the unexpected arrival of the French army, a great gulf lay. Before long, a new and passionate order of things had supervened. On May the 15th, 1796, a whole people became aware that all it had hitherto respected was supremely ridiculous, and occasionally hateful to boot. The departure of the last Austrian regiment marked the downfall of the old ideas. To expose one's life became the fashionable thing. People perceived, after these centuries of hypocrisy and insipidities, that the only chance of happiness lay in loving with real passion, and knowing how to risk one's life upon occasion. The continuance of the watchful despotism of Charles V and Philip II had plunged the Lombards into impenetrable darkness. They overthrew these rulers' statutes, and forthwith found themselves bathed in light. For 50 years, while Voltaire's Encyclopedie was appearing in France, the monks had been assuring the good folk of Milan that to learn to read, or to learn anything on earth, was idle vexation of the spirit, and that if they would only pay their priest's dues honestly, and tell him all their small sins faithfully, they were almost certain to secure a comfortable place in paradise. To complete the emasculation of this whilom doughty people, the Austrians had sold them, on moderate terms, the privilege of not furnishing recruits to the imperial army. In 1796 the Milanese army consisted of 80 facchini in red coats, who kept guard over the town, assisted by 4 splendid Hungarian regiments. Morals were exceedingly loose, but real passion excessively rare. Apart from the inconvenience of being obliged to tell everything to his priest, the Milanese of the period of 1790 really did not know the meaning of any vehement desire. The worthy citizens were still trammelled by certain monarchical bonds, which had their vexatious side. For instance, the archduke, who resided in the city and governed it in the emperor's name, had pitched on the very lucrative notion of dealing in cornstuffs. Consequently, no peasant could sell his crops until his Imperial Highness had filled up his granaries. In May 1796, 3 days after the entry of the French, a young miniature painter of the name of Gros, rather a mad fellow, he has since become famous, who had arrived with the troops, heard somebody at the Café des Servis, then a fashionable resort, relate the doings of the archduke, who was a very fat man. Seizing the list of ices, printed on a slip of common yellowish paper, he sketched on its blank side the portly archduke, with immoderate quantities of corn instead of blood pouring out of the hole in his stomach, made by a French soldier's bayonet. In this land of crafty despotism, that which we call jest or caricature was unknown. The drawing left by Gros on the cafe table acted like a miracle from heaven. During the night the sketch was engraved. On the morrow 20,000 copies of it were sold. That same day the walls were posted with the proclamation of a war tax of 6 millions of francs, levied for the support of the French army, which, though it had just won 6 battles and conquered 20 provinces, was short of shoes, pantaloons, coats, and hats. So great was the volume of happiness and pleasure which poured into Lombardy with these Frenchmen, poor as they were, that nobody, save the priests and a few nobles, perceived the weight of the tax, which was soon followed by many others. The French soldiers laughed and sang from morning till night. They were all of them under 25, and their general-in-chief, who numbered 27 years, was said to be the oldest man in his command. All this youth and mirth and gay carelessness made cheery answer to the furious sermons of the monks, who for 6 months past had been asserting from the pulpit every sacred edifice that these Frenchmen were all monsters, forced on pain of death to burn down everything and cut off every head, and that for this last purpose a guillotine was borne at the head of every regiment. In country places the French soldier was to be seen sitting at cottage doors, rocking the owner's baby, and almost every evening some drummer would tune up his violin, and dancing would begin. The French square dances were far too difficult and complicated to be taught to the peasant women by the soldiers, who, indeed, knew but little about them. So it was the women who taught the Frenchmen the Monferino, the Saltarello, and other Italian dances. The officers had been billeted, as far as possible, upon rich families. They were in sore need of an opportunity to retrieve past losses. A lieutenant named Robert, for instance, was billeted in the palace of the Marchesa del Dongo. When this officer, a tolerably handy young recruit, entered into occupation of his apartment, his sole worldly wealth consisted of a 6-franc piece which had been paid him at Piacenza. After the passage of the bridge of Lodi, he had stripped a handsome Austrian officer, killed by a round shot, of a splendid new pair of nankeen pantaloons. Never did garment appear at a more appropriate moment. His officer's epaulets were woolen, and the cloth of his coat was sewed to the sleeve linings to keep the bits together. A yet more melancholy circumstance was that the soles of his shoes were composed of portions of hats, picked up on the battlefield beyond the bridge of Lodi. These improvised soles were bound to his shoes by strings, which were aggressively visible, so much so, in fact, that when the major domo of the household made his appearance in Robert's room, to invite him to dine with the marchesa, the lieutenant was cast into a state of mortal confusion. He and his orderly spent the 2 hours intervening before the dreaded repast in trying to stitch the coat together, and dye the unlucky shoestrings with ink. At last the awful moment struck. " Never in all my life did I feel so uncomfortable," said Lieutenant Robert to me. " The ladies thought I was going to frighten them, but I trembled much more than they. I kept my eyes on my shoes, and could not contrive to move with ease or grace." The Marchesa del Dongo, he added, was then in the heyday of her beauty. You know what she was, with her lovely eyes, angelic in their gentleness, and the pretty fair hair which made so perfect a frame for the oval of her charming face. In my room there was an Erodia by Leonardo da Vinci, which might have been her portrait. God willed that her supernatural beauty should so overwhelm my senses as to make me quite forget my own appearance. For 2 years I had been in the Genoese mountains, looking at nothing but ugliness and misery. I ventured to say a few words about my delight. But I had too much good sense to dally long with compliments. While I was making mine, I perceived in a palatial marble dining hall some dozen lackeys and men servants, dressed in what then appeared to me like the height of magnificence. Think of it! The rascals not only wore good shoes, but silver buckles into the bargain. Out of the corner of my eye I could see their stupid gaze riveted on my coat, and perhaps, too, and this wrung my heart, upon my shoes. With one word I could have terrified the whole set, but how was I to put them in their place without running the risk of alarming the ladies? For to give herself a little courage, the marchesa, she has told me so 100 times ever since, had sent to the convent, where she was then at school, for her husband's sister, Gina del Dongo, who afterward became that charming Contessa Pietranera. No woman was ever more gay and lovable in prosperity, and none ever surpassed her in courage and serenity under fortune's frowns. Gina, who may then have been 13, but looked 18, frank and lively, as you know, was so afraid of bursting out laughing at my dress that she dared not even eat. The marchesa, on the contrary, overwhelmed me with stiff civilities. She read my impatience and discomfort in my eyes. In a word, I cut a sorry figure. I was chewing the cud of scorn, which no Frenchman is supposed to be capable of doing. At last, Heaven sent me a brilliant notion. I began to tell the ladies about my poverty and the misery we had suffered during those 2 years in the Genoese mountains, where the folly of our old generals had kept us. There, said I, they gave us assignats, which the people would not take in payment, and 3 ounces of bread a day. Before I had been talking for 2 minutes, the kind marchesa's eyes were full of tears, and Gina had grown quite serious. " What, lieutenant," she cried, 3 ounces of bread? " Yes, mademoiselle, but on the other hand the supply failed 3 times in the week, and as the peasants with whom we lived were even poorer than ourselves, we used to give them a little of our bread. When we rose from the table I offered the marchesa my arm, escorted her as far as the drawing-room door, then, hastily retracing my steps, presented the servant who had waited upon me at dinner with the solitary coin on the spending of which I had built such castles in the air. A week later, Robert went on, when it had become quite clear that the French did not guillotine anybody, the Marchese del Dongo returned from Grianta, his country house on Lake Como, where he had valiantly taken refuge when the army drew near, leaving his young and lovely wife and his sister to the chances of war. The marchese's hatred of us was only equalled by his dread. Both were immeasurable. It used to amuse me to see his large, pale, hypocritical face when he was trying to be polite to me. The day after his return to Milan, I received 3 ells of cloth and 200 francs out of the 6 millions. I put on fresh plumage and became the ladies' cavalier, for ball-giving began. Lieutenant Robert's story was very much that of all the French soldiers. Instead of laughing at the brave fellows' poverty, people pitied them and learned to love them. This period of unforeseen happiness and rapture lasted only 2 short years. So excessive and so general was the frolic that I cannot possibly convey an idea of it, unless it be by means of the following profound historic reflection. This nation had been bored for a century. The sensuality natural to southern countries had formerly reigned at the courts of those famous Milanese dukes, the Sforza and the Visconti. But since the year 1624, when the Spaniards had seized the province and held it under the proud, taciturn, distrustful sway of masters who suspected revolt in every corner, merriment had fled away, and the populace, aping its rulers' habits, was much more prone to avenge the slightest insult with a dagger thrust than to enjoy the moment as it passed. But between May 15th, 1796, when the French entered Milan, and April 1799, when they were driven out of the city by the Battle of Cassano, wild merriment, gaiety, voluptuous pleasure, and oblivion of every sad or even rational sentiment reached such a pitch that old millionaire merchants, usurers, and notaries were actually quoted by name as having forgotten their morose and money-getting habits during that period. One might have found a few families of the highest rank that had retired to their country places to sulk at the general cheerfulness and universal joy. And it is a fact, further, that these families had been honoured with a disagreeable amount of attention by the authorities in charge of the war tax, levied for the benefit of the French troops. The Marchese del Dongo, disgusted at the sight of so much gaiety, had been one of the first to return to his magnificent country seat at Grianta, beyond Como, whither the ladies of his family conducted Lieutenant Robert. This castle, standing in what is probably a unique position on a plateau some 150 feet above the splendid lake, and commanding a great portion of it, had once been a fortress. It had been built, as the numerous marble slabs bearing the family arms attested, during the 15th century. The drawbridges were still to be seen, and the deep moats, now dry to be sure. Still, with its walls 80 feet high and 6 feet thick, the castle was safe from a coup de main, and this fact endeared it to the suspicious marchese. Living there, surrounded by 25 or 30 servants, whom he believed to be devoted to him, apparently because he never spoke to them without abusing them, he was less harried by fear than at Milan. This alarm was not entirely unwarranted. The marchese was in active correspondence with an Austrian spy stationed on the Swiss frontier, 3 leagues from Grianta, to assist the escape of prisoners taken in battle, and the French generals might have taken this exchange of notes very seriously. The marchese had left his young wife at Milan to manage the family affairs, She it was who had to find means of supplying the contributions levied on the Casa del Dongo, as it was locally called, and to endeavour to get them reduced, which involved the necessity of her seeing the noblemen who had accepted public positions, and even some very influential persons who were not noble at all. A great event occurred in the family. The Marchese had arranged a marriage for his young sister Gina with a gentleman of great wealth and the very highest descent, but he powdered his head. Wherefore Gina received him with shrieks of laughter, and shortly committed the folly of marrying Count Pietranera. He, too, was a high-born gentleman, and very good-looking as well, but he was ruined, as his father had been before him, and, crowning disgrace, he was an eager partisan of the modern ideas. The Marchese's despair was completed by the fact that Pietranera was a lieutenant in the Italian Legion. After 2 years of extravagance and bliss, the Paris Directorate, which took on all the airs of a well-established sovereignty, began to manifest a mortal hatred of everything that rose above mediocrity. The incapable generals sent to the army of Italy lost a series of battles on those very plains of Verona, which but 2 years previously had witnessed the feats of Arcola and Lonato. The Austrians approached Milan. Lieutenant Robert, now a major, was wounded at the Battle of Cassano, and came back for the last time to the house of his friend the Marchesa del Dongo. It was a sad farewell. Robert departed with Count Pietranera, who was following the French retreat on Novi. The young countess, whose brother had refused to give up her fortune, followed the retreating army in a cart. Then began that period of reaction and return to the old ideas which the Milanese call I 13 mesi, the 13 months, because their lucky star did not permit this relapse into imbecility to last beyond the Battle of Marengo. Everything that was old, bigoted, morose, and gloomy came back to the head of affairs and of society. Before long, those who had remained faithful to the old order were telling the villagers that Napoleon had met the fate he so richly deserved, and had been hanged by the Mamluks of Egypt. Among the men who had retired to sulk in their country houses, and who now came back, thirsting for vengeance, the Marchese del Dongo distinguished himself by his eagerness. His zeal naturally bore him to the head of the party. The gentlemen composing it, very amiable fellows when they were not in a fright, but who were still in a state of trepidation, contrived to circumvent the Austrian general, who, though rather of a kindly disposition, allowed himself to be persuaded that severity was a mark of statesmanship, and ordered the arrest of 150 patriots. They were the best men Italy then possessed. Soon they were all deported to the Bocche de Cattaro, and cast into subterranean dungeons, where damp, and especially starvation, wreaked prompt and thorough justice on the villains. The Marchese del Dongo was appointed to an important post, and as the meanest avarice accompanied his numerous other noble qualities, he publicly boasted that he had not sent a single crown to his sister, the Countess Pietranera. This lady, still fathoms deep in love, would not forsake her husband, and was starving with him in France. The kind-hearted Marchesa was in despair. At last she contrived to abstract a few small diamonds from her jewel case, which her husband took from her every night and locked up in an iron box under his bed. She had brought him a dowry of 800,000 francs, and he allowed her 80 francs a month for her personal expenses. During the 13 months of the absence of the French from Milan, this woman, timid as she was, found pretexts of one sort or another which enabled her always to dress in black. It must be confessed here that, after the example of many serious authors, we have begun the story of our hero a year before his birth. This important personage is no other, in fact, than Fabrizio Valserra, Marchesino del Dongo, as he would be called at Milan. Footnote. The habit of the country, borrowed from that of Germany, is that all the sons of a marchese should be called marchesino. The son of a count is known as contino. Each of his daughters is a contessina. End of the footnote. He had just condescended to come into the world when the French were driven out, the chances of his birth making him the second son of that most noble Marchese del Dongo, with whose large, pallid countenance, deceitful smile, and boundless hatred of the new order of ideas my readers are already acquainted. The whole of the family fortune was entailed on the eldest boy, Ascanio del Dongo, the perfect image of his father. He was 8 years old, and Fabrizio 2, when, like a flash, that General Bonaparte whom all well-born folk believed to have been hanged long since, descended from Mount St. Bernard. He made his entry into Milan. The event is still unique in history. Conceive a whole population over head and ears in love. A few days later, Napoleon won the Battle of Marengo. I need not tell the rest. The rapture of the Milanese overflowed the cup. But this time it was mingled with thoughts of vengeance. The good-natured folk had been taught to hate. Soon the remnant of the patriots exiled to Cattaro reappeared, and their return was celebrated by national festivities. Their pale faces, great startled eyes, and emaciated limbs contrasted strangely with the joy that reigned on every side. Their arrival was the signal for the departure of the families most concerned in their banishment. The Marchese del Dongo was one of the first to flee to his house at Grianta. The heads of the great families were filled with rage and terror, but their wives and daughters, remembering the delights of the first French occupation, sighed regretfully for Milan and the gay balls which, once Marengo was over, were given at the Casa Tanzi. A few days after the victory, the French general charged with the duty of maintaining quiet in Lombardy became aware that all the tenants of the noble families, and all the old women in the country, far from dwelling on the wonderful victory which had changed the fate of Italy, and reconquered 13 fortresses in one day, were thinking of nothing but the prophecy of San Giovita, the chief patron saint of Brescia, according to which sacred pronouncement the prosperity of Napoleon and of the French nation was to end just 13 weeks after Marengo. Some slight excuse for the Marchese del Dongo and all the sulky country nobility is to be found in the fact that they really and truly did believe in this prophecy. None of these people had read 4 books in his life. They openly prepared to return to Milan at the end of the 13th week. But as the time went on, it was marked by fresh successes on the French side. Napoleon, who had returned to Paris, saved the revolution from within by his wise decrees, even as he had saved it from foreign attack at Marengo. Then the Lombard nobles in their country refuges discovered that they had misunderstood the prediction of the patron saint of Brescia. He must have meant 13 months instead of 13 weeks. But the 13 months slipped by, and the prosperity of France seemed to rise higher day by day. We pass over the 10 years of happiness and progress between 1800 and 1810. Fabrizio spent the earliest of them at Grianta, where he dealt out many hard knocks among the little peasant boys, and received them back with interest, but learned nothing, not even to read. Later he was sent to the Jesuit school at Milan. The Marchese, his father, insisted that he should learn Latin, not out of those ancient authors who are always holding forth about republics, but out of a splendid tome enriched with more than 150 engravings, a masterpiece of 17th-century art, the Latin genealogy of the Valserra, Marchesi del Dongo, published by Fabrizio del Dongo, Archbishop of Parma, in the year 1650. The Valserra were essentially a fighting race, and these engravings represented numerous battles in which some hero of the name was always depicted as laying about mightily with his sword. This book was a great delight to young Fabrizio. His mother, who adored him, was allowed now and then to go to Milan to see him, but her husband never offered to pay the cost of these journeys. The money was always lent her by her sister-in-law, the charming Countess Pietranera, who, after the return of the French, had become one of the most brilliant of the ladies at the court of the Viceroy of Italy, Prince Eugene. After Fabrizio had made his first communion, the countess persuaded the Marchese, who still lived in voluntary exile, to allow the boy to pay her occasional visits. He struck her as being out of the common, clever, very serious, but handsome, and no discredit to a fashionable lady's drawing-room, though he was utterly ignorant and hardly knew how to write. The countess, who carried her characteristic enthusiasm into everything she did, promised her protection to the head of the Jesuit house if only her nephew Fabrizio made astonishing progress in his studies, and won several prizes at the close of the year. To put him in the way of earning such rewards, she sent for him every Saturday night, and frequently did not restore him to his teachers till the Wednesday or Thursday following. Though the Jesuits were tenderly cherished by the viceroy, their presence in Italy was forbidden by the laws of the kingdom, and the superior of the college, a clever man, realized all the benefits that might accrue from his relations with a lady who was all-powerful at court. He was too wise to complain of Fabrizio's absences, and at the end of the year 5 first prizes were conferred on the youth, who was more ignorant than ever. In the circumstances, the brilliant Countess Pietranera, attended by her husband, then general in command of one of the divisions of the Guard, and 5 or 6 of the most important personages about the viceroy's court, attended the distribution of prizes in the Jesuit school. The superior received the congratulations of the heads of his order. The countess was in the habit of taking her nephew to all the gay fetes which enlivened the kindly viceroy's too short reign. She had made him an officer of hussars, on her own authority, and the 12-year-old boy wore his uniform. One day the countess, delighted with his handsome looks, asked the prince to make him a page, which would have been tantamount, of course, to an acknowledgment of adherence to the new order of things of the Del Dongo family. The next morning she was fain to use all her influence to induce the viceroy kindly to forget her request, which lacked nothing but the consent of the father of the future page, a consent which would have been loudly refused. As a result of this piece of folly, which made him shiver, the sulky marchese coined some pretext for recalling young Fabrizio to Grianta. The countess nursed a sovereign contempt for her brother, whom she regarded as a dreary fool who would be spiteful if he ever had the power. But she doted on Fabrizio, and after 10 years of silence she wrote to the marchese to beg that she might have her nephew with her. Her letter remained unanswered. When Fabrizio returned to the formidable pile built by the most warlike of his ancestors, he knew nothing about anything in the world except drill, and riding on horseback. Count Pietranera, who had been as fond of the child as his wife, had taught him to ride, and taken him with him on parade. When the boy reached Grianta, with eyes still reddened by the tears he had shed on leaving his aunt's splendid apartments, his only greeting was that of his mother, who covered him with passionate caresses, and of his sisters. The marchese was shut up in his study with his eldest son, the Marchesino Ascanio. They were busy writing letters in cipher, which were to have the honour of being sent to Vienna, and they were only visible at mealtimes. The marchese ostentatiously declared that he was teaching his natural successor to keep the accounts of the revenues of each of his estates by double entry, but in reality he was far too jealous by nature to mention such matters to the son on whom these properties were absolutely entailed. He really employed him to translate into cipher the dispatches of 15 or 20 pages, which he sent 2 or 3 times a week across the Swiss frontier, whence they were conveyed to Vienna. The marchese claimed that he thus kept his legitimate sovereign informed as to the internal conditions of the kingdom of Italy, a subject about which he himself knew nothing at all. His letters, however, won him great credit, and for the following reason. He was in the habit of employing some trusty agent to count up the numbers of any French or Italian regiment that marched along the high road, when changing its place of garrison. And in making his report to Vienna, he always carefully diminished the number of men reported present by a full fourth. These letters, then, ridiculous as they otherwise were, had the merit of contradicting others of a more truthful nature, and thus gave pleasure in high quarters. Consequently, not long before Fabrizio's return to Grianta, the marchese had received the star of a famous order, the 5th that adorned his chamberlain's coat. It is true, indeed, that he had to endure the grief of never wearing the said coat outside the walls of his own study. But on the other hand, he never ventured to dictate any dispatch without first enduing his person with the richly embroidered garment, hung with all his orders. Any other course would have seemed to him a failure in respect. The marchesa was delighted with her boy's charms, but she had kept up the habit of writing twice or thrice in the year to General Comte de A, the name then borne by Lieutenant Robert. She had a horror of lying to those she loved. She questioned her son, and was startled by his ignorance. If, she argued, he appears ill-instructed to me, who know nothing, Robert, who knows so much, would think his education an utter failure, and nowadays some merit is indispensable to success. Another peculiarity, which almost equally astounded her, was that Fabrizio had taken all the religious teaching given him by the Jesuits quite seriously. Though herself a very pious woman, her child's fanaticism made her shiver. " If the Marchese has the sense to suspect this means of influencing my son, he will rob me of his love." She wept many tears, and her passionate love for Fabrizio deepened. Life in the great country house, with its 30 or 40 servants, was very dull, and Fabrizio spent all his days hunting, or skimming over the waters of a lake in a boat. He was soon the sworn ally of all the coachmen and stable assistants, every one of them a vehement partisan of the French, who made open sport of the highly religious valets attached to the persons of the marchese and his elder son. The great joke against these individuals was that, like their masters, they wore powder in their hair. End of Chapter 1 of the Chartreuse of Parma. Chapter 2 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal, translated by Lady Mary Lloyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Alors que Vespère vient embrunir nos yeux, tout épris de l'avenir, je contemple les cieux, en qui Dieu nous écrit, par notes non obscures, les sorts et les destins de toute créature, car lui, du fond des cieux regardant un humain, parfois mu de pitié, lui montre le chemin. Par les astres du ciel, qui sont ses caractères, les choses nous prédit, et bonnes et contraires. Mais les hommes, chargés de terre et de trépas, méprisent tel écrit et ne le lisent pas. Ronsard.
The Marchese professed a hearty hatred of knowledge. Ideas, he said, have been the ruin of Italy. He was somewhat puzzled to reconcile this holy horror of information with his desire that Fabrizio should perfect the education so brilliantly begun under the auspices of the Jesuits. To minimize the risk as far as possible, he commissioned the worthy priest of Grianta, Father Blanes, to carry on the boy's Latin studies. To this end, the priest should himself have been acquainted with the language, but he thoroughly despised it. His knowledge of it was restricted to the prayers in his missal, which he knew by rote, and the sense of which, or something near it, he was capable of imparting to his flock. None the less was the father respected, and even feared, all over the canton. He had always averred that the famous prophecy of San Giovita, patron saint of Brescia, would not be accomplished either in 13 weeks or 13 months. He would confide to his trusted friends that if he dared speak openly, he could give the proper interpretation of the number 13, and that it would cause general astonishment. (1813). The fact is that Father Blanes, a man of primitive virtue and honesty, and a clever one into the bargain, spent most of his nights on top of the church tower. He had a mania for astrology, and after calculating the positions and conjunctions of the stars all day, would pass the greater part of his nights in tracing them in the sky. So poor was he that his only instrument was a telescope with a long cardboard tube. My reader will conceive the scorn for linguistic study nursed by a man who spent his life in discovering the precise moment at which empires were to fall, and revolutions, destined to change the face of the whole world, were to begin. " What more do I know about a horse," he would say to Fabrizio, " because somebody tells me its Latin name is Equus?" The peasants dreaded the priest as a mighty magician, and he, through the fear inspired by his tarryings on the top of his tower, prevented them from thieving. His brother priests of the neighbouring parishes envied him his influence, and hated him accordingly. The marchese frankly despised him, because he reasoned too much for a person in so humble a position. Fabrizio worshipped him. To please him, he would sometimes spend whole evenings over huge sums in addition or multiplication, and then he would climb up into the tower. This was a great favour, one the priest had never bestowed on any other person, but he loved the boy for the sake of his simplicity. If you don't become a hypocrite," he would say, "you may turn into a man." Twice or thrice in every year, Fabrizio, who was bold and passionate in the pursuit of his pleasures, ran serious risks of drowning in the lake. He was the head and front of all the great expeditions of the peasant boys of Grianta and Cadenabbia. These urchins had provided themselves with a collection of small keys, and when the very dark nights came they did their best to open the padlocks on the chains by which the fishermen moored their boats to some big stone or tree close to the shore. It must be explained that on the Lake of Como the fisherman puts down his lines at a considerable distance from the edge of the lake. The upper end of each line is fastened to a lath lined with cork, to which is fixed a very flexible hazel rod bearing a little bell, which tinkles as soon as the fish takes the bait and shakes the float. The great object of the nocturnal raids, in which Fabrizio acted as commander-in-chief, was to get to these lines before the fishermen heard the tinkling of their little bells. The boys chose stormy seasons, and embarked on their risky enterprises early in the morning, an hour before dawn. They felt convinced, when they got into their boats, that they were rushing into terrible danger. This constituted the splendid aspect of their undertaking. And, like their fathers, they always devoutly recited an Ave Maria. Now, it frequently would happen that at that very moment of the start, and the instant after the recital of the Ave Maria, Fabrizio would be struck by an omen. This was the fruit, as affecting him, of his friend the priest's astrology, in the actual predictions of which he had no belief at all. To his juvenile imagination these omens were a certain indication of success or failure, and as he was more resolute than any of his comrades, the whole band gradually grew so accustomed to accept such signs that if, just as the boat was shoving off, a priest was seen on the coastline, or a raven flew away on the left, the padlock was hastily put back upon the chain, and every boy went home to bed. Thus, though Father Blanes had not imparted his somewhat recondite science to Fabrizio, he had imbued him, all unconsciously, with an unlimited confidence in those signs and portents which may unveil the future. The marchese was conscious that an accident to his secret correspondence might place him at his sister's mercy. Every year, therefore, when the St. Angela, the Countess Pietranera's feast day, came around, Fabrizio was allowed to spend a week at Milan. All through the year he lived on the hope or the regretful memory of those 7 days. On so great an occasion, and to defray the expenses of this politic journey, the marchese would give his son 4 crowns. To his wife, who went with the boy, he gave, as usual, nothing at all. But a cook and 6 lackeys and a coachman and pair of horses started for Como the night before the travellers, and while the marchesa was at Milan her carriage was at her disposal, and dinner for 12 persons was served every day. The sullen retirement in which the Marchese del Dongo elected to live was certainly not an amusing form of existence. But it had one advantage, that of permanently enriching the coffers of the families who chose to adopt it. The marchese owned a revenue of more than 200,000 francs. He did not spend a quarter of it. He lived on hope. During the years between 1800 and 1813 he remained in the firm and unceasing expectation that Napoleon would be overthrown before the next 6 months were out. His joy, when he received the news of the catastrophe of the Beresina in the spring of 1813, may consequently be imagined. The capture of Paris and the fall of Napoleon almost drove him wild with joy, and he ventured on behaviour of the most insulting nature both to his wife and his sister. At last, after 14 years of waiting, he tasted the inexpressible delight of seeing the Austrian troops re-enter Milan. The general in command, obeying orders sent from Vienna, received the Marchese del Dongo with a courtesy which almost amounted to respect. One of the highest offices connected with the government was at once offered him, and he accepted it as the discharge of a just debt. His eldest son was made a lieutenant in one of the finest of the imperial regiments, but Fabrizio would never have anything to do with the cadet's commission which was offered for his acceptance. The marchese's triumph, which he enjoyed with peculiar insolence, lasted but a few months, and was followed by a most humiliating reverse. He had never possessed any business aptitude, and his 14 years of country life, surrounded by his servants, his notary, and his doctor, coupled with the ill humour which had crept upon him with advancing years, had developed his incapacity to the extremest point. In Austria no important post can be held for long by any person lacking that particular talent demanded by the slow and complicated, but essentially logical, system of administration peculiar to that ancient monarchy. The marchese's blunders scandalized the clerks of his department, and even hampered the progress of business, while his ultra-monarchical vapourings irritated a populace which it was important to lull back into its former state of slumberous indifference. So, one fine day, he was informed that his Majesty was graciously pleased to accept his resignation of his office, and simultaneously appointed him second Grand Major Domo of the Lombardo-Venetian kingdom. The marchese was furious at the abominable injustice of which he was the victim. In spite of his horror of the free press, he printed a letter to a friend. Then he wrote to the Emperor, assuring his Majesty that his ministers were playing him false, and were no better than Jacobins. This done, he betook himself sadly back to his home at Grianta. One consolation he possessed. After the downfall of Napoleon, certain powerful individuals at Milan had organized a brutal attack on Count Prina, a man of first-class worth, who had acted as minister in the service of the Kingdom of Italy. Pietranera risked his own life to save that of the unhappy man, who was thrashed to death with umbrellas, and lingered in agony for 5 hours. If a certain priest, the Marchese del Dongo's own confessor, had chosen to open the iron gate of the church of San Giovanni, in front of which Prina had been dragged, and indeed he had at one moment been left lying in the gutter running along the middle of the street, the victim might have been saved. But the cleric scornfully refused to unlock the gate, and within 6 months his patron enjoyed the happiness of securing him a handsome piece of preferment. The marchese detested his brother-in-law, Count Pietranera, who, though his yearly income did not amount to 50 louis, dared to be fairly merry, ventured to cling faithfully to that which he had loved all his life, and was so insolvent as to proclaim that spirit of impersonal justice which Del Dongo was pleased to define as vile Jacobinism. The count had refused to enter the Austrian service. The attention of the authorities was drawn to this refusal on his part, and a few months after the death of Prina, the same men who had paid for his assassination procured an order for the imprisonment of General Pietranera. Upon this, his wife sent for a passport and ordered post-horses to take her to Vienna, so that she might tell the emperor the truth. Prina's assassins took fright, and at midnight, just 1 hour before the countess was to have started for Vienna, one of them, a cousin of her own, brought her the order for her husband's release. The following morning the Austrian general sent for Count Pietranera, received him with every possible respect, and assured him that his retiring pension would shortly be paid on the most satisfactory scale. The worthy General Bubna, who was both a clever and a kind-hearted man, looked thoroughly ashamed of Prina's murder and the count's imprisonment. After this angry squall had blown over, calmed by Countess Pietranera's firmness, the couple lived in tolerable comfort on the retiring pension, which, thanks to General Bubna's influence, was shortly granted them. It was a fortunate circumstance that for 5 or 6 years previously the countess had lived on terms of great friendship with an exceedingly wealthy young man, who was also her husband's intimate friend, and who placed the finest pair of English horses then to be seen at Milan, his box at the Scala Theatre, and his country house entirely at their service. But the count was conscious of his own valour. He had a generous soul, he was easily moved to anger, and on such occasions indulged in somewhat unusual behaviour. He was out hunting one day with some young men, when one of them, who had served under a different flag, ventured on some joke concerning the courage of the soldiers of the Cisalpine Republic. The count boxed his ears, there was a fracas then and there, and Pietranera, whose opinion found no support among the company present, was killed. This duel, if so it could be called, made a great stir. The persons concerned in it found it more prudent to journey into Switzerland. That ridiculous kind of courage which men entitle resignation, the courage of the fool who allows himself to be hanged without opening his lips, was not a quality possessed by the countess. In her rage at her husband's death she would have had Limercati, the wealthy young man who was her faithful adorer, instantly take his way to Switzerland, and there punish Pietranera's murderer either with a rifle bullet or with a hearty cuffing. But Limercati regarded the plan as simply ridiculous, and forthwith the countess realized that in her case love had been killed by scorn. She grew kinder than ever to Limercati. Her aim was to rekindle his love, and, that done, to forsake him and leave him in despair. To explain this plan of vengeance to the French mind, I should say that in Milan, a country far distant from our own, love does still drive men to despair. The countess, whose beauty, heightened by her mourning robes, eclipsed that of all her rivals, set herself to coquet with the best-born young men of the city, and one of them, Count N., who had always said that Limercati's qualities struck him as being too heavy and stiff to attract so brilliant a woman, fell desperately in love with her. Then she wrote to Limercati: "Would you like to behave for once like a clever man? Imagine that you have never known me. I am, with a touch of scorn, perhaps, your very humble servant, Gina Pietranera." When Limercati received this note he departed to one of his country houses. His passion blazed, he lost his head, and talked of shooting himself, an unusual course in countries which acknowledge the existence of a hell. The very morning after his arrival in the country he wrote to the countess to offer her his hand and his 200,000 francs a year. She sent him back his letter, with the seal unbroken, by Count N.'s groom. Whereupon Limercati spent 3 years on his estates, coming back to Milan every 2 months, but never finding courage to stay there, and boring all his friends with the story of his passionate adoration of the lady and the circumstantial recital of the favour she had formerly shown him. In the earlier months of this period he added that Count N. would ruin her, and that she dishonoured herself by contracting such an intimacy. As a matter of fact, the countess had no love of any kind for N., and of this fact she apprised him as soon as she was quite certain of Limercati's despair. The count, who knew the world, only begged her not to divulge the sad truth she had confided to him. "If," he added, "you will have the extreme kindness to continue receiving me with all the external distinctions generally granted to the reigning lover, I may, perhaps, attain a suitable position." After this heroic declaration the countess would make no further use of Count N.'s horses and opera box. But for 15 years she had been accustomed to a life of the greatest ease. She was now driven to solve the difficult, or rather impossible, problem of living at Milan on a yearly pension of 1,500 francs. She quitted her palace, hired 2 fifth-floor rooms, and dismissed all her servants, even to her maid, whom she replaced by a poor old charwoman. The sacrifice was really less heroic and less painful than it appears. No ridicule attaches to poverty in Milan, and therefore people do not shrink from it in terror as the worst of all possible evils. After some months spent in this proud penury, bombarded by perpetual letters from Limercati, and even from Count N., who also desired to marry her, it came to pass that the Marchese del Dongo, whose stinginess was usually abominable, was struck by the notion that his own enemies might perhaps be rejoicing over his sister's sufferings. What? Was a Del Dongo to be reduced to existing on the pension granted by the Viennese court, against which he had so great a grievance, to its generals' widows? He wrote that an apartment and an income worthy of his sister awaited her at Grianta. The versatile-minded countess welcomed the idea of this new life with enthusiasm. It was 20 years since she had lived in the venerable pile which rose so proudly among the old chestnut trees planted in the days of the Sforzas. "There," she reflected, "I shall find peace, and at my age is that not happiness?" As she had arrived at the age of 31, she believed that the hour of her retirement had struck. "I shall find a happy and peaceful life at last, on the shores of the noble lake beside which I was born." Whether she was mistaken, I know not. But it is certain that this eager-hearted creature, who had just so unhesitatingly refused 2 huge fortunes, carried happiness with her into the castle of Grianta. Her 2 nieces were beside themselves with delight. "You have brought the beautiful days of my youth back to me," said the marchesa as she kissed her. The night before you arrived I felt 100 years old." In Fabrizio's company the countess went about revisiting all those enchanting spots near Grianta which travellers have made so famous. The Villa Melzi, on the other side of the lake, opposite the castle, and one of the chief objects in the view therefrom; the sacred wood of the Sfondrata, and the bold promontory which divides the branches of the lake, that of Como, so rich in its beauty, and that which runs towards Lecco, of aspect far more severe; a sublime and graceful prospect, equalled, perhaps, but not surpassed, by the most famous view in all the world, that of the Bay of Naples. The countess found the most exquisite delight in calling up memories of her early days, and comparing them with her present sensations. The Lake of Como, she said to herself, is not hemmed in like the Lake of Geneva by great tracts of land, carefully hedged and cultivated on the best system, reminding one of money and speculation. Here, on every side, I see hills of unequal height, covered with clumps of trees, growing as chance has scattered them, and which have not yet been ruined and forced to bring in an income by the hand of man. Amid these hills, with their beautiful shapes and their curious slopes that drop toward the lake, I can carry on all the illusions of the descriptions of Tasso and Ariosto. It is all noble and tender, it all speaks of love, nothing recalls the hideousness of civilization. The villages set halfway up the hills are sheltered by great trees, and above the tree tops rise the charming outlines of their pretty church spires. Where some little field, 50 paces wide, shows itself here and there among the chestnuts and wild cherry trees, my pleased eye notes plants of more vigorous and willing growth than can be seen elsewhere. Beyond the hills, on whose deserted crests a happy hermit existence might be spent, the wondering eye rests on the Alpine peaks, covered with eternal snows, and their stern severity reminds one sufficiently of life's misfortunes to increase one's sense of present delight. The imagination is stirred by the distant sound of the church bells of some little village hidden among the trees. Their tone softens as it floats over the water with a touch of gentle melancholy and resignation, which seems to say, " Life slips by. Do not, then, look so coldly on the happiness that comes to you. Make haste to enjoy." The influence of these enchanting spots, unequalled on earth for loveliness, made the countess feel a girl once more. She could not conceive how she had been able to spend so many years without returning to the lake. " Can it be," she wondered, " that true happiness belongs to the beginning of old age?" She purchased a boat, and adorned it with her own hands, assisted by Fabrizio and the marchesa, for no money was to be had, though the household was kept up with the utmost splendour. Since his fall, the Marchese del Dongo had doubled his magnificence. For instance, to gain 10 paces of ground on the shore of the lake, close to the famous avenue of plane trees leading toward Cadenabbia, he was building an embankment, which was to cost 80,000 francs. At the end of this embankment was rising a chapel, constructed entirely of enormous blocks of granite, after drawings by the celebrated Cagnola, and within the chapel Marchesi, the fashionable Milanese sculptor, was erecting a tomb on which the noble deeds of the marchese's ancestors were to be represented in numerous bas-reliefs. Fabrizio's elder brother, the Marchesino Ascanio, tried to join the ladies in their expeditions, but his aunt splashed water over his powdered head, and was forever playing some fresh prank on his solemnity. At last he relieved the merry party of the sight of his heavy, sallow countenance. They dared not laugh when he was present, feeling that he was the spy of the marchese, his father, and that it was wise to keep on terms with the stern despot, who had never recovered his temper since his forced resignation. Ascanio swore to be avenged on Fabrizio. One day there was a storm, and the boat was in some danger. Though money was scarce enough, the 2 boatmen were liberally bribed to prevent their saying anything to the marchese, who was very angry already because his daughters had been taken out. Then came a second hurricane. On this beautiful lake storms are both terrible and unexpected. Violent squalls sweep suddenly down the mountain gorges on opposite sides of the shore, and battle over the water. This time, in the midst of the whirlwind and the thunderclaps, the countess insisted on landing. She declared that if she could stand on a lonely rock, as large as a small room, which lay in the middle of the lake, she would enjoy a strange spectacle, and see her stronghold lashed on every side by the furious waves. But as she sprang from the boat she fell into the water. Fabrizio plunged in after her, and they were both carried a considerable distance. Drowning is certainly not an attractive death, but boredom, at all events, fled astonished from the feudal castle. The countess had fallen in love with Father Blanese's primitive qualities and astrological studies. The little money remaining to her after the purchase of her boat had been spent on a small second-hand telescope, and almost every night she mounted, with Fabrizio and her nieces, to the top of one of the Gothic towers of the castle. Fabrizio was the learned member of the party, which would then spend several very cheerful hours far from prying eyes. It must be acknowledged that there were days during which the countess never spoke to anybody, and might be seen walking up and down under the great chestnut trees, plunged in gloomy reverie. She was too clever a woman and not to suffer, now and then, from the weariness of never being able to exchange an idea. But the next day she would be laughing again, as she had laughed the day before. It was the lamentations of her sister-in-law which occasionally cast a gloom over her naturally elastic nature. " Are we doomed to spend all the youth left to us in this dreary house ?" the marchesa would cry. Before the arrival of the countess she had not even had courage to feel such repinings. Thus the winter of 1814 to 1815 wore on. Twice, in spite of her poverty, did the countess spend a few days in Milan. She went to see a magnificent ballet by Vigano, produced at the Scala, and the marchese did not forbid his wife to accompany her sister-in-law. The quarterly payments of the little pension were drawn, and it was the poor widow of the Cisalpine general who lent a few sequins to the wealthy Marchesa del Dongo. These expeditions were delightful. The ladies invited their old friends to dinner, and consoled themselves by laughing at everything, like real children. Their light-hearted Italian gaiety helped them to forget the melancholy gloom which the marchese and his elder son shed over everything at Grianta. Fabrizio, then hardly 16 years old, represented the head of the family in a very satisfactory manner. On the 17th of March, 1815, the ladies, very lately returned from a delightful little trip to Milan, were walking up and down under the fine avenue of plane trees, which had lately been extended down to the very edge of the lake. A boat appeared, coming from the direction of Como, and made some peculiar signals. One of the marchese's agents sprang ashore. Napoleon had just landed in the Gulf of Juan. Europe, in general, was simple enough to be surprised at this event, which did not astonish the Marchese del Dongo. He wrote his sovereign a letter full of heartfelt expressions of devotion, placed his talents and several millions of money at his service, and reaffirmed that his ministers were all Jacobins and in league with the Parisian leaders. On the 8th of March, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the marchese, adorned with all his insignia, was writing the rough draft of a third political dispatch from his son's dictation. Solemnly he transcribed it in his large, careful handwriting, on paper the watermark of which bore his sovereign's effigy. At that very moment Fabrizio was entering the presence of his aunt, the Countess Pietranera. " I am off," he cried. " I am going to join the Emperor. He is King of Italy as well. How he loved your husband! I shall go through Switzerland. Last night my friend Vasi, the barometer dealer at Menaggio, gave me his passport. Now, do you give me a few napoleons, for I have only 2 of my own. But if it comes to that, I'll walk." The countess was weeping with terror and delight. " Good God !" she cried, as she seized Fabrizio's hands. " How did such an idea come into your head ?" She rose from her seat, and from the linen chest, where it had been carefully concealed, took a little bead-embroidered purse containing all her earthly wealth. " Take it," she said to her nephew, " but in God's name do not get yourself killed. What would be left to your unhappy mother and to me if you were taken from us? As for Napoleon's success, that, my poor child, is impossible. Did not you hear the story a week ago, when we were at Milan, of the 23 well-laid plots for his assassination, which he only escaped by a miracle? And in those days he was all-powerful. And you have seen it is not the will to destroy him which our enemies lack. France has been nothing since he left her." The voice of the countess trembled with the liveliest emotion as she spoke to Fabrizio of Napoleon's future fate. " When I consent to your going to join them," she said, " I sacrifice for his sake what I hold dearest in this world." Fabrizio's eyes grew moist, and his tears fell as he embraced his aunt. But not for an instant did he waver in his determination to depart. He eagerly explained to this beloved friend the reasons which had decided him, reasons which we take the liberty of thinking somewhat comical. " Yesterday evening, at 6:07 we were walking, as you know, on the shores of the lake, under the plane trees, below the Casa Sommariva, and our faces were turned southward. Then, for the first time, I noticed, in the far distance, the boat from Como which was bearing the great news to us. As I watched it, without a thought of the Emperor, and simply envying the fate of those who had an opportunity of travelling, I was suddenly overwhelmed by a feeling of deep emotion. The boat had touched the shore, and the agent, after whispering something to my father, who had changed colour, had taken us aside to inform us of the terrible news. I turned toward the lake with the simple object of hiding the tears of joy with which my eyes were swimming. Suddenly, on my right, and at an immense height, I perceived an eagle, Napoleon's own bird. It was winging its majestic way toward Switzerland, and consequently toward Paris. " And I, too," said I to myself instantly, " will cross Switzerland, swiftly as an eagle, and will offer that great man a very little thing indeed, but still all that I have to offer, the help of my feeble arm. He would fain have given us a fatherland, and he loved my uncle." That instant, while I yet watched the eagle, by some strange charm, my tears were dried, and the proof that my idea came from above is that at that very moment, and without hesitation, my resolve was taken, and the method of carrying out the journey became clear to me. In a flash all the melancholy which, as you know, poisons my life, especially on Sundays, was swept away as by some divine breath. I saw the great figure of Italy rising out of the mire into which the Germans have cast her, and stretching out her wounded arms, on which the chains still hang, towards her king and liberator. " And I, too," I murmured, " the son as yet unknown of that unhappy mother, I will depart, and I will die or win victory beside the man of fate, who would have cleansed us from the scorn cast on us by the vilest and most enslaved of the inhabitants of Europe. You know," he added in a lower voice, drawing closer to the countess, and as he spoke he fixed great flashing eyes upon her, " you know the young chestnut tree which my mother planted with her own hands the winter I was born, beside the deep pool in our forest 2 leagues off. Before I would do anything I went to see it. The spring is not far advanced, said I to myself. Well, if there are leaves on my tree, that will be a sign for me, and I, too, must cast off the torpor in which I languish in this cold and dreary house. Are not those old blackened walls the symbols now and once the strongholds of despotism? A true picture of winter and its dreariness? To me they are what winter is to my tree. Would you believe it, Gina? At 7:30 yesterday evening I had reached my chestnut tree. There were leaves upon it, pretty little leaves of a fair size already. I kissed them without hurting them, carefully turned the soil round the beloved tree, and then, in a fresh transport, crossed the mountain and reached Menaggio. A passport was indispensable if I was to get into Switzerland. The hours had flown, and it was 1 o'clock in the morning when I reached Vasi's door. I expected to have to knock for long before I could rouse him, but he was sitting up with 3 of his friends. At my very first word, " You are going to Napoleon !" he cried, and fell upon my neck. The others, too, embraced me joyfully. " Why am I married ?" cried one. The countess had grown pensive. She thought it her duty to put forward some objections. If he had possessed the smallest experience, Fabrizio would have perceived that she herself had no faith in the excellent reasons she hastened to lay before him. But though experience was lacking, he had plenty of resolution, and would not even condescend to listen to her expostulations. Before long the countess confined herself to obtaining a promise that at all events his mother should be informed of his plan. " She will tell my sisters, and those women will betray me unconsciously," cried Fabrizio with a sort of heroic arrogance. Speak more respectfully," said the countess, smiling through her tears, " of the sex which will make your fortune. For men will never like you; you are too impulsive to please prosaic beings." When the marchesa was made acquainted with her son's strange project, she burst into tears. His heroism did not appeal to her, and she did everything in her power to dissuade him. But she was soon convinced that nothing but prison walls would prevent him from starting, and gave him what little money she had of her own. Then she recollected that she had in her possession 8 or 10 small diamonds, worth about 10,000 francs, given her the night before by the marchese, so that she might have them reset the next time she went to Milan. Fabrizio returned the poor ladies the contents of their slender purses, and his sisters entered their mother's room while the countess was sewing the diamonds into our hero's travelling coat. They were so enthusiastic over his plan, and embraced him with such noisy delight, that he snatched up a few diamonds which had not yet been hidden in his clothes, and insisted on starting off at once. " You will betray me without knowing it," he said to his sisters, " and as I have all this money, I need not take clothes. I shall find them wherever I go." He kissed his loved ones, and departed that instant, without even going back to his room. So rapidly did he walk, in his terror of being pursued by mounted men, that he reached Lugano that very evening. He was safe, by God's mercy, in a Swiss town, and no longer feared that gendarmes in his father's pay might lay violent hands on him in the lonely road. From Lugano he wrote a fine letter to the marchese, a childish performance which increased that gentleman's fury. Then he took horse, crossed the St. Gothard, travelling rapidly, and entered France by Pontarlier. The Emperor was in Paris, and in Paris Fabrizio's misfortunes began. He had started with the firm intention of getting speech with the Emperor, the idea that this might be difficult never entering his head. At Milan he had seen Prince Eugene a dozen times a day, and could have spoken to him each time if he would. In Paris he went every day of his life to watch the Emperor review his troops in the court of the Tuileries, but never could get near him. Our hero believed every Frenchman must be as deeply moved as he was himself by the extreme danger in which the country stood. At the table of the hotel in which he lived, he made no secret of his plans or his devotion. He found himself surrounded by young men of agreeable manners, and still more enthusiastic than himself, who succeeded, before many days were past, in relieving him of every penny he possessed. Fortunately, and out of sheer modesty, he had not mentioned the diamonds given him by his mother. One morning, when, after a night's orgy, it became quite clear to him that he had been robbed, he bought himself 2 fine horses, engaged an old soldier, one of the horse dealer's grooms, as his servants, and, overflowing with scorn for the young Parisians who talked so fine, started to join the army. He had no information, save that it was concentrating near Maubeuge. Hardly had he reached the frontier, when it struck him as absurd that he should stay indoors and warm himself at a good fire, while soldiers were bivouacking in the open air. In spite of the remonstrances of his servant, who was a sensible fellow, he insisted, in the most imprudent manner, on joining the military bivouac on the farthest edge of the frontier, toward Belgium. He had hardly reached the first battalion, lying beside the road, when the soldiers began to stare at the young civilian, whose dress had not a touch of uniform about it. Night was falling, and the wind was very cold. Fabrizio drew near to a fire, and offered to pay for leave to sit by it. The soldiers looked at each other in astonishment, especially at this offer of pay, but made room for him good-naturedly, and his servant extemporized a shelter for him. But an hour later, when the adjutant of the regiment passed within hail of the bivouac, the soldiers reported the arrival of the stranger, who talked bad French. The adjutant questioned Fabrizio, who told him of his worship for the Emperor in an accent of the most doubtful description, whereupon the officer requested that he would accompany him to the colonel, who was quartered in a neighbouring farm. Fabrizio's servant at once brought up the 2 horses. The sight of them seemed to produce such an effect upon the non-commissioned officer that he immediately changed his mind, and began to question the servant as well. The man, an old soldier, suspected his interlocutor's plan of campaign, and spoke of his master's influence in high quarters, adding that his fine horses could not easily be taken from him. Instantly, at a sign from the adjutant, one soldier seized him by the collar, another took charge of the horses, and Fabrizio was sternly ordered to follow his captor and hold his tongue. After making him march a good league through darkness that seemed all the blacker by contrast with the bivouac fires, which lighted up the horizon on every side, the adjutant handed Fabrizio over to an officer of gendarmerie, who gravely demanded his papers. Fabrizio produced his passport, which described him as a dealer in barometers, travelling with his merchandise. " What fools they are !" cried the officer. " This really is too much." He questioned our hero, who talked about the Emperor and liberty in terms of the most ardent and enthusiastic description, whereupon the officer fell into fits of laughter. " Upon my soul," he cried, " they are anything but clever. To send us greenhorns such as you is a little too much, really." And in spite of everything Fabrizio could say, and his desperate assurances that he really was not a dealer in barometers, he was ordered to the prison of B , a small town in the neighbourhood, where he arrived at 3 o'clock in the morning, bursting with anger and half dead with fatigue. Here he remained, astonished first of all, and then furious, and utterly unable to understand what had happened, for 33 long days. He wrote letter after letter to the commander of the fortress, the jailer's wife, a handsome Flemish woman of 36, undertaking to deliver them. But as she had no desire whatever to see so good-looking a young fellow shot, and as, moreover, he paid her well, she invariably put his letters in the fire. Very late at night she would condescend to come to listen to his complaints. She had informed her husband that the simpleton had money, whereupon that prudent functionary had given her carte blanche. She availed herself of his permission, and gleaned several gold pieces, for the adjutant had only taken the horses, and the police officer had confiscated nothing at all. One fine afternoon Fabrizio caught the sound of a heavy though distant cannonade. Fighting had begun at last. His heart thumped with impatience. He heard a great deal of noise, too, in the streets. An important military movement was, in fact, in course of execution. 3 divisions were marching through the town. When the jailer's wife came to share his sorrows, at about 11 o'clock that night, Fabrizio made himself even more agreeable than usual. Then, taking her hands in his, he said, " Help me to get out. I swear on my honour I'll come back to prison as soon as the fighting is over." " That's all gammon," she replied. " Have you any quibus cash?" He looked anxious, not understanding what the word quibus meant. The woman, seeing his expression, concluded his funds were running low, and instead of talking about gold napoleons, as she had intended, only mentioned francs. " Listen," she said, " if you can raise 100 francs, I will blind both eyes of the corporal who will relieve the guard to night, with a double napoleon. Then he will not see you get out of prison, and if his regiment is to be off during the day, he will make no difficulties." The bargain was soon struck. The woman even agreed to hide Fabrizio in her own room, out of which it would be easier for him to slip in the early morning. The next day, before dawn, she said to our hero, and there was real feeling in her tone, " My dear boy, you are very young to ply this horrible trade of yours. Believe me, don't begin it again." " What ?" repeated Fabrizio. " Is it wicked, then, to want to fight for one's own country?" " Enough ! But always remember I have saved your life. Your case was a clear one. You would certainly have been shot. But never tell anybody, for we should lose our place, my husband and I. And above all, never repeat your silly tale about being a Milanese gentleman disguised as a dealer in barometers. It is too foolish. Now, listen carefully. I am going to give you the clothes of a hussar who died in the prison the day before yesterday. Never open your lips unless you are obliged to. If a sergeant or an officer questions you so that you have to reply, say you have been lying ill in the house of a peasant, who found you shaking with fever in a ditch, and sheltered you out of charity. If this answer does not satisfy them, say you are working your way back to your regiment. You may be arrested because of your accent. Then say you were born in Piedmont, that you are a conscript, and were left behind in France last year, and so on and so on." For the first time after his 33 days of rage and fury, Fabrizio understood the meaning of what had befallen him. He had been taken for a spy. He reasoned with the jailer's wife, who felt very tenderly towards him that morning, and at last, while she, armed with a needle, was taking in the hussar's garments for him, frankly told her his story. For a moment she believed it. He looked so simple and so handsome in his hussar uniform. " As you had set your heart on fighting," she said, half convinced at last, " you should have enlisted in some regiment as soon as you got to Paris. That job would have been done at once if you had taken any sergeant to a tavern and paid his score there." She added a great deal of good advice for his future, and at last, just as day was breaking, let him out of the house, after making him swear again and again, 100 times over, that whatever happened to him, her name should never pass his lips. As soon as Fabrizio had got clear of the little town and began stepping out boldly along the high road, with his sabre tucked under his arm, a shadow fell upon his soul. " Here I am," he reflected, " with the clothes and the route papers of a hussar who died in prison, where he was put, I understand, for stealing a cow and some silver spoons and forks. I have inherited, so to speak, his existence, and that without any wish or intention of my own. Look out for prisons! The omen is clear. I shall suffer many things from prisons." Hardly an hour after he had bidden farewell to his benefactress, the rain began to fall with such violence that the newly fledged hussar, hampered by the heavy boots which had never been made for his feet, could hardly contrive to walk. He came across a peasant riding a sorry nag, and bought the horse, bargaining by signs, for the jailer's wife had advised him to speak as little as possible on account of his foreign accent. That day the army, which had just won the battle of Ligny, was in full march on Brussels. It was the eve of the Battle of Waterloo. Toward noon, while the rain still poured down, Fabrizio heard artillery firing. In his happiness he forgot all the terrible moments of despair he had endured in his undeserved prison. He travelled on, far into the night, and as he was beginning to learn a little sense, he sought shelter in a peasant's hut quite off the main road. The peasant was crying and saying that he had been stripped of everything he had. Fabrizio gave him a crown and discovered some oats. " My horse is no beauty," the young man reflected, " but still some adjutant fellow might take a fancy to him," and he lay down in the stable beside his mount. An hour before daylight next morning he was on the road again. By dint of much coaxing he wheedled his horse into a trot. Toward 5 o'clock he heard heavy firing. It was the beginning of Waterloo. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To volunteer or for further information, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. Fabrizio soon came upon some cantinières, and the deep gratitude he felt toward the jailer's wife incited him to address them. He inquired of one of them as to where the 4th Regiment of Hussars, to which he belonged, might be. " You would do much better not to be in such a hurry, my young fellow," replied the woman, touched by Fabrizio's pallor and the beauty of his eyes. " Your hand is not steady enough yet for the sword play that this day must see. Now, if you had only a gun, I don't say but that you might fire it off as well as any other man." The advice was not pleasing to Fabrizio, but, however much he pressed his horse, he could not get it to travel any faster than the sutler's cart. Every now and then the artillery fire seemed to grow closer, and prevented each from hearing what the other said, for so wild was the boy with enthusiasm and delight that he had begun to talk again. Every word the woman dropped increased his joy, by making him realize it more fully. He ended by telling the woman, who seemed thoroughly kind-hearted, the whole of his adventures, with the exception of his real name and his flight from prison. She was much astonished, and could make neither head nor tail of the handsome young soldier's story. " I have it !" she cried at last, with a look of triumph. " You are a young civilian, in love with the wife of some captain in the 4th Hussars. Your lady love has given you the uniform you wear, and you are tearing about after her. As sure as God reigns above us, you are no soldier, you have never been a soldier. But, like the brave fellow you are determined to be with your regiment while it is under fire, rather than be taken for a coward." Fabrizio agreed to everything. That was the only method by which he could secure good advice. I know nothing of these French people's ways, he said to himself, and if somebody doesn't guide me, I shall get myself into prison again, or some fellow will steal my horse from me. " In the first place, my boy," said the cantiniere, who was growing more and more friendly, " you must admit you are under 20. I don't believe you're an hour over 17." That was true, and Fabrizio willingly admitted it. " Then you're not even a conscript. It's simply and solely for the lady's sake that you are risking your bones. Bless me, she's not over squeamish. If you still have any of the yellow boys she has given you in your pocket, the first thing you must do is buy yourself another horse. Look how that brute of yours pricks up her ears whenever the guns growl a little close to her. That's a peasant's horse. It'll kill you the moment you get to the front. See that white smoke yonder over the hedge? That means musket volleys. Therefore, my fine fellow, make ready to be in a horrible fright when you hear the bullets whistling over your head. You had far better eat a bit now, while you have the time." Fabrizio acted on her advice, and, pulling a napoleon out of his pocket, requested the cantiniere to pay herself out of it. " It's a downright pity," cried the good woman. " The poor child doesn't even know how to spend his money. 'Twould serve you right if I pocketed your napoleon, and made my cocotte start off at full trot. Devil take me if your beast could follow her. What could you do, you simpleton, if you saw me make off? Let me tell you that when the big guns begin to grumble, nobody shows his gold pieces. Here," she went on, "I give you back 18 francs and 50 centimes. Your breakfast costs you 30 sous. Soon we shall have horses to sell. Then you'll give 10 francs for a small one, and never more than 20, not even for the best." The meal was over, and the cantiniere, who was still holding forth, was interrupted by a woman who had been coming across the fields, and now passed along the road. " Halloo! Hi! " she shouted. " Halloo, Margot! Your 6th Light Regiment is on the right." " I must be off, my boy," said the cantiniere, " but really and truly I am sorry for you. Upon my soul, I feel friendly to you. You know nothing about anything, you'll be wiped out as sure as God is God. Come along with me to the 6th." " I understand very well that I know nothing at all," said Fabrizio, " but I mean to fight, and I'm going over there to that white smoke. Just look how your mare's ears are wagging. The moment you get her down there she'll take the bit in her teeth, weak as she is, and gallop off, and God knows where she'll take you to. Take my advice as soon as you get down to the soldiers. Pick up a musket and an ammunition pouch, lie down beside them, and do exactly as they do. But, Lord, I'll wager you don't even know how to bite open a cartridge." Fabrizio, though sorely galled, truthfully answered that his new friend had guessed right. " Poor little chap, he'll be killed at once. God's truth, it won't take long. You must and shall come with me," she added with an air of authority. " But I want to fight." " So you shall fight. The 6th is a first-rate regiment, and there'll be fighting for everyone to-day." " But shall we soon get to your regiment? "" In a quarter of an hour, at the outside." " If this good woman vouches for me," reasoned Fabrizio, " I shall not be taken for a spy on account of my universal ignorance, and I shall get a chance of fighting." At that moment the firing grew heavier, the reports following closely one upon another. " Like the beads in a rosary," said Fabrizio to himself. " I begin to hear the volleys," said the cantiniere, whipping up her pony, which seemed quite excited by the noise. She turned to the right, along a crossroad leading through the meadow. The mud was a foot deep, and the little cart almost stuck in it. Fabrizio pushed at the wheels. Twice over his horse fell down. Soon the road grew drier, and dwindled into a mere footpath across the sward. Fabrizio had not ridden on 500 paces when his horse stopped short. A corpse lying across the path had startled both beast and rider. Fabrizio, whose face was naturally pale, turned visibly green. The cantiniere, looking at the dead man, said, as though talking to herself, " Nobody of our division," and then, raising her eyes to our hero's face, burst out laughing. " Ha, ha, my child," she cried, " here's a lollipop for you." Fabrizio sat on, horror-struck. What most impressed him was the mud on the feet of the corpse, which had been stripped of its shoes, and of everything else, indeed, except a wretched pair of blood-stained trousers. " Come," said the cantiniere, " tumble off your horse, you must get used to it. "Ha!" she went on, "he got it through the head." The corpse was hideously disfigured. A bullet had entered near the nose and passed out at the opposite temple. One eye was open and staring. " Now then, get off your horse, boy," cried the cantiniere. " Shake him by the hand, and see if he'll shake yours back." At once, though sick almost to death with horror, Fabrizio threw himself from his horse, seized the dead hand, and shook it well. Then he stood in a sort of dream. He felt he had not strength to get back upon his horse. The dead man's open eye especially filled him with horror. " This woman will take me for a coward," thought he to himself bitterly. Yet he felt that he could not stir; he would certainly have fallen. It was a terrible moment. Fabrizio was just going to faint dead away. The cantiniere saw it, jumped smartly out of her little cart, and without a word proffered him a glass of brandy, which he swallowed at a gulp. After that he was able to remount, and rode along without opening his lips. Every now and then the woman looked at him out of the corner of her eye. " You shall fight to morrow, my boy," she said at last. " To day you shall stay with me. You see now that you must learn your soldier's trade." " Not at all. I want to fight now, at once," cried our hero, and his look was so fierce that the cantiniere augured well from it. The artillery fire grew heavier, and seemed to draw nearer. The reports began to form a sort of continuous bass. There was no interval between them, and above this deep note, which was like the noise of a distant torrent, the musketry volleys rang out distinctly. Just at this moment the road turned into a grove of trees. The cantiniere noticed 2 or 3 French soldiers running toward her as hard as their legs would carry them. She sprang nimbly from her cart, and ran to hide herself some 15 or 20 paces from the road. There she concealed herself in the hole left by the uprooting of a great tree. " Now," said Fabrizio to himself, " I shall find out whether I am a coward." He halted beside the forsaken cart, and drew his sword. The soldiers paid no attention to him, but ran along the wood on the left side of the road. " Those are some of our men," said the cantiniere coolly, as she came back panting to her little cart. " If your mare had a canter in her, I would tell you to ride to the end of the wood, and see if there is any one on the plain beyond." Fabrizio needed no second bidding. He tore a branch from a poplar tree, stripped off the leaves, and belaboured his mount soundly. For a moment the brute broke into a canter, but it soon went back to its usual jog-trot. The cantiniere had forced her pony into a gallop. " Stop, stop, I say !" she shouted to Fabrizio. Soon they both emerged from the wood. When they reached the edge of the plain they heard a most tremendous noise. Heavy guns and musketry volleys thundered on every hand, right, left, and behind them, and as the grove from which they had just emerged crowned a hillock some 8 or 10 feet higher than the plain, they had a fair view of a corner of the battlefield. But the meadow just beyond the wood was empty. It was bounded, about 1,000 paces from where they stood, by a long row of very bushy willow trees. Beyond these hung a cloud of white smoke, which now and then eddied up toward the sky. " If only I knew where the regiment was," said the woman, looking puzzled. " We can't go straight across that big meadow. By the way, young fellow," she said to Fabrizio, " if you see one of the enemy, stick him with the point of your sword. Don't amuse yourself by trying to cut him down." Just at that moment she caught sight of the 4 soldiers of whom we have already spoken. They were coming out of the wood onto the plain to the left of the road. One of them was on horseback. " Here's what you want," said she to Fabrizio. Then, shouting to the mounted man, " Hello, you! Why don't you come and drink a glass of brandy?" The soldiers drew nearer. " Where's the 6th Light Regiment?" she called out. " Over there, 5 minutes off, in front of the canal that runs along those willows. And Colonel Macon has just been killed." " Will you take 5 francs for that horse of yours?" " 5 francs ! That's a pretty fair joke, my good woman. 5 francs for an officer's charger that I shall sell for 5 napoleons before the hour's out." " Give me one of your napoleons," whispered the cantiniere to Fabrizio. Then, going close up to the man on horseback, " Get off, and look sharp about it," she said. " Here's your napoleon." The soldier slipped off, and Fabrizio sprang gaily into his saddle, while the cantiniere unfastened the little valise he had carried on the other. " Here, why don't you help me, you fellows ?" said she to the soldier. " What do you mean by letting a lady work but the captured charger no sooner felt the valise than he began to plunge, and Fabrizio, who was a first-rate horseman, had to use all his skill to retain his seat. " That's a good sign," said the cantiniere. " The gentleman's not accustomed to the tickling of valises." " It's a general's horse," cried the soldier who had sold it. " That horse is worth 10 napoleons if it's worth a farthing." " Here are 20 francs for you," said Fabrizio, who was beside himself with joy at feeling a spirited animal between his legs. Just at this moment a round shot came whizzing slantwise through the row of willows, and Fabrizio enjoyed the curious sight of all the little branches flying left and right as if they had been mowed off with a scythe. " Humph !" said the soldier as he pocketed his 20 francs. " The worry's beginning." It was about 2 o'clock in the day. Fabrizio was still lost in admiration of this curious spectacle, when a group of generals, escorted by a score of hussars, galloped across one of the corners of the wide meadow on the edge of which he was standing. His horse neighed, plunged 2 or 3 times, and pulled violently at the curb. " So be it, then," said Fabrizio to himself. He gave the animal the rein, and it dashed full gallop up to the escort which rode behind the generals. Fabrizio counted 4 plumed hats. A quarter of an hour later he gathered from some words spoken by the hussar next to him that one of these generals was the famous Marshal Ney. That crowned his happiness, yet he could not guess which of the 4 was the marshal. He would have given all the world to know, but he remembered he must not open his lips. The escort halted to cross a large ditch, which the rain of the preceding night had filled with water. It was skirted by large trees, and ran along the left side of the meadow, at the entrance of which Fabrizio had bought his horse. Almost all the hussars had dismounted. The sides of the ditch were steep and exceedingly slippery, and the water lay quite 3 or 4 feet below the level of the meadow. Fabrizio, wrapped up in his delight, was thinking more about Marshal Ney and glory than about his horse, which, being very spirited, jumped into the watercourse, splashing the water up to a considerable height. One of the generals was well wetted, and shouted with an oath, " Devil take the damned brute !" This insult wounded Fabrizio deeply. " Can I demand an explanation ?" he wondered. Meanwhile, to prove that he was not so stupid as he looked, he tried to force his horse up the opposite side of the ditch, but it was 5 or 6 feet high and most precipitous. He was obliged to give it up. Then he followed up the current, the water rising to his horse's head, and came at last to a sort of watering place, up the gentle slope of which he easily passed into the field on the other side of the cutting. He was the first man of the escort to get across, and trotted proudly along the bank. At the bottom of the ditch the hussars were floundering about, very much puzzled what to do with themselves, for in many places the water was 5 feet deep. 2 or 3 of the horses took fright and tried to swim, which created a terrible splashing. Then a sergeant noticed the tactics followed by the greenhorn, who looked so very unlike a soldier. " Turn up the stream," he shouted. " There's a watering place on the left." And by degrees they all got over. When Fabrizio reached the farther bank, he found the generals there all alone. The roar of the artillery seemed to him louder than ever. He could hardly hear the general he had so thoroughly drenched, who shouted into his ear, " Where did you get that horse?" Fabrizio was so taken aback that he answered in Italian, " L'ho comprato poco fa. I have just bought it." " What do you say ?" shouted the general again. But the noise suddenly grew so tremendous that Fabrizio could not reply. At this moment, it must be acknowledged, our hero felt anything but heroic. Still, fear was only a secondary sensation on his part. It was the noise that hurt his ears and disconcerted him so dreadfully. The escort broke into a gallop. They were crossing a wide stretch of ploughed land which lay beyond the canal. The field was dotted with corpses. " The redcoats! The redcoats! " shouted the hussars joyfully. Fabrizio did not understand them at first. Then he perceived that almost all the corpses were dressed in red, and also, which gave him a thrill of horror, that a great many of these unhappy redcoats were still alive. They were crying out, evidently asking for help, but nobody stopped to give it to them. Our hero, in his humanity, did all he could to prevent his horse from treading on any red uniform. The escort halted. Fabrizio, instead of attending to his duty as a soldier, galloped on, with his eye on a poor wounded fellow. "Will you pull up, you idiot?" shouted the troop sergeant major. Then Fabrizio became aware that he was 20 paces in advance of the general's right, and just in the line of their field glasses. As he rode back to the rear of the escort, he saw the most portly of the officers speaking to his next neighbour, also a general, with an air of authority, and almost of reprimand. He swore. Fabrizio could not restrain his curiosity, and in spite of the advice of his friend the jailer's wife, never to speak if he could help it, made up a neat and correct little French sentence. "Who's that general blowing up the one next him?" he asked. "Why, that's the marshal, to be sure." "What marshal?" "Marshal Ney, you fool! Where in thunder have you been serving up to now?" Touchy though he was by nature, Fabrizio never dreamed of resenting the insult. Lost in boyish admiration, he feasted his eyes on the bravest of the brave, the famous Prince of the Moskova. Suddenly everyone broke into a gallop. In a few minutes Fabrizio saw another ploughed field, about 20 paces in front of him, the surface of which was heaving in a very curious manner. The furrows were full of water, and the damp earth of the ridges was flying about, 3 or 4 feet high, in little black lumps. Fabrizio just noticed this odd appearance as he galloped along. Then his thoughts flew back to the marshal and his glory. A sharp cry rang out close to him. 2 hussars fell, struck by bullets, and when he looked at them they were already 20 paces behind the escort. A sight which seemed horrible to him was that of a horse, bathed in blood, struggling on the ploughed earth with its feet caught in its own entrails. It was trying to follow the others. The blood was pouring over the mud. "Well, I am under fire at last," he thought. "I have seen it," he reiterated with a glow of satisfaction. "Now I'm a real soldier." The escort was now galloping at full speed, and our hero realized that it was shot which was tossing up the soil. In vain he gazed in the direction whence the fusillade came. The white smoke of the battery seemed to him an immense way off, and amid the steady and continuous grumble of the artillery fire, he thought he could distinguish other reports much nearer. He could make nothing of it at all. At that moment the generals and their escort entered a narrow lane, sunk about 5 feet below the level of the ground. It was full of water. The marshal halted and put up his glass again. This time Fabrizio had a good view of him. He saw a very fair man with a large red head. "We have no faces like that in Italy," he mused. "With my pale face and chestnut hair I shall never be like him," he added sadly. To him those words meant, "I shall never be a hero." He looked at the hussars. All of them except one had fair moustaches. If Fabrizio stared at them, they stared at him as well. He coloured under their scrutiny, and to ease his shyness turned his head toward the enemy. He saw very long lines of red figures, but what astonished him was that they all looked so small. Those long files, which were really regiments and divisions, seemed to him no higher than hedges. A line of red-coated horsemen was trotting toward the sunken road, along which the marshal and his escort had begun to move slowly, splashing through the mud. The smoke made it impossible to see anything ahead. Only, from time to time, hurrying horsemen emerged from the white smoke. Suddenly Fabrizio saw 4 men come galloping as hard as they could tear, from the direction in which the enemy lay. "Ah," said he to himself, "we are going to be attacked." Then he saw 2 of these men address the marshal, and one of the generals in attendance upon him galloped off toward the enemy, followed by 2 hussars of the escort and the 2 men who had just ridden up. On the other side of a small watercourse, which everybody now crossed, Fabrizio found himself riding alongside a good-natured-looking sergeant. "I really must speak to this man," he said to himself. "Perhaps if I do that they'll stop staring at me." After considerable meditation, he said to the sergeant, "This is the first time I have ever seen a battle. But is it really a battle?" "I should think so. But who on earth are you?" "I am brother to a captain's wife." "And what's the captain's name?" Our hero was in a hideous difficulty. He had never expected that question. Luckily for him, the sergeant and the escort began to gallop again. "What French name shall I say?" he wondered. At last he bethought himself of the name of the man who had owned the hotel in which he had lodged in Paris. He brought his horse up close beside the sergeant's charger, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Captain Meunier!" The other, half deafened by the noise of the artillery, answered, What, Captain Teulier? Well, he's been killed. Bravo, said Fabrizio to himself. Captain Teulier, I must look distressed. Oh, my God, he cried, and put on a pitiful face. They had left the sunken road, and were crossing a small meadow. Everyone tore at full gallop, for the bullets were pelting down again. The marshal rode toward a cavalry division. The escort was surrounded now by dead and wounded men, but our hero was already less affected by the sight. He had something else to think about. While the escort was halting, he noticed a cantiniere with her little cart. His affection for that excellent class of women overrode every other feeling, and he galloped off toward the vehicle. " Stop here, you! " shouted the sergeant. " What harm can he do me? " thought Fabrizio, and he galloped on toward the cart. He had felt some hope, as he spurred his horse onward, that its owner might be the good woman he had met in the morning. The horse and cart looked very much like hers. But the owner of these was quite a different person, and very forbidding looking into the bargain. As he drew close to her, he heard her say, " Well, he was a very handsome chap." A hideous sight awaited the newly made soldier. A cuirassier, a splendid fellow, nearly 6 feet high, was having his leg cut off. Fabrizio shut his eyes and drank off 4 glasses of brandy, one after the other. " You don't stint yourself, my little fellow," quoth the cantiniere. The brandy gave him an idea. " I must buy my comrade's goodwill. Give me the rest of the bottle," he said to the woman. " But do you know that on such a day as this the rest of the bottle will cost you 6 francs?" As he galloped back to the escort, " Aha, you were fetching us a dram." " 'Twas for that you deserted," exclaimed the sergeant. " Hand over." The bottle went round, the last man throwing it into the air after he had drained it. " Thank'ee, comrade," he shouted to Fabrizio. Every eye looked kindly on him, and these glances lifted 100 off his heart, one of those over-delicate organs which pines for the friendship of those about it. At last, then, his comrades thought no ill of him. There was a bond between them. He drew a deep breath, and then, turning to the sergeant, calmly inquired, " And if Captain Teulier has been killed, where am I to find my sister?" He thought himself a young Machiavelli when he said Teulier instead of Meunier. " You'll find that out to-night," replied the sergeant. Once more the escort moved forward in the direction of some infantry divisions. Fabrizio felt quite drunk. He had swallowed too much brandy, and swayed a little in his saddle. Then he recollected, very much in season, a remark he had frequently heard made by his mother's coachman. " When you've lifted your little finger, you must always look between your horse's ears, and do what your next neighbour does." The marshal halted for some time close to several bodies of cavalry, which he ordered to charge. But for the next hour or two our hero was hardly conscious of what was going on about him. He was overcome with weariness, and when his horse galloped he bumped in his saddle like a lump of lead. Suddenly the sergeant shouted to his men, " Don't you see the Emperor, you—" And instantly the escort shouted, " Vive l'Empereur! " at the top of their voices. My readers may well imagine that our hero stared with all his eyes, but all he saw was a bevy of generals galloping by, followed by another escort. The long, hanging plumes on the helmets of the dragoons in attendance prevented him from making out any faces. " So, thanks to that cursed brandy, I've missed seeing the Emperor on the battlefield." The thought woke him up completely. They rode into another lane swimming with water, and the horses paused to drink. " So that was the Emperor who passed by," he said to the next man. " Why, certainly, the one in the plain coat. How did you miss seeing him?" answered his comrade good-naturedly. Fabrizio was sorely tempted to gallop after the Emperor's escort and join it. What a joy it would have been to serve in a real war in attendance on that hero! Was it not for that very purpose that he had come to France? " I am perfectly free to do it," he reflected, " for indeed the only reason for my doing my present duty is that my horse chose to gallop after these generals." But what decided him on remaining was that his comrades the hussars treated him in a friendly fashion. He began to believe himself the close friend of every one of the soldiers with whom he had been galloping the last few hours. He conceived himself bound to them by the noble ties that united the heroes of Tasso and Ariosto. If he joined the Emperor's escort he would have to make fresh acquaintances, and perhaps he might get the cold shoulder, for the horsemen of the other escort were dragoons, and he, like all those in attendance on the marshal, wore hussar uniform. The manner in which the troopers now looked at him filled our hero with happiness. He would have done anything on earth for his comrades. His whole soul and spirit were in the clouds. Everything seemed different to him now that he was among friends, and he was dying to ask questions. " But I am not quite sober yet," he thought. " I must remember the jailer's wife." As they emerged from the sunken road, he noticed that they were no longer escorting Marshal Ney. The general they were now attending was tall and thin, with a severe face and a merciless eye. He was no other than the Count.—the Lieutenant Robert of May 15th, 1796. What would have been his delight at seeing Fabrizio del Dongo? For some time Fabrizio had ceased to notice the soil flying hither and thither under the action of the bullets. The party rode up behind a regiment of cuirassiers. He distinctly heard the missiles pattering on the cuirasses, and saw several men fall. The sun was already low, and it was just about to set when the escort, leaving the lane, climbed the little slope which led into a ploughed field. Fabrizio heard a curious little noise close to him, and turned his head. 4 men had fallen with their horses. The general himself had been thrown, but was just getting up, all covered with blood. Fabrizio looked at the hussars on the ground. 3 of them were still moving convulsively. The 4th was shouting, " Pull me out !" The sergeant and 2 or 3 troopers had dismounted to help the general, who, leaning on his aide-de-camp, was trying to walk a few steps away from his horse, which was struggling on the ground and kicking furiously. The sergeant came up to Fabrizio. Just at that moment, behind him and close to his ear, he heard somebody say, " It's the only one that can still gallop." He felt his feet seized and himself lifted up by them, while somebody supported his body under the arms. Thus he was drawn over his horse's hindquarters and allowed to slip onto the ground, where he fell in a sitting posture. The aide-de-camp caught hold of the horse's bridle, and the general, assisted by the sergeant, mounted and galloped off, swiftly followed by the 6 remaining men. In a fury, Fabrizio jumped up and ran after them, shouting, " Ladri! Ladri! Thieves! Thieves! " There was something comical about this running after thieves over a battlefield. The escort and General Count.—the soon vanished behind a row of willow trees. Before very long, Fabrizio, still beside himself with rage, reached a similar row, and just beyond it he came to a very deep watercourse, which he crossed. When he reached the other side, he began to swear at the sight, but a very distant sight, of the general and his escort disappearing among the trees. " Thieves! Thieves! " he shouted again, this time in French. Broken hearted, much less by the loss of his horse than by the treachery with which he had been treated, weary and starving, he cast himself down beside the ditch. If it had been the enemy which had carried off his fine charger, he would not have given it a thought. But to see himself robbed and betrayed by the sergeant he had liked so much, and the hussars whom he had looked on as his brothers, filled his soul with bitterness. The thought of the infamy of it was more than he could bear, and leaning his back against a willow, he wept hot, angry tears. One by one, his bright dreams of noble and chivalrous friendship, like the friendships of the heroes of Jerusalem Delivered, had faded before his eyes. The approach of death would have been as nothing in his sight if he had felt himself surrounded by heroic and tender hearts, by noble-souled friends, whose hands should have pressed his while he breathed out his last sigh. But how was he to keep up his enthusiasm when he was surrounded by such vile rascals? Fabrizio, like every angry man, had fallen into exaggeration. After a quarter of an hour spent in such melancholy thoughts, he became aware that the bullets were beginning to fall among the row of trees which sheltered his meditation. He rose to his feet, and made an effort to discover his whereabouts. He looked at the meadow, bounded by a broad canal and a line of bushy willows, and thought he recognized the spot. Then he noticed a body of infantry, which was crossing the ditch and debouching into the meadows, some quarter of a league ahead of him. " I was nearly caught napping," thought he. " I must take care not to be taken prisoner." And he began to walk forward very rapidly. As he advanced, his mind was relieved. He recognized the uniform. The regiments which he feared might have cut off his retreat belonged to the French army. He bore to the right, so as to reach them. Beside the moral suffering of having been so vilely deceived and robbed, Fabrizio felt another, the pangs of which were momentarily increasing. He was literally starving. It was with the keenest joy, therefore, that after walking, or rather running, for 10 minutes, he perceived that the body of infantry, which had also been moving very rapidly, had halted, as though to take up a position. A few minutes more, and he was among the nearest soldiers. " Comrades, could you sell me a piece of bread? Hello, here's a fellow who takes us for bakers." The rude speech and the general titter that greeted it overwhelmed Fabrizio. Could it be that war was not, after all, that noble and general impulse of souls thirsting for glory which Napoleon's proclamations had led him to conceive it? He sat down, or rather let himself drop upon the sward. He turned deadly pale. The soldier who had spoken, and who had stopped 10 paces off to clean the lock of his gun with his handkerchief, moved a little nearer, and threw him a bit of bread. Then, seeing he did not pick it up, the man put a bit of bread into his mouth. Fabrizio opened his eyes and ate the bread without having strength to say a word. When at last he looked about for the soldier, intending to pay him, he saw he was alone. The nearest soldiers to him were some 100 paces off, marching away. Mechanically he rose and followed them. He entered a wood. He was ready to drop with weariness, and was already looking about for a place where he might lay him down, when, to his joy, he recognized first the horse, then the cart, and finally the cantiniere he had met in the morning. She ran to him, quite startled by his looks. " March on, my boy," she said. " Are you wounded? And where's your fine horse?" As she spoke she led him toward her cart, into which she pushed him, lifting him under the arms. So weary was our hero that before he had well got into the cart he had fallen fast asleep. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. Nothing woke him, neither the shots that rang out close to the little cart, nor the jolting of the horse, which the good woman whipped up with all her might. The regiment, after having believed all day long that victory was on its side, had been unexpectedly attacked by clouds of Prussian cavalry, and was retreating, or rather flying, toward the French border. The colonel, a handsome, well-set-up young man, who had succeeded to Macon's command, was cut down. The major who took his place, an old fellow with white hair, halted the regiment. " Come," he shouted to his men, " in the days of the Republic none of us ran away till the enemy forced us to it. You must dispute every inch of the ground, and let yourselves be killed," he added with an oath. " It's our own country that these Prussians are trying to invade now." The little cart stopped short, and Fabrizio woke with a jump. The sun had disappeared long ago, and he noticed to his surprise that it was almost dark. The soldiers were running hither and thither in a state of confusion, which greatly astonished our hero. It struck him that they all looked very crestfallen. " What's the matter ?" said he to the cantiniere. " Nothing at all. The matter is that we're done for, my boy. That the Prussian cavalry is cutting us down, that's all. The fool of a general took it for our own at first. Now then, look sharp. Help me to mend the trace. Cocotte has broken it." Several musket shots rang out about 10 paces off. Our hero, now thoroughly rested, said to himself, " But really, all this whole day through I have never fought at all. All I have done was to ride escort to a general. I must go and fight," said he to the woman. " Make your mind easy, you'll fight more than you want. We're all done for. Aubry, my boy," she shouted to a corporal who was passing by, " give an eye to the little cart now and then." " Are you going to fight ?" said Fabrizio to Aubry. " No, I'm going to put on my pumps and go to the ball." " I'm after you." " Look after the little hussar," shouted the cantiniere. " He's a plucky young chap." Corporal Aubry marched on without saying a word. 8 or 10 soldiers ran up and joined him. He led them up behind a big oak with brambles growing all round it. Once there, he stationed them, still without opening his lips, in a very open line, along the edge of the wood, each man at least 10 paces from his neighbour. " Now then, you fellows," he said, and it was the first time his voice had been heard, " don't you fire until you hear the word of command. Remember, you've only 3 cartridges apiece." " But what is happening ?" wondered Fabrizio to himself. At last, when he was alone with the corporal, he said, " I have no musket." Hold your tongue to begin with. Go forward 50 paces beyond the wood. You'll find some of our poor fellows who've just been cut down. Take a musket and ammunition pouch off one of them. But mind you don't take them from a wounded man. Take the gun and pouch from some man who is quite dead. And look sharp, for fear you should get shot at by our own people." Fabrizio started off at a run, and soon came back with a musket and ammunition pouch. " Load your musket and get behind this tree, and above all, don't fire till I give the word." " Great God !" said the corporal, breaking off, " he doesn't even know how to load his weapon." He came to Fabrizio's rescue, and went on talking as he did it. " If any of the enemy's cavalry ride at you to cut you down, slip round your tree, and don't fire your shot till your man's quite close, not more than 3 paces off. Your bayonet must almost touch his uniform." " But will you chuck that great sword of yours away ?" exclaimed the corporal. " Do you want it to throw you down ? 'Sdeath ! What soldiers they send to us nowadays !" And as he spoke, he snatched at the sword himself, and threw it angrily away. " Here, wipe the flint of your gun with your handkerchief. But have you ever fired a gun off? I am a sportsman." " God be praised !" said the corporal, with a sigh of relief. " Well, mind you don't fire till I give the word," and he departed. Fabrizio was filled with joy. " At last," said he to himself, " I am really going to fight and kill an enemy. This morning they were shooting at us, and all I did was to expose myself. A fool's errand." He looked about in every direction with the most eager curiosity. After a moment 7 or 8 musket shots rang out close to him, but as he received no order himself, he stood quietly behind his tree. It had grown almost quite dark. He could have fancied he was hunting bears in the Tramezzina above Grianta. He bethought him of a hunter's trick, took a cartridge from his pouch, and extracted the ball. " If I get a sight of him," said he, " I mustn't miss him." And he slipped the extra ball down the barrel of his gun. He heard 2 shots fired close to his tree, and at the same moment he beheld a trooper dressed in blue galloping in front of him from right to left. " He's more than 3 paces off," said he, " but at this distance I can't well miss him." He covered the horseman with his musket and pulled the trigger. The horse fell, and his rider with him. Our hero fancied he was hunting, and ran joyfully up to the quarry he had just bagged. He had got quite close to the man, who seemed to him to be dying, when 2 Prussian troopers rode down upon him at the most astounding rate, with their swords lifted to cut him down. Fabrizio took to his heels and ran for the wood, throwing away his gun so that he might run the quicker. The Prussian troopers were not more than 3 paces behind him when he reached a plantation of young oaks, very straight growing, and about as thick as a man's arm, which skirted the wood. The little oaks checked the horsemen for a moment, but they soon got through them and pursued Fabrizio across a clearing. They were quite close on him again when he managed to slip between 7 or 8 big trees. Just at that moment his face was almost scorched by the fire from 5 or 6 muskets just in front of him. He lowered his head, and when he raised it again he found himself face to face with the corporal. " Have you killed yours ?" said the corporal. " Yes, but I've lost my musket." " Muskets are not the thing we are short of. You're a good chap, though you do look like a muff. You've done well to-day, and these fellows have just missed the 2 who were after you, and were riding straight upon them. I didn't see them. Now we must make off. The regiment must be half a mile away, and besides, there's a little bit of meadow to cross, where we may be taken in flank." As he talked, the corporal marched swiftly along at the head of his 10 men, some 200 paces farther on. As he entered the little meadow of which he had spoken, they came upon a wounded general, supported by his aide-de-camp and a servant. " You must give me 4 men," said he to the corporal, and his voice was faint. " I must be carried to the ambulance. My leg is shattered." " You may go to the devil," replied the corporal, " you and all the rest of the generals. You've all of you betrayed the Emperor this day." " What !" cried the general in a fury. " You won't obey my orders? Do you know that I am the General Count B , commanding your division?" And so forth, with a string of invectives. The aide-de-camp rushed at the soldier. The corporal thrust at him with his bayonet, and then made off at the double, followed by his men. " May they all be like you," he repeated with an oath, " with their legs shattered and their arms too. A pack of rascals, sold to the Bourbons and traitors to the Emperor, every one of them." Fabrizio heard the hideous accusation with astonishment. Toward 10 o'clock in the evening the little party came upon the regiment, at the entrance to a big village consisting of several narrow streets. But Fabrizio noticed that Corporal Aubry avoided speaking to any of the officers. " It's impossible to get on," cried the corporal. Every street was crowded with infantry, cavalry, and especially with 8 artillery caissons and baggage wagons. The corporal tried to get up 3 of these streets, but after about 20 paces he was forced to stop. Everybody was swearing, and everybody was in a rage. " Some other traitor must be in command," cried the corporal. " If the enemy has the sense to move round the village, we shall all be taken like dogs. Follow me, men." Fabrizio looked. There were only 6 soldiers left of the corporal's party. Through a big open doorway they passed into a great poultry yard, and thence into a stable, from which a little door admitted them into a garden. Here they lost their way for a moment, and wandered hither and thither. But at last, climbing over a hedge, they found themselves in a huge field of buckwheat, and within less than half an hour, following the noise of shouting and other confused sounds, they had got back into the high road on the other side of the village. The ditches on either side of the road were full of muskets which had been thrown away, and Fabrizio took one for himself. But the road, broad as it was so crowded with carts and fugitives that in half an hour the corporal and Fabrizio had hardly got 500 paces forward. They were told that the road would lead them to Charleroi. As the village clock struck 11, " Let us strike across country again," cried the corporal. The little band now consisted only of 3 privates, the corporal and Fabrizio. When they had got about a quarter of a league from the high road, " I'm done up," said one of the soldiers. " And so am I," said another. " That's fine news, we're all in the same boat," said the corporal. " But do as I tell you, and you'll be the better for it." He caught sight of 5 or 6 trees growing beside a little ditch in the middle of an immense field of corn. " Make for the trees," said he to his men. " Lie down here," he added when they had reached them, " and above all make no noise. But before we go to sleep, which of you has any bread?" " I have," said one of the soldiers. " Hand it over," commanded the corporal with a masterful air. He divided the bread into 5 pieces, and took the smallest for himself. " A quarter of an hour before daybreak," he said as he munched, " you'll have the enemy's cavalry upon you. The great point is not to get yourself run through. On these great plains, 1 man alone with cavalry at his heels is done for, but 5 men together may save themselves. All of you stick faithfully to me, don't fire except at close quarters, and I'll undertake to get you into Charleroi to morrow night." An hour before daybreak the corporal roused them. He made them reload their weapons. The noise on the highway still continued. It had been going all night, like the noise of a distant torrent. " It's like the noise sheep make when they are running away," said Fabrizio to the corporal, with an artless air. " Will you hold your tongue, you greenhorn ?" said the corporal angrily, and the 3 privates, who, with Fabrizio, composed the whole of his army, looked at our hero with an expression of indignation, as if he had said something blasphemous. He had insulted the nation. " This is rather strong," thought our hero to himself. " I noticed the same sort of thing at Milan, under the viceroy. They are not running away, oh dear, no. With these Frenchmen you must never tell the truth if it hurts their vanity. But as for their angry looks, I don't care a farthing for them, and I must make them understand it." They were still marching along some 500 paces from the stream of fugitives which blocked the high road. A league farther on, the corporal and his party crossed a lane running into the high road, in which many soldiers were lying. Here Fabrizio bought a tolerable horse for 40 francs, and from among the numerous swords that were lying about he carefully chose a long, straight weapon. " As I am told that I must thrust," he thought, " this will be best." Thus equipped, he put his horse into a canter, and soon came up with the corporal, who had gone forward. He settled himself in his stirrups, seized the sheath of his sword with his left hand, and addressed the 4 Frenchmen. " These fellows who are fleeing along the highway look like a flock of sheep. They move like frightened sheep." In vain did he dwell upon the word sheep. His comrades had quite forgotten that only an hour previously it had kindled their ire. Here we perceive one of the contrasts between the French and the Italian character. The Frenchman is doubtless the happier of the 2. Events glide over him, he bears no spite. I will not conceal the fact that Fabrizio was very much pleased with himself after he had talked about those sheep. They marched along, keeping up a casual conversation. 2 leagues farther on, the corporal, who was very much astonished at seeing nothing of the enemy's cavalry, said to Fabrizio, " You are our cavalry, so gallop toward that farm on the hillock yonder, and ask the peasant if he'll sell us some breakfast. Be sure you tell him there are only 5 of us. If he demurs, give him 5 francs of your money, on account, but make your mind easy, we'll take the silver piece back after we've had our breakfast." Fabrizio looked at the corporal; his gravity was imperturbable, and he really wore an appearance of moral superiority. He obeyed, and everything fell out just as the commander-in-chief had foretold, only Fabrizio insisted the peasant should not be forced to return the 5-franc piece he had paid him. " The money is my own," said he to his comrades. " I'm not paying for you, I'm paying for the corn he has given my horse." Fabrizio's French was so bad that his comrades thought they detected a tone of superiority about his remark. They were very much offended, and from that instant they began to hatch a quarrel with him. They saw he was very different from themselves, and that fact displeased them. Fabrizio, on the contrary, began to feel exceedingly friendly toward them. They had been marching along silently for about 2 hours, when the corporal, looking toward the high road, shouted in a transport of delight, " There's the regiment !" They were soon on the high road themselves, but alas, there were not 200 men round the eagle. Fabrizio soon caught sight of the cantiniere. She was walking along with red eyes, and every now and then her tears overflowed. In vain did Fabrizio peer about, looking for Cocotte and the little cart. " Pillaged, lost, stolen !" cried the poor woman, in answer to our hero's inquiring glance. Without a word he threw himself from his horse, took him by the bridle, and said to her, " Get on his back." She didn't wait for a second invitation. " Shorten the stirrups for me," she said. Once she was comfortably settled on horseback, she began to tell Fabrizio all the disasters of the preceding night. After an endless story, eagerly listened to, however, by our hero, who could make nothing of it, we must admit, but who had a deep feeling of regard for the good-natured cantiniere, she added, " And to think that it should be Frenchmen who have robbed and beaten and ruined me." " What, it wasn't the enemy ?" cried Fabrizio, with an artlessness which made his handsome face, so grave and pale, look more charming than ever. " What a silly you are, my poor child," returned the woman, smiling through her tears. " And silly as you are a very good fellow." " And however silly he may be, he pulled his Prussian down well yesterday," added Corporal Aubry, who had happened to find his way through the crowd to the other side of the horse on which the good woman was riding. " But he's proud," said the corporal. Fabrizio started a little. " And what's your name ?" continued he, " for after all, if any report is sent in, I should like to give it." " My name is Vasi," answered Fabrizio, with rather an odd look. " I mean," correcting himself hastily, " Boulot." Boulot had been the name of the owner of the route papers the jailer's wife had given him. 2 nights before, as he marched along, he had studied them carefully, for he was beginning to reflect a little, and was not so astonished by everything that happened to him as he had been at first. In addition to poor Boulot's paper, he had also carefully kept the Italian passport, according to which he claimed the noble name of Vasi, dealer in barometers. When the corporal had taxed him with being proud, it had been on the tip of his tongue to reply, " Proud? I, Fabrizio Valserra, Marchesino del Dongo, who is willing to bear the name of a dealer in barometers called Vasi?" While he was considering all this, and saying to himself, " I really must remember that my name is Boulot, or I shall find myself in the prison with which fate threatens me," the corporal and the cantiniere had been exchanging ideas about him. " Don't take what I say from mere curiosity," said the cantiniere, and she dropped the second person singular, which, in her homely fashion, she had hitherto been using. " I'm going to ask you these questions for your own good. Who are you, really and truly?" Fabrizio was silent for a moment. He was considering that he might never come across better friends from whom to ask advice, and advice he sorely needed. " We are going into a fortified town. The governor will want to know who I am, and if my answers show that I know nothing about the hussar regiment, the uniform of which I wear, I shall be thrown into prison at once." Being an Austrian subject, Fabrizio realized all the importance of his passport. The members of his own family, highly born and religious as they were, had suffered frequent annoyance in this particular. The good woman's questions were not, therefore, the least displeasing to him. But when he paused before replying, to choose out his clearest French expressions, the cantiniere, pricked with eager curiosity, added by way of encouragement, " We'll give you good advice about your behaviour, Corporal Aubry and I." " I'm sure of that," answered Fabrizio. " My name is Vasi, and I belong to Genoa. My sister, who was a famous beauty, married a captain. As I am only 17, she sent for me that I might see France and improve myself. I did not find her in Paris, and knowing that she was with this army, I followed it, and have hunted in every direction without being able to find her. The soldiers, struck by my foreign accent, had me arrested. I had money at that time. I gave some to the gendarme in charge of me. He gave me papers and a uniform, and said, ' Be off with you, and swear you'll never mention my name to a living soul.' "" What was his name ?" said the cantiniere. " I gave my word," said Fabrizio. " He's right," said the corporal. " The gendarme was a blackguard, but our comrade mustn't tell his name. And what was the name of the captain who married your sister? If we knew his name we might find him." " Teulier, of the 4th Hussars," answered our hero. " Then," said the corporal rather sharply, " your foreign accent made the soldiers take you for a spy." " That's the vile word !" cried Fabrizio, and his eyes flamed. " I, who worship the Emperor and the French! That insult hurts me more than anything." " There's no insult, there's where you're mistaken," replied the corporal gravely. " The soldier's mistake was very natural." Then he explained, with more than a little pedantry, that in the army every man must belong to a regiment and wear a uniform, and, failing that, would certainly be taken for a spy. " The enemy," he said, " has sent us heaps of them. In this war traitors abound." The scales fell from Fabrizio's eyes, and for the first time he understood that in everything that had happened to him during the past 2 months he himself had been at fault. " But the boy must tell us the whole story," said the cantiniere, whose curiosity was momentarily growing keener. Fabrizio obeyed, and when he had finished, " The fact is," said she seriously, and addressing the corporal, " the child knows nothing about soldiering. This war will be a wretched war, now that we are beaten and betrayed. Why should he get his bones broken, gratis pro Deo? And with that," said the corporal, " he doesn't even know how to load his gun, either in slow time or in quick. It was I who put in the bullet that killed his Prussian for him. And besides," added the cantiniere, " he lets everybody see his money, and he'll be stripped of everything as soon as he leaves us." " And the first cavalry sergeant he comes across," the corporal went on, " will take possession of him and make him pay for his drinks, and he may even be recruited for the enemy, for there's treachery everywhere. The first man he meets will tell him to follow him, and follow him he will. He would do much better to enlist in our regiment." " No, no, I thank you, corporal," cried Fabrizio eagerly. " I'm much more comfortable on horseback, and besides, I don't know how to load a musket, and you've seen that I can manage a horse." Fabrizio was very proud of this little speech of his. I will not reproduce the long discussion as to his future which ensued between the corporal and the cantiniere. Fabrizio remarked that in the course of it they repeated all the incidents of his story 3 or 4 times over. The soldier's suspicions, the gendarme who sold him the uniform and the papers, the manner in which he had fallen in with the marshal's escort on the previous day, the story of the horse, etc. The cantiniere, with feminine curiosity, constantly harked back to the manner in which he had been robbed of the good horse she had made him buy. You felt somebody seize your feet, and you were drawn gently over your horse's tail, and were left sitting on the ground. Why is it, wondered Fabrizio, that they keep going over things which we all know perfectly well? He had not yet learned that this is the method whereby the humbler folk in France think a matter out. " How much money have you ?" inquired the cantiniere of him. Fabrizio answered unhesitatingly. He was sure of this woman's noble-heartedness. That is the finest side of the French character. " I may have about 30 napoleons in gold, and 8 or 10 5-franc pieces altogether." " In that case your course is clear," cried the cantiniere. " Get yourself out of this routed army, turn off to one side, take the first tolerable road you can find on the right, ride steadily forward, away from the army always. Buy yourself civilian clothes at the first opportunity. When you are 8 or 10 leagues off, and you see no more soldiers about you, take post horses. Get to some good town, and rest there for a week, and eat good beefsteaks. Never tell any one that you have been with the army; the gendarmes would take you up at once as a deserter. And a nice fellow as you are, my boy, you are not sharp enough yet to take in the gendarmes. Once you have civilian clothes upon your back, tear your route papers into little bits, and take back your real name. Say you're Vasi. And where should he say he comes from?" she added, appealing to the corporal. " From Cambrai, on the Scheldt. It's a good old town, very small, do you hear, with a cathedral, and Fenelon." " That's it," said the cantiniere. " And never let out that you've been in the battle. Never breathe a word about B , nor the gendarme who sold you the papers. When you want to get back to Paris, go first of all to Versailles, and get into the city from that side, just dawdling along on your feet as if you were out for a walk. Sew your money into your trousers, and when you have to pay for anything, mind you only just show the money you need for that. What worries me is that you'll be made a fool of, and you'll be stripped of everything you have. And what is to become of you without money, seeing you don't even know how to behave?" The good woman talked on and on, the corporal backing her opinions by nodding his head, for she gave him no chance of getting in a word. Suddenly the crowd upon the high road quickened its pace, and then, like a flash, it crossed the little ditch on the left-hand side and fled at full speed. "The Cossacks! The Cossacks!" rang out on every side. "Take back your horse!" cried the cantiniere. "God forbid!" said Fabrizio. "Gallop, be off! I give him to you. Do you want money to buy another little cart? Half of what I have is yours." "Take back your horse, I say," said the good woman in a rage, and she tried to get off. Fabrizio drew his sword. "Hold on tight!" he cried, and he struck the horse 2 or 3 times with the flat of the blade. It broke into a gallop, and followed the fugitives. Our hero looked at the high road. Only a few minutes before it had been crowded with some 2,000 or 3,000 people, packed like peasants in a religious procession. Since that cry of "Cossacks," there was not a soul upon it. The fugitives had thrown away their shakos, their muskets, and their swords. Fabrizio, thoroughly astonished, climbed about 20 or 30 feet into a field on the right of the road. Thence he looked up and down the high road and across the plain. There was not a sign of any Cossack. "Queer people, these Frenchmen," said he to himself. Then he went on. "As I am to go to the right, I may as well start at once. These people may have had some reason for bolting which I don't know." He picked up a musket, made sure it was loaded, shook the powder in the priming, cleaned the flint, then chose himself a well-filled cartridge pouch, and looked all round him again. He stood literally alone in the middle of the plain, which had lately been so packed with people. In the far distance he saw the fugitives still running along and beginning to disappear behind the trees. "This really is very odd," he said. And remembering the corporal's manoeuvre on the preceding night, he went and sat down in the middle of a cornfield. He would not go far away, because he hoped to rejoin his friends the corporal and the cantiniere. Sitting in the corn, he discovered he had only 18 napoleons left instead of 30, but he had a few little diamonds which he had hidden in the lining of his hussar boots on the morning of his parting with the jailer's wife. He concealed his gold pieces as best he could, and pondered deeply the while over this sudden disappearance of his fellow travellers. "Is it a bad omen for me?" he wondered. His chief vexation was that he had not asked Corporal Aubry the following question: "Have I really been in a battle?" He thought he had, and he would have been perfectly happy if he could have been quite certain of it. "In any case," he said, "I was present at it under a prisoner's name, and I had the prisoner's route papers in my pocket, and even his coat upon my back. All that is fatal for my future. What would Father Blanes have said of it? And that unlucky Boulot died in prison, too. It all looks very ominous. My destiny will lead me to a prison." Fabrizio would have given anything in the world to know whether Boulot had really been guilty. He had a recollection that the jailer's wife had told him the hussar had been locked up not only for stealing spoons and forks, but for having robbed a peasant of his cow, and further, beaten the said peasant unmercifully. He had no doubt that he himself would some day find himself in prison for misdoings of the same nature as those of the hussar. He thought of his friend the priest. What would he not have given to be able to consult him? Then he recollected that he had not written to his aunt since he left Paris. "Poor Gina," he said, and the tears rose to his eyes. All at once he heard a slight noise close to him. It was a soldier feeding 3 horses, whose bridles he had removed, and who seemed half dead with hunger, on the growing corn. He was holding them by the snaffle. Fabrizio flew up like a partridge, and the soldier was startled. Our hero, perceiving it, could not resist the pleasure of playing the hussar for a moment. "Fellow," he shouted, "one of those horses is mine, but I will give you 5 francs for the trouble you've taken to bring it to me." "I wish you may get it," said the soldier. Fabrizio, who was within 6 paces, levelled his musket at him. "Give up the horse, or I'll blow your brains out." The soldier had his musket slung behind him. He twisted his shoulder back to get it. "If you stir a step, you're a dead man," shouted Fabrizio, rushing at him. "Well, well, hand over the 5 francs, and take one of the horses," said the soldier, rather crestfallen. after glancing regretfully up and down the road, on which not a soul was to be seen. Fabrizio, with his gun still raised in his left hand, threw him 3 5-franc pieces with the right. " Get down, or you're a dead man. Put the bit on the black horse, and move off with the others. I'll blow your brains out if you shuffle." With an evil glance the man obeyed. Fabrizio came close to the horse, and slipped the bridle over his left arm, without taking his eyes off the soldier, who was slinking slowly away. When he saw he was about 50 paces off, our hero sprang upon the horse's back. He had hardly got into the saddle, and his foot was still searching for the right stirrup, when a bullet whistled close beside his head. It was the soldier who had fired his musket at him. Fabrizio, in a fury, galloped toward him. He took to his heels, and was soon galloping away on one of his horses. " Well, he's out of range now," said Fabrizio to himself. The horse he had just bought was a splendid animal, but it seemed to be almost starving. Fabrizio went back to the high road, which was still quite deserted. He crossed it, and trotted on toward a little undulation in the ground on the left, where he hoped he might find the cantiniere. But when he reached the top of the tiny eminence, he could only see a few scattered soldiers more than a league away. He sighed. " It is written," he said, " that I am never to see that good kind woman again." He went to a farm which he had noticed in the distance, on the right of the road. Without dismounting, he fed his poor horse with oats, which he had paid for beforehand. It was so starving that it actually bit at the manger. An hour later he was trotting along the high road, still in the vague hope that he might find the cantiniere, or at all events come across Corporal Aubry. As he pushed steadily forward, looking about on every side, he came to a marshy stream, spanned by a narrow wooden bridge. Near the entrance to the bridge, and on the right side of the road, stood a lonely house, which displayed the sign of the White Horse. " I'll have my dinner there," said Fabrizio to himself. Beside the bridge was a cavalry officer with his arm in a sling. He was sitting on his horse, and looked very sad. 10 paces from him, 3 dismounted troopers were busy with their pipes. " Those fellows," said Fabrizio to himself, " look very much as if they might be inclined to buy my horse even cheaper than the price I've paid for him." The wounded officer and the 3 men on foot were watching him, and seemed to be waiting for him. " I really ought to avoid that bridge and follow the river bank on the right. That's what the cantiniere would advise me to do, to get out of the difficulty." " Yes," said our hero to himself, " but if I take to flight I shall be ashamed of it to-morrow. Besides, my horse has good legs, and the officer's horse is probably tired out. If he tries to dismount me, I'll take to my heels." Reasoning thus, Fabrizio shook his horse together, and rode on as slowly as possible. " Come on, hussar !" shouted the officer, with a voice of authority. Fabrizio came on a few steps, and then halted. " Do you want to take my horse from me ?" he called out. " Not a bit of it. Come on !" Fabrizio looked at the officer. His moustache was white, he had the most honest face imaginable, the handkerchief which supported his left arm was covered with blood, and his right hand was also wrapped in a bloody bandage. " It's those men on foot who will snatch at the horse's bridle," thought Fabrizio. But when he looked closer he saw that the men on foot were wounded as well. " In the name of all that's honourable," said the officer, who wore a colonel's epaulettes, " keep watch here, and tell every dragoon, light cavalryman, and hussar you may see that Colonel Le Baron is in the inn here, and that he orders them to report themselves to him." The old colonel looked broken-hearted. His very first words had won our hero's heart, and he replied very sensibly, " I'm very young, sir. Perhaps nobody would listen to me. I ought to have a written order from you." " He's right," said the colonel, looking hard at him. " Write the order, La Rose. You can use your right hand." Without a word, La Rose drew a little parchment-covered book from his pocket, wrote a few words, tore out the leaf, and gave it to Fabrizio. The colonel repeated his orders, adding that Fabrizio would be relieved after 2 hours, as was only fair, by one of the wounded soldiers who were with him. This done, he went into the tavern with his men. Fabrizio, so greatly had he been struck by the silent and dreary sorrow of the 3 men, sat motionless at the end of the bridge, watching them disappear. " They were like enchanted genii," said he to himself. At last he opened the folded paper and read the following order: Colonel Le Baron, 6th Dragoons, commanding the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Cavalry Division of the 14th Corps, orders all cavalry, dragoons, light cavalrymen, and hussars not to cross the bridge, and to report themselves to him at his headquarters, the White Horse Tavern, close to the bridge. Dated, Headquarters, close to the bridge over the Sainte, June 19th, 1815. Signed, for Colonel Le Baron, wounded in the right arm, by his orders, Sergeant Larose. Fabrizio had hardly kept guard on the bridge for half an hour, when 6 light cavalrymen, mounted, and 3 on foot, approached him. He gave them the colonel's order. " We are coming back," said 4 of the mounted men, and they crossed the bridge at full trot. By that time Fabrizio was engaged with the 2 others. While the altercation grew warmer, the 3 men on foot slipped over the bridge. One of the 2 remaining mounted men ended by asking to see the order, and carried it off, saying, " I'll take it to my comrades, who are sure to come back. You wait patiently for them." And he galloped off with his companion after him. The whole thing was done in an instant. Fabrizio, in a fury, beckoned to one of the wounded soldiers, who had appeared at one of the tavern windows. The man, whom Fabrizio observed to be wearing a sergeant's stripes, came downstairs and shouted as he drew near him, " Draw your sword, sir! Don't you know you're on duty?" Fabrizio obeyed, and then said, " They've carried off the order." " They're still savage over yesterday's business," answered the other drearily. " I'll give you one of my pistols. If they break through again, fire it in the air, and I'll come down, or the colonel will make his appearance." Fabrizio had noticed the gesture of surprise with which the sergeant had received the intelligence that the order had been carried off. He had realized that the incident was a personal insult to himself, and was resolved that nothing of the sort should happen in future. He had gone back proudly to his post, armed with the sergeant's pistol, when he saw 7 hussars come riding up. He had placed himself across the entrance to the bridge. He gave them the colonel's order, which vexed them very much. The boldest tried to get across. Fabrizio, obeying the wise advice of his friend the cantiniere, who had told him the previous morning that he must cut and not thrust, lowered the point of his big straight sword, and made as though he would have run through anybody who disobeyed the order. " Ha! The greenhorn wants to kill us, as if we had not been killed enough yesterday." They all drew their swords and fell upon Fabrizio. He gave himself up for dead, but he remembered the look of surprise on the sergeant's face, and resolved he would not be despised a second time. He backed slowly over his bridge, trying to thrust with his point as he went. He looked so queer with his great straight cavalry sword, much too heavy for him, and which he did not know how to handle, that the hussars soon saw who they had to deal with. Then they tried not to wound him, but to cut his coat off his back. He thus received 3 or 4 small sword cuts on the arm. Meanwhile, faithful to the cantiniere's advice, he kept on thrusting with all his might. Unluckily, one of his lunges wounded a hussar in the hand. The man, furious at being touched by such a soldier, replied with a violent thrust, which wounded Fabrizio in the thigh. The wound was all the deeper because our hero's charger, instead of escaping from the melee, seemed to delight in it, and to throw himself deliberately on the assailants. The hussars, seeing Fabrizio's blood running down his right arm, were afraid they had gone too far, and forcing him over to the left parapet of the bridge, they galloped off. The instant Fabrizio was free for a moment, he fired his pistol in the air to warn the colonel. 4 mounted hussars and 2 on foot belonging to the same regiment as the last had been coming toward the bridge, and were still 200 paces off when the pistol shot rang out. They were carefully watching what happened on the bridge, and thinking Fabrizio had fired upon their comrades, the 4 mounted men galloped down upon him, brandishing their swords. It was a regular charge. Colonel Le Baron, summoned by the pistol shot, opened the tavern door, rushed onto the bridge just as the hussars galloped up to it, and himself ordered them to halt. " There's no colonel here," cried one of the men, and he spurred his horse. The colonel, in his anger, broke off his remonstrance, and seized the rein of the horse on the off side with his wounded hand. " Halt, sir !" he cried to the hussar. " I know you. You belong to Captain Henrier's company." Very well, then. Let the captain give me his orders. Captain Henriet was killed yesterday," he added with a sneer, "and you may go and be damned." As he spoke, he tried to force his way through, and knocked over the old colonel, who fell in a sitting posture on the floor of the bridge. Fabrizio, who was 2 paces farther on the bridge, but facing the tavern, urged his horse furiously forward, and while the hussar's horse overthrew the colonel, who still clung to the off rein, he thrust vehemently and angrily at its rider. Luckily the man's horse, which was dragged downward by the bridle, onto which the colonel was still hanging, started to one side, so that the long blade of Fabrizio's heavy cavalry sword slipped along the hussar's waistcoat, and came right out under his nose. The hussar, in his fury, turned round and hacked at Fabrizio with all his strength, cutting through his sleeve and making a deep wound in his arm. Our hero tumbled off his horse. One of the dismounted hussars, seeing the 2 defenders of the bridge lying on the ground, seized his opportunity, sprang onto Fabrizio's horse, and would have galloped it off the bridge and away, but the sergeant, who had hurried up from the tavern, had seen his colonel fall, and believed him to be seriously wounded. He ran after Fabrizio's horse, and plunged the point of his sword into the thief's back, so that he too fell. Then the hussars, seeing nobody but the sergeant standing on the bridge, galloped across it and rode rapidly away. The sergeant went to look after the wounded. Fabrizio had already picked himself up. He was not in much pain, but he was losing a great deal of blood. The colonel rose to his feet more slowly. He was quite giddy from his fall, but he was not wounded at all. " The only thing that hurts me," he said to his sergeant, " is the old wound in my hand." The hussar whom the sergeant had wounded was dying. " The devil may take him," cried the colonel. " But," said he to the sergeant and the 2 other troopers who now hurried up, " look after this boy whose life I did wrong to endanger. I will stay at the bridge myself, and try to stop these madmen. Take the young fellow to the inn, and dress his arm. Use one of my shirts for bandages." Chapter 5. Of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. The whole affair had not lasted more than a minute. Fabrizio's wounds were of the most trifling description. His arm was bound up in strips torn off one of the colonel's shirts. He was offered a bed in the upper story of the inn. " But while I am lying comfortably here," said Fabrizio to the sergeant, " my horse will feel lonely in the stable, and he may take himself off with another master." " Not bad for a recruit," said the sergeant, and he settled Fabrizio on some clean straw in the very manger to which his horse was tied. Then, as Fabrizio felt very faint, he brought him a bowl of hot wine, and talked to him for a while. Certain compliments included in this conversation made our hero feel as happy as a king. It was near daybreak on the following morning when Fabrizio awoke. The horses were neighing long and loud, and making a terrible racket. The stable was full of smoke. At first Fabrizio could make nothing of the noise, and did not even realize where he was. At last, when the smoke had half stifled him, it struck him that the house was on fire. In the twinkling of an eye he was out of the stable and on his horse's back. He looked up and saw the smoke pouring out of the 2 windows above the stable, and the roof of the house hidden in a black whirling cloud. A good 100 fugitives had reached the tavern during the night, and all of them were shouting and swearing at once. The 5 or 6 who were close to Fabrizio seemed to him to be completely drunk. One of them tried to stop him, shouting, " Where are you taking my horse?" When Fabrizio had gone about a quarter of a league, he looked back. Nobody was following him. The house was blazing. He recognized the bridge, thought of his wound, and touched his arm, which felt hot and tight in the bandages. And what had become of the old colonel? " He gave his shirt to bind up my arm." That morning our hero was the coolest and most collected man in the world. The quantities of blood he had lost had washed all the romantic qualities out of his character. " To the right," said he, " and let us be off." He quietly followed the course of the river, which, after passing under the bridge, flowed toward the right side of the road. He remembered the good cantiniere's advice. " What true friendship," said he to himself. " What an honest soul !" After an hour he began to feel very weak. " Now then," he thought, " am I going to faint? If I faint, somebody will steal my horse, and perhaps my clothes, and with my clothes my valuables." He had not strength to guide his horse, and was doing his best to keep steady in the saddle, when a peasant digging in a field hard by the high road noticed his pallor, and offered him a glass of beer and a bit of bread. " Seeing you so pale," said the man, " I thought you might have been wounded in the great battle." Never did help come more in the nick of time. When Fabrizio began to chew that morsel of black bread, his eyes had begun to sting when he looked in front of him. When he had pulled himself together a little, he thanked his benefactor. " And where am I ?" he inquired. The peasant informed him that 3/4 of a league farther on he would find the little town of Zonders, where he would be well cared for. Fabrizio reached the town without well knowing what he was doing, his only care being how not to fall off at every step his horse took. He saw a big gate standing open, and rode through it. It led to a tavern, the Currycomb. The good-natured mistress of the house, an exceedingly fat woman, ran forward, calling for help in a voice that shook with pity. Two young girls assisted Fabrizio to dismount. Before he was well out of his saddle he fainted dead away. A surgeon was summoned, and he was bled. On that day and those following it he hardly knew what was being done to him. He slept almost incessantly. The puncture in his leg threatened to turn into a serious abscess. Whenever he was in his senses, he begged that care might be taken of his horse, and frequently reiterated that he would pay well, which mightily offended the good hostess and her daughters. He had been admirably tended for a fortnight, and was beginning to collect his thoughts a little, when he noticed one evening that his nurses seemed very much disturbed. Presently a German officer entered his room. The language in which his questions were answered was one which Fabrizio did not understand, but he clearly perceived that he himself was the subject of the conversation. He pretended to be asleep. Some time afterward, when he thought the officer must have departed, he called his hostess. " Did not that officer come to write my name down on a list and take me prisoner?" With tears in her eyes, his hostess admitted the fact. " Well, then," he cried, raising himself up in his bed, " there's money in my pocket. Buy me civilian clothes, and this very night I'll ride away. You've saved my life once already by taking me in when I should have fallen and died in the street. Save it again by helping me to get back to my mother." At this point the landlady's daughters both burst into tears. They trembled for Fabrizio's safety, and as they could hardly understand any French, they came close to his bed to question him. They held a discussion with their mother in Flemish, but every moment their wet eyes turned pityingly upon our hero. He thought, he gathered, that his flight might compromise them seriously, but that they were ready to take the risk. He clasped his hands together and thanked them earnestly. A local Jew undertook to provide him with a suit of clothes, but when he brought it, about 10 o'clock that night, the young ladies discovered, by comparing the coat with Fabrizio's hussar jacket, that it was a great deal too large for him. They set to work on it at once. There was no time to be lost. Fabrizio showed them several napoleons hidden in his garments, and begged them to sew them into those which had just been bought. With the suit, the Jew had brought a fine pair of new boots. Fabrizio did not hesitate to ask the kind-hearted girls to cut open his hussar boots at the place he showed them, and his little diamonds were soon hidden in the lining of his new footgear. A singular result of his loss of blood, and his consequent weakness, was that Fabrizio had almost entirely forgotten his French. He talked to his hostesses in Italian, and as they spoke nothing but their Flemish patois, intercourse was really carried on solely by signs. When the young girls, perfectly disinterested as they were, beheld the diamonds, their admiration for our hero knew no bounds. They were convinced he was a prince in disguise. Aniken, the younger and more artless of the two, kissed him without further ceremony. Fabrizio, for his part, thought them charming, and toward midnight, when, in consideration of the journey he was about to take, the surgeon had allowed him to drink a little wine, he was half inclined not to depart at all. " Where could I be better off than I am here ?" he said. Nevertheless, about 2 o'clock in the morning, he got up and dressed. Just as he was leaving his room, the kindly hostess informed him that his horse had been carried off by the officer who had searched the house a few hours previously. " Ah, the blackguard !" cried Fabrizio, " to play such a trick on a wounded man." And he began to swear. Our young Italian was not enough of a philosopher to recollect the price he himself had paid for the horse. Aniken told him, through her tears, that a horse had been hired for him. If she could have had her will, he would not have started at all. The parting was a tender one. Two tall young fellows, the good landlady's kinsmen, lifted Fabrizio into his saddle and walked along, holding him up, while a third preceded the little party by a few hundred paces, on the lookout for any suspicious patrol upon the road. After 2 hours' journey, a halt was made at the house of a cousin of the hostess of the currycomb. In spite of all Fabrizio could say, he could not induce the young men to leave him. Nobody, they declared, knew the paths through the forest as well as they. " But to-morrow morning, when my escape becomes known, and you are not seen in the neighbourhood, your absence will get you into trouble," urged Fabrizio. A fresh start was made, and by good luck, when daylight came, a heavy fog shrouded the plain. Toward 8 o'clock in the morning they were near a small town. One of the young men went on to see whether the post horses had all been stolen. The postmaster had been able to hide them, and to fill up his stable with vile screws instead. 2 horses were fetched out of the swamps where they had been concealed, and 3 hours later Fabrizio clambered into a little cabriolet, shabby enough, but drawn by 2 excellent posters. He felt stronger already. His parting with the hostess's young kinsman was pathetic in the extreme. Never, not under one of the friendly pretexts Fabrizio could invent, could he induce them to accept a halfpenny. " In your condition, sir, you need it much more than we do," was the honest young fellow's invariable reply. They departed at last, bearing letters in which Fabrizio, somewhat steadied by the excitement of his journey, had endeavoured to express all he felt for his benefactresses. The tears were in his eyes as he wrote, and in his letter to little Aniken some love passages certainly occurred. Nothing extraordinary happened during the rest of his journey. When he reached Amiens, the sword thrust in his thigh was causing him great suffering. The country surgeon had not thought of keeping the wound open, and in spite of the bleeding an abscess had formed. During the fortnight Fabrizio spent in the inn at Amiens, kept by an obsequious and covetous family, the Allies were overrunning France, and so deeply did our hero reflect upon his late experiences that he became another man. There was only one point on which he still remained a child. Had the fighting he had seen really been a battle? And second, was it the Battle of Waterloo? For the first time in his life he found pleasure in reading. He was always hoping to discover in the newspapers, or the descriptions of the battle, something which would enable him to recognize the ground he had ridden over with Marshal Ney's and the other general's escort. During his stay at Amiens, he wrote almost every day to his good friends of the Currycomb Inn. As soon as he was cured, he went to Paris. At his former hotel he found 20 letters from his mother and his aunt, all beseeching him to return as quickly as possible. The last one from the Countess Pietranera was couched in a sort of enigmatic tone, which alarmed him very much. This letter dispelled all his tender dreams. To a man of his nature a word sufficed to stir up apprehensions of the gravest kind, and his imagination immediately depicted misfortunes aggravated by the most gruesome details. " Be careful not to sign your letters when you write us news of yourself," said the countess. " When you return you must not come straight to the Lake of Como. Stop in Swiss territory at Lugano." He was to arrive at that little town under the name of Cavi. There, at the principal inn, he was to find his aunt's manservant, who would tell him what he was to do next. The countess closed her letter with the following words: " Use every means to conceal the folly you have committed, and above all, keep no paper, whether written or printed, about you. In Switzerland you will be surrounded by the friends of Saint Marguerite." * This name, thanks to Signor Pellico, is known all over Europe. It is that of the street in Milan in which the Ministry of Police and the prisons are situated. If I have money enough, I will send somebody to the Hotel des Balances at Geneva, to give you details which I cannot write. and which, nevertheless, you must have before you arrive. But for God's sake, not another day in Paris. Our spies there will recognize you." Fabrizio's imagination began to picture the most extraordinary things, and the only pleasure of which he was capable was that of trying to guess what the amazing fact might be with which his aunt desired to acquaint him. Twice during his journey across France he was arrested, but each time he contrived to obtain his release. These annoyances he owed to his Italian passport and that strange title of dealer in barometers, which tallied so ill with his useful countenance and his arm in a sling. At Geneva, at last, he met one of his aunt's serving men, who told him, from her, that he, Fabrizio, had been denounced to the Milanese police as having gone over to Napoleon with proposals formulated by a huge conspiracy organized in his late kingdom of Italy. If this was not the object of his journey, said his accuser, why should he have taken a false name? His mother would endeavour to prove the truth. Firstly, that he had never gone beyond Switzerland, and secondly, that he had left the castle hastily in consequence of a quarrel with his elder brother. When Fabrizio heard the story, his first feeling was one of pride. I have been taken for a sort of ambassador to Napoleon. I am supposed to have had the honour of speaking to that great man. Would to God it had been so. He recollected that his ancestor 7 generations back, grandson of that Valserra who had come to Milan with Sforza, underwent the honour of having his head cut off by the duke's enemies, who laid hands upon him as he was going into Switzerland, to carry proposals to the cantons and to collect recruits. He could see in his mind's eye the engraving recording this fact in the family genealogy. When Fabrizio cross-questioned the manservant, he found him in a fury about a matter which he let slip at last, in spite of the fact that the countess had told him several times over to hold his tongue about it. It was Fabrizio's elder brother, Ascanio, who had denounced him to the Milanese police. This cruel fact threw our hero into a state bordering on madness. To get into Italy from Geneva, it was necessary to pass through Lausanne. He insisted on starting instantly, on foot, and walking 10 or 12 leagues, although the diligence from Geneva to Lausanne was to depart within 2 hours. Before he left Geneva, he had a quarrel in one of the dreary cafes of the place with a young man who, so he declared, had looked at him strangely. It was perfectly true. The phlegmatic, sensible young citizen, who never thought of anything but making money, believed him to be mad. When Fabrizio entered the cafe, he had cast wild glances about him on every side, and then spilled the cup of coffee he had ordered over his trousers. In this quarrel, Fabrizio's first instinctive movement was quite in the style of the 16th century. Instead of suggesting a duel to the young Genevan, he drew his dagger and threw himself upon him to strike him. In that moment of fury, Fabrizio forgot everything he had learned concerning the code of honour, and fell back on the instinct, or should I rather say on the memories of his early boyhood. The confidential servant whom he met at Lugano increased his rage by relating fresh details. Fabrizio was very much loved at Grianta, and nobody would ever have mentioned his name. But for his brother's spiteful proceeding, everyone would have pretended to believe that he was at Milan, and the attention of the police would never have been drawn to his absence. "You may be quite certain that the customs officers hold a description of your appearance," said his aunt's messenger, "and if we travel by the high road you will be stopped on the frontier." Fabrizio and his attendants knew every mountain path between Lugano and the Lake of Como. They disguised themselves as hunters, in other words, as smugglers, and as they were 3 together, and resolute-looking fellows into the bargain, the customs officers they met did no more than greet them civilly. Fabrizio arranged matters so as to arrive at the castle about midnight. At that hour his father and all the servants with powdered heads were sure to be safe in their beds. Without any difficulty he dropped into the deep ditch, and entered the castle by a small window opening out of a cellar. Here his mother and his aunt were awaiting him. Very soon his sisters joined them. For a long time they were all in such a transport of tenderness and tears that they had hardly begun to talk sensibly before the first rays of dawn warned these beings, who believed themselves unhappy, that time was slipping by. " I hope your brother will not have suspected your return," said the Countess Pietranera. " I have hardly spoken to him since this fine prank of his, and his vanity did me the honour of being very much hurt. To-night, at supper, I condescended to address him. I had to find some pretext for hiding my wild delight, which might have roused his suspicions. Then, when I perceived how proud he was of this sham reconciliation, I took advantage of his satisfaction to make him drink a great deal more than was good for him, and he will certainly not have thought of lying in ambush to carry on his spying operations." " It's in your room that we must hide our hussar," said the marchesa. " He cannot start at once. We have not collected our thoughts sufficiently as yet, and we must choose the best way of throwing that terrible Milanese police off the scent." This idea was promptly put into practice. But on the following day the marchese and his eldest son remarked that the marchesa spent all her time in her sister's apartment. We will not depict the passion of joy and tenderness that filled these happy beings' hearts during the whole of that day. The Italian nature is much more easily wrung than ours by the suspicions and wild fancies born of a feverish imagination. But its joys, on the other hand, are far deeper than ours, and last much longer. During the whole of that day the countess and the marchesa were absolutely beside themselves. They made Fabrizio begin all his stories over and over again. At last, so difficult did any further concealment of their feelings from the sharp eyes of the marchese and his son Ascanio appear, that they decided to betake themselves to Milan, and there conceal their mutual ecstasy. The ladies took the usual boat belonging to the castle as far as Como. Any other course would have aroused innumerable suspicions. But when they reached the port of Como, the marchesa recollected that she had left papers of the most important description at Grianta. She sent the boatmen back at once, and they were thus deprived of all opportunity of noticing the manner in which the two ladies employed their time at Como. The moment the latter arrived, they hired one of the carriages that always stand near the high tower, built in the Middle Ages, which rises above the Milan gate, and started off at once, without giving the coachman time to speak to a soul. About a quarter of a league beyond the town they fell in with a young sportsman of their acquaintance, who, as they had no gentleman with them, was good-natured enough to attend them to the gates of Milan, whither he himself was bound, shooting on the way. Everything promised well, and the ladies were talking most merrily to the young traveller, when, just where the road bends round the base of the pretty hill and wood of San Giovanni, 3 gendarmes in disguise sprang to the horses' heads. " Ah," cried the marchesa, " my husband has betrayed us," and she fainted away. A sergeant of gendarmes, who had been standing somewhat in the background, approached the carriage. He stumbled as he walked, and spoke in a voice that was redolent of the tavern. " I am sorry to have to perform this duty, but I arrest you, General Fabio Conti." Fabrizio thought the sergeant was poking fun at him by calling him general. " I'll pay you out for this," thought he to himself. He had his eye on the gendarmes, and was watching his opportunity to leap from the carriage and take to his heels across the fields. The countess smiled at a venture, as I think, and then said to the sergeant, " But, my good sergeant, do you take this child of 16 years old to be General Conti?" " Are you not the general's daughter ?" said the sergeant. " Behold my father," said the countess, pointing to Fabrizio. The gendarmes broke into a roar of laughter. " Show your passports, and don't bandy words," said the sergeant, nettled by the general mirth. " These ladies never take any passport to go to Milan," said the coachman, with a cool and philosophic air. " They are coming from their house at Grianta. This one is the Countess Pietranera, and that one is the Marchesa del Dongo." The sergeant, quite put out of countenance, went to the horses' heads, and there held council with his men. The conference had lasted quite 5 minutes, when the countess begged the carriage might be moved a few paces farther into the shade. The heat was overwhelming, though it was only 11 o'clock in the day. Fabrizio, who had been looking about carefully in all directions with a view to making his escape, noticed, emerging from a field path which led on to the dusty road, a young girl of 14 or 15, with her handkerchief to her face, shedding frightened tears. She walked between 2 gendarmes in uniform, and 3 paces behind her, also flanked by gendarmes, came a tall, bony man, who gave himself dignified airs, like a prefect walking in a procession. " But where did you find them ?" said the sergeant, who now appeared quite drunk. " Running away across the fields, and not a passport between them." The sergeant seemed to have quite lost his bearings. He had 5 prisoners now, instead of the 2 he had been sent out to take. He retired a little distance, leaving only one man to look after the prisoner with the majestic demeanour, and another to keep the horses from moving on. " Stay here," whispered the countess to Fabrizio, who had already jumped out of the carriage. " It will all come right." They heard a gendarme exclaim, " What does it matter? If they have no passports, we have a right to take them up." The sergeant did not seem quite so sure. The name of Pietranera had alarmed him. He had known the general, and he was not aware of his death. The general, he reflected, is not the man to forego his vengeance if I arrest his wife without authority. During this deliberation, which was somewhat lengthy, the countess had entered into conversation with the young girl, who was still standing in the dust, on the road beside the carriage. She had been struck by her beauty. " The sun will do you harm, signorina. That honest soldier," she added, addressing the gendarme standing at the horses' heads, " will let you get into the carriage, I am sure." Fabrizio, who was prowling round the carriage, came forward to help the young lady into it. She had her foot on the step, and Fabrizio's hand was under her arm, when the imposing individual, who was standing 6 paces behind the carriage, called out, in a voice that his desire to look dignified made yet more rasping, " Stop on the road. Do not get into a carriage which does not belong to you." Fabrizio had not heard this order. The young girl, instead of trying to get up, tried to get down, and as Fabrizio still held her, she fell into his arms. He smiled, and she blushed deeply. For a moment after the girl had freed herself from his clasp, they stood looking into each other's eyes. " What a charming prison companion," said Fabrizio to himself. " What deep thoughts lie behind that brow! That woman would know how to love." The sergeant approached with an air of importance. " Which of these ladies is called Clelia Conti?" " I," said the young girl. " And I," exclaimed the elderly man, " I am General Fabio Conti, Chamberlain to His Serene Highness the Prince of Parma, and I think it most improper that a man of my position should be hunted like a thief." " The day before yesterday, when you embarked at the port of Como, did you not send the police inspector, who asked you for your passport, about his business? Well, to day the inspector prevents you from going about your business." " My boat had already pushed off from the shore. I was in a hurry, a storm was coming on, a man without a uniform shouted to me from the pier to come back into the port. I told him my name, and I went on my way." " And this morning you sneaked out of Como." " A man in my position does not take out a passport to go from Milan to see the lake. This morning, at Como, I was told I should be arrested at the gate. I left the town on foot with my daughter. I hoped I might meet with some carriage on the road which would take me to Milan, where my first visit will certainly be to the general commanding the province, to lay my complaint before him." The sergeant seemed relieved of a great weight. " Very good, general, you are under arrest, and I shall take you to Milan. And who are you?" he said, turning to Fabrizio. " My son," put in the countess, " Ascanio, son of General Pietranera." " Without a passport, madam? " said the sergeant, very much more politely. " He is so young. He has never had one. He never travels alone. He is always with me." While this colloquy was proceeding, General Conti had been growing more and more dignified, and more angry with the gendarmes. " Not so many words," said one of them at last. " You're arrested, and there's an end of it." " You'll be very lucky," said the sergeant, " if we give you leave to hire a horse from some peasant. Otherwise, in spite of the dust and heat, and your chamberlainship, you'll just march along among our horses." The general began to swear. " Will you hold your tongue?" said the gendarme. " Where's your uniform? Any man who chooses can say he's a general." The general grew more and more furious. In the carriage, meanwhile, matters were going far better. The countess was making all the gendarmes run about as if they had been her servants. She had just given one of them a crown to go and fetch her some wine, and above all some cool water, from a villa which stood about 200 paces off. She had found time to pacify Fabrizio, who was most anxious to bolt into the wood that clothed the hill. " I have 2 good pistols," he kept saying. She persuaded the angry general to let his daughter get into her carriage. On this occasion the general, who was fond of talking of himself and his family, informed the ladies that his daughter was only 12 years old, having been born on October 27th, 1803. but that she was so sensible that everyone took her for 14 or 15. Quite a common person was the verdict which the countess's eyes telegraphed to the marchesa's. In an hour's time, thanks to the former lady, everything was settled. One of the gendarmes, who had business in the adjoining village, hired his horse to General Conti, after the countess had told him he would have 10 francs for it. The sergeant departed alone with the general, and his comrades remained under a tree with 4 huge bottles of wine, which the gendarme, with the assistance of a peasant, had brought back from the villa. The worthy chamberlain authorized Clelia Conti to accept a seat in the ladies' carriage back to Milan, and the idea of arresting the gallant General Pietranera's son never entered into anybody's head. After the first moments devoted to general civilities, and remarks on the little incident just brought to a close, Clelia Conti noticed the touch of enthusiasm evident in the beautiful countess's manner when she spoke to Fabrizio. Clelia was sure she was not his mother. More especially was her attention attracted by the constant allusions to something bold, heroic, dangerous in the highest degree, which he had lately done. But what that might be, the young girl, clever as she was, could not divine. She gazed in wonder on the young hero, whose eyes still seemed to sparkle with the fire of action. He, on his side, was somewhat taken aback by the singular beauty of the 12-year-old girl, and his glances brought the colour to her cheeks. About a league from Milan, Fabrizio took leave of the ladies, saying he must go and see his uncle. " If ever I get out of my difficulties," said he, addressing Clelia, " I shall go and see the great pictures at Parma. Will you deign, then, to remember this name? Fabrizio del Dongo." " Very good," said the countess. " So that's how you keep your incognito. Signorina, be good enough to remember that this scamp is my son, and that his name is Pietranera, and not Del Dongo." That evening, very late, Fabrizio entered Milan by the Renza gate, which leads to a fashionable promenade. The very modest hoards amassed by the marchesa and her sister had been exhausted by the expense of sending servants into Switzerland. Luckily, Fabrizio still had a few napoleons, and one of the diamonds, which they decided to sell. The 2 ladies were much beloved, and knew everybody in the city. The leading members of the Austrian and religious party spoke to Baron Binder, the chief of the police, in Fabrizio's favour. These gentlemen could not understand, they declared, how the prank of a boy of 16, who had quarrelled with his elder brother and left his father's house, could be taken seriously. " My business is to take everything seriously," gently replied the baron, a wise and melancholy man. He was then engaged in organizing the far-famed Milan police, and had undertaken to prevent a revolution like that of 1746, which drove the Austrians out of Genoa. This Milanese police, which afterward became celebrated by its connection with the adventures of Pellico and Andriana, was not exactly cruel, but it carried laws of great severity into logical and pitiless execution. The Emperor Francis II was determined to strike terror into these bold Italian imaginations. " Give me," said Baron Binder to Fabrizio's friends, " the proved facts as to what the young Marchesino del Dongo has been doing every day from the moment he left Grianta, on the 8th of March, until his arrival last night in this city, where he is hidden in a room in his mother's apartment. And I am ready to look upon him as the most charming and frolicsome young fellow in the town. But if you cannot give me information as to the young man's goings and comings for every day since his departure from Grianta, is it not my duty to have him arrested, however high may be his birth, and however deep my respect for the friends of his family? And am I not bound to keep him in prison until he has proved to me that he did not convey a message to Napoleon from the few malcontents who may exist among his Majesty, the Emperor King's Lombard subjects? And further, gentlemen, note well that even if young Del Dongo contrives to justify himself on this score, he will still remain guilty of having gone abroad without a regular passport, and also of passing under a false name, and knowingly using a passport issued to a mere artisan, that is to say, to an individual of a class infinitely inferior to his own. This declaration, merciless in its logic, was accompanied by all that show of deference and respect due from the head of the police to the exalted position of the Marchesa del Dongo, and of the important personages who had come forward on her behalf. When the marchesa heard the baron's reply, she was in despair. " Fabrizio will be arrested," she exclaimed, bursting into tears, " and once he is in prison, God only knows when he will come out. His father will cast him off." The two ladies took counsel with two or three of their closest friends, and in spite of everything they said, the marchesa wished to insist on sending her son away the following night. " But," said the countess, " you must surely see that Baron Binder knows quite well that your son is here. He is not a spiteful man." " No, but he desires to please the Emperor Francis." " But if he thought he could serve his own ends by putting Fabrizio into prison, he would have done it already. And if you insist on the boy's taking to flight, you insult him by your want of confidence." " But the very fact that he admits he knows Fabrizio's whereabouts is as good as telling us to send him away. No, I shall never breathe freely as long as I can say to myself, ' In a quarter of an hour my boy may be shut up between four walls.' " Whatever Baron Binder's ambition may be," added the marchesa, " he thinks his personal position in this country will be strengthened by an affected consideration for a man of my husband's rank, and the strange frankness with which he avows that he knows where to lay hands on my son proves this to me. And besides, the baron calmly sets forth the two offences of which Fabrizio stands accused, according to his brother's vile denunciation, and explains that either of these entails imprisonment. Is not that as good as telling us that if we prefer exile to prison, we have only to choose it?" " If you choose exile," repeated the countess, " we shall never see the boy again." Fabrizio, who had been present at the whole discussion with one of the marchesa's oldest friends, now one of the councillors of the Austrian tribunal, was strongly in favour of making himself scarce, and that very evening, in fact, he left the palace, concealed in the carriage which was to convey his mother and aunt to the Scala. The coachman, whom they did not trust, betook himself, as usual, to a neighbouring tavern, and while the footman, a faithful servant, held the horses, Fabrizio, disguised as a peasant, slipped out of the carriage and out of the town. By the next morning he had crossed the frontier with equal success, and a few hours later he was safe in a country house belonging to his mother in Piedmont, near Novara, at a place called Romagnano, where Bayard met his death. The amount of attention bestowed by the two ladies on the theatrical performance after they reached their box may be easily conceived. They had only gone to the theatre to secure an opportunity of consulting several of their friends of the Liberal party, whose appearance at the Palazzo del Dongo would have stirred suspicion on the part of the police. The council in the box decided on making a fresh appeal to Baron Binder. There could be no question of offering money to the magistrate, who was a perfectly upright man. And besides, the ladies were very poor; they had obliged Fabrizio to take all the money remaining over from the sale of the diamond with him. Nevertheless, it was very important to know the baron's final word. The countess's friends reminded her of a certain Canon Borda, a very agreeable young man, who had formerly tried to pay her court, and had behaved in a somewhat shabby fashion to her. When he found his advances were rejected, he had gone to General Pietranera, had told him of his wife's friendship with Limercati, and was forthwith turned out of the house for his pains. Now the canon played cards every evening with Baroness Binder, and was, naturally, her husband's close friend. The countess made up her mind to the horribly disagreeable step of paying a visit to the canon, and the next morning early, before he had gone out, she appeared in his rooms. When the canon's only servant pronounced the name of the Countess Pietranera, his master was so agitated that his voice almost failed him, and he made no attempt to rearrange a morning costume of the most extreme simplicity. " Show the lady in, and then go," he said huskily. The countess entered the room, and Borda cast himself on his knees before her. " It is in this position only that an unhappy madman like myself can dare to receive your orders," said he to the countess, who looked irresistibly charming in her mourning dress, which was half a disguise. Her deep grief at the idea of Fabrizio's exile, and the violence she did her own feelings in appearing under the roof of a man who had once behaved like a traitor to her, combined to make her eyes shine with an extraordinary light. " It is in this position," cried the canon again, " that I must receive your orders. For some service you must desire of me, otherwise the poor dwelling of this unhappy madman would never have been honoured by your presence. Once upon a time, wild with love and jealousy, and seeing he had no chance of finding favour in your eyes, he played a coward's part towards you." The words were sincerely spoken, and were all the nobler because at that moment the canon was in a position of great power. The countess was touched to tears. Her heart had been frozen with humiliation and dread, but these feelings were replaced in an instant by a tender emotion and a ray of hope. From a condition of great misery she passed, in the twinkling of an eye, to one that was almost happiness. " Kiss my hand," she said, and she held it to the canon's lips, " and stand up. I have come to ask you to obtain mercy for my nephew Fabrizio. Here is the truth, without the smallest disguise, just as it should be told to an old friend. The boy, who is only 16 years and a half old, has committed an unspeakable folly. We were living at the castle of Grianta on the Lake of Como. One night, at 7 o'clock, a boat from Como brought us the news that the Emperor had landed in the Gulf of Juan. The next morning Fabrizio started for France, after having induced one of his humble friends, a dealer in barometers of the name of Vasi, to give him his passport. As he by no means looks like a dealer in barometers, he had hardly travelled 10 leagues through France when he was arrested. His outbursts of enthusiasm, expressed in very bad French, were thought suspicious. After some time he escaped and contrived to get to Geneva. We sent to meet him at Lugano. " At Geneva, you mean," said the canon, smiling. The countess finished her story. " Everything that is humanly possible I will do for you," replied the canon earnestly. " I place myself entirely at your orders. I will even risk imprudences," he added. " Tell me, what am I to do at this moment, when my poor room is to be bereft of the celestial vision which marks an epoch in the history of my life?" " You must go to Baron Binder. You must tell him you have loved Fabrizio from his babyhood, that you saw the child at the time of his birth, when you used to come to our house, and that you beseech Binder, in the name of his friendship for you, to set all his spies to discover whether, before Fabrizio departed into Switzerland, he ever had the shortest interview with any of the suspected Liberals. If the baron is at all decently served, he will be convinced that this whole business has been nothing but a childish freak. You know that when I lived in the Palazzo Dugnani, I had quantities of engravings of Napoleon's battles. My nephew learned to read from the inscriptions on those pictures. When he was only 5 years old, my poor husband would describe the battles to him. We used to put the general's helmet on the child's head, and he would drag his great sword about the room. Well, one fine day the boy hears that the man my husband worshipped, the Emperor, is back in France. Like the young madcap he is, he started off to join him, but he did not succeed. Ask your baron what punishment he can possibly inflict for that one moment of folly." " I was forgetting something," cried the canon. " You shall see that I am not quite unworthy of your gracious pardon. Here," he said, hunting about among the papers on his table, " here is the denunciation of that vil coltorto (hypocrite). Look! It is signed Ascanio Valserra del Dongo, which is at the bottom of the whole business. I got it yesterday in the police office, and I went to the Scala, hoping to meet somebody who was in the habit of going to your box, by whom I might send it to you. The copy of this paper reached Vienna long ago. This is the enemy we have to fight." The canon and the countess read the document together, and agreed that in the course of the day he was to send her a copy by a safe hand. Then the countess went back rejoicing to the Palazzo del Dongo. " No one could have behaved more perfectly than this man, who once behaved so ill," said she to the marchesa. " Tonight, at the Scala, when the theatre clock strikes 11:15, we will turn everybody out of our box, we will shut our door, and at 11 o'clock the canon will come himself and tell us what he has been able to do. This plan seemed to us the one least likely to compromise him." The canon was no fool. He took good care not to break his appointment, and having kept it, he gave proofs of a thorough kind-heartedness and absolute straightforwardness, rarely seen save in countries where vanity does not override every other feeling. His accusation of the Countess Pietranera to her own husband had caused him constant remorse, and he hailed the opportunity for atonement. That morning, when the countess left him, he had said to himself bitterly, " Now there she is, in love with her nephew," and his old wound was not healed. Otherwise, proud as she is, she would never have come to me. When poor Pietranera died, she refused all my offers of service with horror, though they were couched in the most polite terms, and transmitted to her by Colonel Scotti, who had been her lover. To think of the beautiful Pietranera living on 1,500 francs," he added, as he walked rapidly up and down his room, and then settling herself at Grianta with an odious seccatore like the Marchese del Dongo. But that is all explained now. That young Fabrizio is certainly very attractive. Tall, well built, with a face that is always gay, and what's better, with a sort of tender, voluptuous look about him. A Correggio face," added the canon bitterly. "The difference of age not too great, after all. Fabrizio was born after the French came here, about 98, I think. The countess may be 7 or 8 and 20. No woman could be prettier, more delightful. Even in this country, where there are so many lovely women, she beats them all, the Marini, the Gherardi, the Ruga, the Aresi, the Pietragrua. She is better looking than any of them. They were living happily together on the banks of that lovely lake of Como when the young man insisted on following Napoleon. Ah, there are hearts in Italy still, in spite of what everyone may do. Beloved country! No," he mused, and his breast swelled with jealousy. "There is no other possible means of explaining her willingness to vegetate in the country and endure the disgusting sight, every day and at every meal, of the Marchese del Dongo's hideous countenance, and the vile sallow face of the Marchesino Ascanio, who will be much worse than his father, on top of it. Ah, well, I will serve her faithfully. At all events, I shall have the satisfaction of seeing her nearer than through my opera glasses." Canon Borda explained the matter very clearly to the ladies. In his heart, Binder was disposed to do all he could for them. He was heartily glad that Fabrizio had taken himself off before definite orders had arrived from Vienna, for Baron Binder could decide nothing himself. On this matter, as on every other, he was obliged to wait for orders. Every day he sent an exact copy of all his information to Vienna and awaited the imperial reply. During his exile at Romagnano, Fabrizio was to be sure, in the first place, to go to mass every day, to choose some intelligent man, devoted to the cause of monarchy, as his confessor, and in confession to be careful to confide none but the most irreproachable sentiments to his ear. Secondly, he was not to consort with any man who had the reputation of being clever, and when occasion offered he was to speak of rebellion with horror, as a thing that should never be permitted. Thirdly, he was never to be seen in a cafe. He was never to read any newspaper except the Turin and Milan official gazettes. He was to express dislike of reading in general, and he was never to peruse any work printed later than 1720, the only possible exception being Sir Walter Scott's novels. And lastly, said the canon, with just a touch of spite, he must not fail to pay open court to some pretty woman in the district, one of noble birth, of course. That will prove he has none of the gloomy and discontented spirit of the juvenile conspirator. Before going to bed that night, the countess and the marchesa wrote Fabrizio 2 voluminous letters, which explained, with an anxiety that was most endearing, all the advice imparted by the canon. Fabrizio had not the slightest wish to conspire. He loved Napoleon, believed himself destined as a nobleman to be more fortunate than most men, and despised the whole middle class. Since he had left college he had never opened a book, and while there he had only read books arranged by the Jesuits. He took up his residence at some distance from Romagnano, in a magnificent palace which had been one of the masterpieces of the famous architect San Michele. But it had been left untenanted for 30 years, so that the rain came through all the ceilings, and there was not a window that would shut. He took possession of the agent's horses, and rode them all day long, just as it suited him. He never opened his lips, and thought a great deal. The suggestion that he should take a mistress in some ultra family tickled his fancy, and he obeyed it to the letter. He chose for his confessor a young and intriguing priest, who aimed at becoming a bishop, like the confessor of the Spielberg. Footnote: in Andriana's curious memoirs, which are as amusing as a fairy tale, and should be as immortal as the works of Tacitus. End of the footnote. But he travelled 3 leagues on foot, and wrapped himself in what he believed to be impenetrable mystery, so as to read the Constitutionnel, which he thought sublime, As fine as Alfieri and Dante, he would often exclaim. Fabrizio resembled young Frenchmen in this particular, that he thought much more about his horse and his newspaper than about his high-born mistress. But there was no room, as yet, for any imitation of others in that simple and steadfast soul, and he made no friends in the society to be found in the town of Romagnano. His simplicity was taken for pride. Nobody could understand his nature. " A younger son, who is discontented because he is not the eldest," said the parish priest. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6. We will honestly admit that the canon's jealousy was not utterly unfounded. When Fabrizio returned from France, he appeared in Countess Pietranera's eyes as a handsome stranger with whom she had once been intimately acquainted. If he had made love to her, she would have fallen in love with him, and the admiration she already nursed for both his person and his acts was passionate, and I might almost say unbounded. But Fabrizio kissed her with so much innocent gratitude and simple affection that she herself would have been horrified at the idea of seeking any other feeling in a regard that was almost filial. " After all," said the countess to herself, " some few old friends who knew me 6 years ago at the viceroy's court may still consider me pretty, and even young. But to this boy I am a respectable woman, and frankly, without any regard for my vanity, a middle-aged woman, too." The countess laboured under a certain illusion in regard to her time of life, but it was not the illusion of the ordinary woman. " Besides," she added, " at Fabrizio's age a man is inclined to exaggerate the effect produced by the ravages of time. Now, an older man than he—" The countess, who had been walking up and down her drawing room, paused before a mirror and smiled. My readers must be informed that for several months past serious siege had been laid to Gina Pietranera's heart, and that by a man quite out of the ordinary category. A short time after Fabrizio's departure for France, the countess, who, though she did not quite acknowledge it to herself, was already very much interested in him, had fallen into a condition of the deepest melancholy. All her former occupations seemed to have lost their attraction, and, if I may so describe it, their flavour. She told herself that Napoleon, in his desire to win the affections of the Italian people, would certainly take Fabrizio for his aide-de-camp. " He's lost to me," she exclaimed, weeping. " I shall never see him again. He will write to me, but what can I be to him 10 years hence?" While she was in this frame of mind, she made a trip to Milan in the hope of obtaining more direct news of Napoleon, and possibly further news of Fabrizio. Though she did not admit it, her eager soul was growing very weary of the monotony of her country life. " I do not live there," she said to herself. " I only keep myself from dying." She shuddered at the thought of the powdered heads she must behold every day, her brother, her nephew Ascanio, and their serving men. What would her trips on the lake be without Fabrizio? The affection that bound her to the marchesa was her only consolation. But for some time past her intimacy with Fabrizio's mother, who was older than herself, and had no future outlook, had brought her less satisfaction. Such was the Countess Pietranera's peculiar position. Now that Fabrizio was gone, she expected but little future happiness, and she hungered for consolation and for novelty. When she reached Milan, she developed a passionate fondness for the opera then in fashion. She shut herself up alone for long hours at a stretch in her old friend's, General Scotti's, box at the Scala. The men whose acquaintance she sought, in the hope of obtaining news of Napoleon and his army, struck her as coarse and vulgar. When she came home at night, she would extemporize on her piano till 3 o'clock in the morning. One evening she went to the Scala, and was sitting in a box belonging to one of her lady friends, whither she had gone to try and gather news from France. The minister of Parma, Count Mosca, was presented to her. He was an agreeable man, who spoke of France and of Napoleon in a manner which made her heart thrill afresh with hope and fear. The following day she returned to the same box. The clever statesman returned also, and during the whole of the performance she talked to him, and found pleasure in the conversation. Never, since Fabrizio's departure, had she thought an evening so enjoyable. The man who thus diverted her thoughts, Count Mosca della Rovere Sorezana, was then Minister of War, of Police, and of Finance to Ernest IV, that famous Prince of Parma, so celebrated for his severity, which Milanese liberals termed cruelty. Mosca might have been 40 or 45 years of age. He was a large-featured man, without a vestige of self-importance, and a simple, cheery manner, which prepossessed people in his favour. He would have been very good-looking if his master's whim had not obliged him to powder his hair, as an earnest of the propriety of his political views. In Italy, where the fear of wounding the vanity of others is little felt, people soon fall into intimacy and proceed to make personal remarks. The corrective for this habit consists in not meeting again, if feelings happen to be hurt. " Tell me, Count," said Countess Pietranera on the third occasion of their meeting, " why do you wear powder? "" Powder on a man like you, delightful, still young, and who fought with us in Spain." " Because I brought no booty away with me from Spain. After all, a man must live. I was mad for glory. One word of praise from Gouvion Saint-Cyr, the French general who commanded us, was all I cared for in those days. When Napoleon fell, I discovered that while I had been spending all my fortune in his service, my father, who had a lively imagination and dreamed of seeing me a general, had been building me a palace at Parma. And in 1813 I discovered that the whole of my worldly wealth consisted of a big unfinished palace and a pension. A pension? 3,500 francs, I suppose, like my poor husband's. Count Pietranera was a full general. My poor major's pension was never more than 800 francs, and until I became Minister of Finance I was never paid even that. As the only other occupant of the box was its owner, a lady of exceedingly liberal opinions, the conversation was continued in the same strain of intimacy. In answer to the countess's questions, Count Mosca spoke of his life at Parma. " In Spain, under General Saint-Cyr, I braved volleys of musketry fire for the sake of the Cross of Honour, and afterward to win a little glory. Now I dress myself up like a character in a comedy to secure a great establishment and a certain number of 1,000 francs. When I played my first moves in this game of chess, the insolence of my superiors nettled me, and I resolved to reach one of the highest places. I have gained my object, but my happiest days are always those I am able to spend, now and then, at Milan. Here, as it seems to me, the heart of the old army of Italy still throbs." The frankness and disinvoltura with which the minister referred to so greatly dreaded a prince piqued the countess's curiosity. She had expected to meet a self-important pedant. Instead of that, she found a man who seemed rather ashamed of his solemn position. Mosca had promised to keep her informed of all the news from France he could collect. This was a great indiscretion for anyone living at Milan the month before Waterloo. At that moment the fate of Italy hung in the balance, and everyone in Milan was in a fever of hope or fear. In the midst of the universal agitation, the countess made inquiries concerning the man who spoke thus lightly of a position so universally envied, and one which was his own sole subsistence. She learned things that were curious, whimsical, and interesting. Count Mosca della Rovere Sorezana, she was told, is on the point of becoming the Prime Minister and acknowledged favourite of Ernest IV, absolute ruler of the state of Parma, and one of the richest princes in Europe into the bargain. The count could already have attained this supreme position if he would only have assumed a more serious demeanour. The prince, it is said, has frequently remonstrated with him on this point. " How can my ways matter to your Highness," he answers boldly, " so long as I transact your business?" " The favourite's good fortune," continued her informant, " is not without its thorns. He has to please a sovereign who, though certainly a man of sense and cleverness, appears to have lost his head since the day he ascended to an absolute throne, and who, for instance, nurses suspicions really unworthy even of a woman. Ernest IV's bravery is limited to that he has displayed in war. 20 times over, and in the most gallant fashion, he has led a column to the attack. But since his father, Ernest III, has died, and he himself has taken up his residence within his dominions, where, unluckily for himself, he enjoys unlimited power, he has begun to hold forth in the wildest way against liberals and liberty. He soon took it into his head that his subjects hated him, and at last, in a fit of temper, and egged on by a wretch by the name of Rassi, a sort of minister of justice, he caused 2 liberals, whose guilt was probably of the slightest, to be hanged. Since that fatal moment, the sovereign's whole life seems changed, and he is harried by the most extraordinary suspicions. He is not yet 50, but terror has so degraded him, if one may so describe it, that when he begins to talk about the Jacobins and the plans of their Central Committee in Paris, his face grows like that of a man of 90, and he falls back into all the fanciful terrors of babyhood. His favourite, Rassi, the head of his judicial department, or chief justice, has no influence except through his master's terrors. As soon as he begins to tremble for his own credit, he instantly discovers some fresh conspiracy of the blackest and most fanciful description. If 30 imprudent souls meet to read a number of the Constitutionnel, Rassi declares they are conspiring, and sends them as prisoners to that famous citadel of Parma, which is the terror of the whole of Lombardy. As this citadel is very high, 180 feet, they say, it is seen from an immense distance all over the huge plain, and the outline of the prison, about which horrible stories are told, frowns like a merciless sovereign over the whole tract of country from Milan to Bologna. "Would you believe it?" said another traveller to the countess. "At night Ernest IV sits shivering with terror in his room on the 3rd story of his palace, where he is guarded by 80 sentries, who shout a whole sentence instead of a password every quarter of an hour. With 10 bolts shot on each of his doors, and the rooms above and below his apartments filled with soldiers, he is still terrified of the Jacobins. If a board in the floor creaks, he snatches at his pistols and is convinced a Liberal must be hidden underneath his bed. Instantly every bell in the castle begins to ring, and an aide-de-camp hurries off to wake Count Mosca. When the Minister of Police reaches the castle, he knows better than to deny the existence of the conspiracy. Armed to the teeth, he and the prince go alone round every corner of the apartments, look under all the beds, and, in a word, perform a number of ridiculous antics worthy of an old woman. In those happy days when the prince was a soldier and had never killed a man except in war, all these precautions would have struck him as exceedingly degrading. Being an exceedingly intelligent and clever man, he is really ashamed of them. Even at the moment of taking them, they appear ridiculous to him. And the secret of Count Mosca's immense credit is that he applies all his skill to prevent the prince from ever feeling ashamed in his presence. It is he, Mosca, who, as Minister of Police, insists on search being made under every bit of furniture, and, as people at Parma declare, even in musical instrument cases. It is the prince who objects and jokes his minister on his extreme punctiliousness. "This is a matter of honour to me," Mosca replies. "Think of the satirical sonnets the Jacobins would rain down upon us if we let them kill you. We have to defend not only your life, but our own reputation." Still, the prince appears to be only half taken in by it all, for if anyone in the town ventures to say there has been a sleepless night in the castle, Rassi forthwith sends the unseasonable joker to the citadel, and once the prisoner is shut up in that high and airy dwelling, it is only by a miracle that anyone recollects his existence. It is because Mosca is a soldier who, during the Spanish campaign, saved his own life 20 times over, pistol in hand and surrounded by pitfalls, that the prince prefers him to Rassi, who is far more pliable and cringing. The unhappy prisoners in the citadel are kept in the most strict and solitary confinement. All sorts of stories are current about them. The Liberals declare that Rassi has invented a plan whereby the jailers and confessors are ordered to convince them that almost every month one of them is led out to execution. On that day they are allowed to mount onto the terrace of the huge tower, 180 feet high, and thence they see a departing procession, in which a spy represents the poor wretch supposed to be going out to meet his fate. These tales, and a score more of the same nature, and not less authentic, interested the countess deeply. The day after hearing them, she questioned the count and jested at his answers. She thought him most entertaining, and kept assuring him that he certainly was a monster, though he might be unconscious of the fact. One day, as the count was going home to his inn, he said to himself, " Not only is the Countess Pietranera a charming woman, but when I spend the evening in her box I contrive to forget certain things at Parma, the memory of which stabs me to the heart." This minister, in spite of his lively air and brilliant manners, had not the soul of a Frenchman. He did not know how to forget his sorrows. When there was a thorn in his pillow, he was forced to break it and wear it down by thrusting it into his own throbbing limbs. I must apologize for introducing this sentence, translated from the Italian. The morning following on his discovery, the count became aware that in spite of the business which had called him to Milan, the day was extraordinarily long. He could not stay quiet anywhere, and tired his carriage horses out. Toward 6 o'clock he rode out to the Corso. He had hoped he might have met the Countess Pietranera there. He could not see her, and recollected that the Scala opened at 8 o'clock. Thither he betook himself, and did not find more than 10 persons in the whole of the great building. He felt quite shy at being there. " Can it be," he mused, " that at 45 I am committing follies for which a subaltern officer would blush? Luckily nobody suspects it." He fled, and tried to pass away the time by walking about the pretty streets in the neighbourhood of the Scala. They are full of cafes, which at that hour are teeming with customers. In front of each, a crowd of idlers sits on chairs, spreading right out onto the street, eating ices and criticizing the passers-by. The count was a passer-by of considerable notoriety, and he had the pleasure of being recognized and accosted. 3 or 4 importunate individuals, of that class which it is not easy to shake off, seized this opportunity of obtaining an audience from the powerful minister. 2 of them thrust petitions into his hands, a third contented himself with giving him long-winded advice as to his political conduct. So clever a man as I am must not go to sleep, and a person so powerful as I should not walk in the streets, he reflected. He went back to the theatre, and it occurred to him to take a box on the 3rd tier. Thence he could gaze unnoticed right into the box on the 2nd tier, in which he hoped to see the countess appear. 2 full hours of waiting did not seem too long to this man who was in love. Safely screened from his observation, he gave himself up to the enjoyment of his passionate dream. " What is old age ?" he said to himself. " Surely, above all other things, it means that the capacity for this exquisite foolery is lost." At last the countess made her appearance. Through his opera glasses he watched her adoringly. " Young, brilliant, blithe as a bird," he said. " She does not look 25. Her beauty is the least of her charms. Where else could I discover a creature of such perfect sincerity, one whose actions are never governed by prudence, who gives herself up bodily to the feelings of the moment, and asks nothing better than to be whirled off by some fresh object? I can understand all Count Nani's wild behaviour." The count gave himself excellent reasons for his extravagant feelings, so long as he only thought of attaining the happiness he saw before his eyes. But his arguments were not so cogent when he began to consider his own age, and the anxieties, some of them gloomy enough, which clouded his existence. A clever man, whose terrors override his intelligence, gives me a great position and large sums of money for acting as his minister. But supposing he were to dismiss me to-morrow, I should be nothing but an elderly and needy man, in other words, just the sort of man that everyone is inclined to despise. A nice sort of individual to offer to the countess. These thoughts were too dreary, and he turned his eyes once more upon the object of his affections. He was never tired of gazing at her, and he refrained from going to her box so that he might contemplate her more undisturbedly. I have just been told, he mused, that she only encouraged Nani to play a trick on Limercati, who would not take the trouble to run her husband's murderer through, or have him stabbed by somebody else. I would fight 20 duels for her, he murmured in a passion of adoration. He kept continually glancing at the Scala clock, with its luminous figures standing out on a black ground, which, as each 5 minutes passed, warned the spectators that the hour of their admission into some fair friend's box had duly arrived. The count ruminated again. " I have only known her such a short time that I dare not spend more than half an hour in her box. If I stay longer than that, I shall attract attention, and then, thanks to my age, and still more to the cursed powder in my hair, I shall look as foolish as a pantaloon." But a sudden thought forced him to a decision. Supposing she were to leave her box to pay a visit to another? I should be well punished for the stinginess with which I had meted out my pleasure to myself. He rose to his feet, meaning to go down to the box in which the countess was sitting. Suddenly he felt that his desire to enter it had almost entirely disappeared. " Now this really is delightful," he exclaimed, and he stopped on the staircase to laugh at himself. " I am positively frightened. Such a thing hasn't happened to me for 25 years." He had almost to make a conscious effort to go into the box, and, like a clever man, he took advantage of the circumstance. He made no attempt whatever to appear at his ease, or to show off his wit by plunging headlong into some joking conversation. He had the courage to be shy, and applied his mind to letting his agitation betray itself without rendering him ridiculous. " If she takes it amiss," said he to himself, " I am done forever. What? Shyness in a man with powdered hair? Hair which would be gray if the powder did not cover it. But it is the truth, therefore it can not be ridiculous unless I exaggerate it, or wave it like a trophy before her eyes." The countess had so often been bored at the castle of Grianta among the powdered heads of her brother, her nephew, and some tiresome neighbours of the right way of thinking, that she never gave a thought to the fashion in which her new adorer dressed his hair. Her good sense, then, saved her from bursting out laughing when he entered, and her whole attention was absorbed by the French news which Mosca always confided to her particular ear when he entered her box. Some of this news, no doubt, he invented. As she talked it over with him that evening, she noticed his glance, which was open and kindly. " I fancy," she said, " that when you are at Parma, surrounded by your slaves, you do not look at them in so kindly a manner. That would spoil everything, and give them some hope of not being hanged." The total absence of pretension on the part of a man who bore the reputation of being the foremost diplomatist in Italy struck the countess as peculiar, and even endowed him with a certain charm in her eyes. On the whole, and considering how well and brilliantly he talked, she was not at all displeased that he should have taken it into his head to play the part of her attentive swain for this one evening, and with no serious ulterior intentions. A great point had been gained, and a very risky one. Fortunately for the minister, who at Parma never saw his advances rejected, the countess had only just returned from Grianta, and her mind was still numb with the dullness of her rural life. She had forgotten, so to speak, how to be merry, and everything connected with the elegancies and frivolities of life wore an appearance of novelty which almost made them sacred in her eyes. She had no inclination to laugh at anything, not even at a shy man of 45 who had fallen in love with her. A week later, the count's boldness might have met with a quite different reception. As a rule, no visit paid to a box in the Scala lasts more than 20 minutes. The count spent the whole evening in that in which he had been so happy as to find the Countess Pietranera. " This woman," said he to himself, " brings me back to all the follies of my youth." Yet he felt the danger of his position. " Will she forgive my folly for the sake of my reputation as an all-powerful pasha at a place 40 leagues off? How tiresome that life of mine at Parma is!" Nevertheless, as each quarter struck, he vowed to himself he would depart. " You must consider, signora," he said laughingly to the countess, " that I am bored to death at Parma, and that therefore I must be allowed to drink deep draughts of pleasure whenever pleasure lies in my path. Thus, for this one evening, and without making any ulterior claim on your kindness, give me leave to pay my court to you. In a few days, alas, I shall be far from this box, where I forget all my sorrows, and you will say, perhaps, all the proprieties." A week after that lengthy visit to the box at the Scala, which had been followed by various little incidents too numerous to relate here, Count Mosca was madly in love, and the countess was beginning to think that his age need be no objection if he pleased her in other respects. Matters had reached this point when Mosca was recalled by a courier from Parma. It was as though his prince had grown frightened at being left alone. The countess went back to Grianta. That beautiful spot, no longer idealized now by her imagination, seemed to her a desert. "Have I really grown fond of this man?" said she to herself. Mosca wrote, and found himself at a loss. Separation had dried up the springs of his ideas. His letters were amusing, and there was a quaintness connected with them which did not fail to please. So as to avoid the remarks of the Marchese del Dongo, who was not fond of paying for the delivery of letters, these were sent by messengers, who posted them at Como, Lecco, Varese, and other pretty little towns in the near neighbourhood of the lake. One object of this manoeuvre was that the couriers might bring back answers. It was successfully attained. Before long, the countess began to watch for the days when the post arrived. The couriers brought her flowers, fruit, little presents of no value, but which entertained her and her sister-in-law as well. Her memory of the count began to be mingled with thoughts of his great power, and the countess grew curious about everything that was said concerning him. Even the Liberals paid homage to his talents. The chief ground of the count's evil reputation rested on the fact that he was considered the head of the Ultra party at the court of Parma, where the Liberal party was led by an intriguing woman, capable of anything, even of success, and very rich into the bargain, the Marchesa Raversi. The prince was very careful not to discourage whichever of the two parties was not in power. He knew well enough that he would always be master, even with a ministry chosen out of the Marchesa Raversi's circle. Numerous details of these intrigues were related at Grianta. Mosca, whom all the world described as a minister of first-rate talent and a man of action, was not present, and therefore the countess was free to forget the hair powder, which in her eyes symbolized everything that is most slow and dreary. That, after all, was an infinitesimal detail, one of the obligations imposed by the court at which he otherwise played so noble a part. " The court is an absurd thing," said the countess to the marchesa, " but it's amusing. It's an interesting game, but it must be played according to the rules. Did anybody ever think of rebelling against the rules of piquet? Yet once one has grown accustomed to them, there is great enjoyment in beating one's adversary." The countess gave many a thought to the writer of all those pleasant letters. The days on which she received them were bright days to her. She would call for her boat, and go and read them at the most beautiful spots on the lake, at Pliniana, at Bellano, or in the wood of the Sfondrata. These letters seemed to bring her some consolation for Fabrizio's absence. At any rate, she could not deny the count the right to be desperately in love with her, and before the month was out, she was thinking of him with a very tender affection. Count Mosca, on his part, was very nearly in earnest when he offered to send in his resignation, leave the ministry, and spend his life with her at Milan or elsewhere. " I have 400,000 francs," he said. " That would always give us 15,000 francs a year." An opera box and horses again, reflected the countess. The dream was a tempting one. The charms of the sublime scenery round Como appealed to her afresh. On the shores of the lake she dreamed again over the strange and brilliant existence which, contrary to all appearances, was opening once more before her. She saw herself in Milan, on the Corso, happy and gay as she had been in the days of the viceroy. My youth would come back to me, my life would be full, at all events. Her ardent imagination sometimes deceived her, but she had never laboured under those voluntary illusions which are the result of cowardice. Above all things, she was perfectly straightforward with herself. " If I am a little beyond the age for committing follies, envy, which can deceive as well as love, may poison the happiness of my life at Milan. After my husband's death, my proud poverty and my refusal of two great fortunes were admired. This poor little count of mine has not a 20th part of the wealth those two simpletons, Limercati and Nani, laid at my feet. The tiny widow's pension, obtained with so much difficulty, the sending away of my servants, the little room on the 5th story, which brought 20 coaches to the door of the house, all that was curious and interesting at the time, but I shall have some disagreeable moments, however cleverly I may manage, if, with no more private fortune than my widow's pension, I go back to Milan, and live there in the modest middle-class comfort which the 15,000 francs a year that will remain to Mosca after his resignation will ensure us. One curious objection, which will become a terrible weapon in the hands of the envious, is that though the count has been separated from his wife for years, he is married. At Parma everybody is aware of this, but at Milan it will be news, and it will be ascribed to me. Therefore, farewell, my beautiful Scala, my heavenly lake of Como, fare thee well." In spite of all her forebodings, if the countess had had the smallest fortune of her own, she would have accepted Mosca's offer to resign. She believed herself to be growing old, and the idea of a court alarmed her. But the fact which, on this side of the Alps, will appear incredible to the last degree, is that the count would have given in his resignation most joyfully. At least he contrived to convince his friend that it was so. Every letter of his besought her, with ever-growing eagerness, to grant him another interview at Milan. She did so. " If I were to swear that I loved you madly," she said to him, " I should lie to you. I should be only too happy if, now that I am past 30, I could love as I loved at 22. But too many things which I believed eternal have faded from my sight. I have the most tender affection for you, I feel the most unbounded confidence in you, and I prefer you to every other man I know." She believed herself perfectly sincere, but the close of this declaration was not absolutely truthful. It may be that if Fabrizio had chosen, he might have swept everything else out of her heart. But Fabrizio, in Count Mosca's eyes, was no more than a child. The minister arrived in Milan 3 days after the young madcap had departed for Novara, and lost no time in speaking to Baron Binder in his favour. The count's opinion was that there was no chance of saving the youth from banishment. He had not come to Milan alone. In his carriage had travelled the Duke Sanseverina Taxis, a nice-looking little old man of 68, grey-haired, polished, well-groomed, immensely rich, but of inadequate birth. His grandfather had amassed millions of money by farming the revenues of the state of Parma. His father had induced the then reigning prince to appoint him his ambassador at a certain court, by means of the following argument: " Your Highness allows your envoy at the court of so-and-so 30,000 francs a year, and he cuts a very poor figure on the money. If your Highness will appoint me, I will be content with a salary of 6,000 francs. I will never spend less than 100,000 francs a year on my embassy, and my man of business shall pay 20,000 francs a year to the Department of Foreign Affairs at Parma. This sum will be the salary of any secretary of my embassy selected by the government. I shall show no jealousy about being informed as to diplomatic secrets, if any such exist. My object is to shed honour on my family, which is still a new one, and to increase its dignity by holding a great official position." The present duke, son of the ambassador, had been clumsy enough to betray some liberal tendencies, and for the last 2 years he had been in a state of despair. He had lost 2 or 3 millions in Napoleon's time by his obstinate insistence on remaining abroad, and notwithstanding this he had failed, since the sovereigns had been re-established in Europe, to obtain a certain great order which figured in his father's portrait. The absence of this order was wasting him away with sorrow. So complete is the intimacy which in Italy results on love, that personal vanity could be no stumbling block between the two friends. It was, therefore, with the most perfect simplicity that Mosca said to the woman he worshipped, " I have 2 or 3 plans to suggest to you, all of them fairly well laid. I have dreamed of nothing else for the last 3 months. First, I can resign, and we will live quietly at Milan, Florence, Naples, or where you will. We have 15,000 francs a year, independently of the prince's bounty to us, which will last for a time, at all events. Second, if you will condescend to come to the country, where I have some power, you will buy a country place, let us say Sacca, for instance, a charming house in the forest overlooking the Po. You can have the contract of sale duly signed within a week. The prince will give you a position at his court. But here a great difficulty comes in. You would be well received at court. Nobody would venture to hesitate as to that in my presence. And besides, the princess thinks she is unfortunate, and I have just rendered her several services with an eye to your benefit. But there is one capital objection of which I must remind you. The prince is exceedingly religious, and as you know, I am, unluckily, a married man. This would give rise to innumerable small difficulties. You are a widow, and that charming title must be exchanged for another. Here my third proposal comes in. It would be easy enough to find a husband who would give us no trouble, But above all things we must have a man of considerable age, for why should you refuse me the hope of taking his place some day? Well, I have arranged this curious business with the Duke Sanseverina Taxis, who is quite ignorant, of course, of the name of his future duchess. All he knows about her is that she will make him an ambassador, and will procure him the order his father held, and without which he himself is the most unhappy of men. Apart from that mania, the duke is by no means a fool. He gets his coats and wigs from Paris. He is not at all the kind of man who deliberately plots wickedness. He honestly believes that his honour is involved in wearing that particular order, and he is ashamed of his money. A year ago he came and proposed to me to build a hospital, so as to get his order. I laughed at him, but he did not laugh at me when I proposed this marriage. My first condition, of course, was that he was never to set his foot in Parma again. " But do you know that the suggestion you make to me is exceedingly immoral?" said the countess. " Not more immoral than everything else at our court, and at 20 others. There's one convenience about absolute power, that it sanctifies everything in the eyes of the people. Now where is the importance of an absurdity that nobody notices? Our policy for the next 20 years will consist in being afraid of the Jacobins, and what a terror it will be! Every year we shall believe ourselves on the brink of another 93. Some day, I hope, you will hear the remarks I make on that subject at my receptions. They are really fine. Everything which may tend to diminish this terror, however little, will be superlatively moral in the eyes of the nobles and the bigots. Now, at Parma, everyone who is not either noble or a bigot is in prison, or on the road thither. You may be quite sure that till the day I am disgraced, no one will think this marriage the least extraordinary. The arrangement involves no dishonesty to anyone, and that, I imagine, is the great point. The prince, whose favour is our stock in trade, has only imposed one condition to ensure his consent — that the future duchess should be of noble birth. Last year, as far as I can reckon, my post brought me in 107,000 francs, and my whole income must have been 122,000. I have invested a sum of 20,000 francs at Lyons. Now, you must choose between a life of splendour with 122,000 francs a year to spend, which in Parma would be as much as 400,000 in Milan. But in this case you must accept the marriage which will give you the name of a very decent man, whom you will never see except at the altar. Or a modest existence on 15,000 francs a year at Florence or Naples, for I agree with you, you have been too much admired at Milan. We should be tormented by envy there, and it might end by making us unhappy. The life at Parma would, I hope, have some charm of novelty, even for you, who have seen the court of Prince Eugene. It would be worth your while to make acquaintance with it before we close that door. Do not think I desire to influence your decision. As far as I am concerned, my choice is made. I would rather live with you on a 4th floor than continue alone in my great position." The possibility of this strange marriage was discussed daily between the lovers. The countess saw the duke at a ball at the Scala, and thought him very presentable. In one of their last conversations, Mosca thus summed up the matter: "We must take some decisive step if we want to spend our lives happily, and not to grow old before our time. The prince has given his approbation. He owns the finest palace in Parma and a huge fortune. He is 68 years old, and is madly in love with the collar of an order, but there is one great blot upon his life. He bought a bust of Napoleon by Canova for 10,000 francs. His second misdoing, which will be the death of him if you do not come to his rescue, is that he once lent 25 Napoleons to Ferrante Palla, a madman from our country, but a man of genius all the same, whom we have since condemned to death — by default, I am happy to say. This Ferrante once wrote 200 lines of poetry, which are quite unrivalled. I will recite them to you, they are as fine as Dante. The prince will send Sanseverina to the court of So-and-so. He will marry you the day he starts, and in the 2nd year of his journey, which he calls an embassy, he will receive the collar of the order for which he sighs. In him you will find a brother whom you will not dislike. He is ready to sign every document I give him beforehand, and besides, you will see him hardly ever, or never, just as you choose. He will be glad not to show himself in Parma, where the memory of his grandfather, the farmer general, and his own imputed liberalism make him feel uncomfortable. Rassi, our persecutor, declares that the duke subscribed secretly to the Constitutionnel through Ferrante, the poet, and for a long time this calumny was a serious obstacle in the way of the prince's consent. Why should the historian be blamed for faithfully reproducing the smallest details of the story he has heard? Is it his fault if certain persons, led away by a passion which he, unfortunately for himself, does not share, stoop to actions of the deepest immorality? It is true, indeed, that this sort of thing is no longer done in a country where the only passion, that which has survived all others, is the love of money, which is the food of vanity. 3 months after the events above related, the Duchess Sanseverina Taxis was astonishing the court of Parma by her easy charm and the noble serenity of her intellect. Her house was beyond all comparison the most agreeable in the city. This fulfilled the promise made by Count Mosca to his master. The reigning prince, Ranuzio Ernest IV, and the princess, his wife, to whom the duchess was presented by 2 of the greatest ladies in the country, received her with the utmost respect. She had been curious to see the prince, the arbiter of the fate of the man she loved. She desired to please him, and succeeded only too well. She beheld a man of tall and somewhat heavy build. His hair, moustaches, and huge whiskers were of what his courtiers called a beautiful golden colour. Elsewhere their dull tinge would have earned the unflattering title of tow. From the middle of a large face there projected, very slightly, a tiny, almost feminine nose. But the duchess remarked that to realize all these various uglinesses, a close examination of the royal features was necessary. Taking him altogether, the prince had the appearance of a clever and resolute man. His air and manner were not devoid of majesty, but very often he took it into his head to try and impress the person to whom he was speaking. Then he grew confused himself, and rocked almost perpetually from one leg to the other. Apart from this, Ernest IV's glance was penetrating and authoritative. There was something noble about the gesture of his arm, and his speech was both measured and concise. Mosca had warned the duchess that the prince's audience chamber contained a full-length portrait of Louis XIV, and a very fine Florentine scagliola table. The imitation struck her very much. It was evident that the prince sought to reproduce the noble look and utterance of Louis XIV, and he leaned against the scagliola table so as to make himself look like Joseph II. Immediately after his first words to the duchess, he seated himself so as to give her an opportunity of making use of the tabouret which her rank conferred on her. At this court the only ladies who have a right to sit are duchesses, princesses, and wives of Spanish grandees. The rest all wait until the prince or princess invites them to be seated, and these august persons are always careful to mark the degree of rank by allowing a short interval to elapse before giving this permission to a lady of less rank than a duchess. The duchess thought the prince's imitation of Louis XIV was occasionally somewhat too marked, as, for instance, when he threw back his head and smiled good-naturedly. Ernest IV wore a dress coat of the fashion then reigning in Paris. Every month he received from that city, which he abhorred, a dress coat, a walking coat, and a hat. But on the day of the duchess's visit he had attired himself, with a whimsical mixture of styles, in red pantaloons, silk stockings, and very high shoes, such as may be observed in the pictures of Joseph II. He received the lady graciously, and said several sharp and witty things to her. But she saw very clearly that, civil as her reception was, there was no excessive warmth about it. " And do you know why ?" said Count Mosca when she returned from her audience. " It is because Milan is a larger and finer city than Parma. He was afraid that if he received you as I expected, and as he had given me reason to hope, you would take him for a provincial person, in ecstasies over the charms of a fine lady just arrived from the capital. Doubtless, too, he is vexed by a peculiarity which I hardly dare express to you. The prince sees no lady at his court who can compete with you in beauty. Last night, when he was going to bed, that was the sole object of his conversation with Pernice, his chief valet, who is a friend of mine. I foresee a small revolution in matters of etiquette. My greatest enemy at this court is a blockhead who goes by the name of General Fabio Conti. You must imagine an extraordinary creature who has spent one full day of his whole life, perhaps, on active service, and who therefore gives himself the airs of a Frederick the Great. And further, because he is the head of the Liberal party here — God alone knows how liberal they are — endeavours to reproduce the noble affability of General Lafayette." " I know Fabio Conti," said the duchess. " I had a glimpse of him at Como. He was quarrelling with the gendarmes." She related the little incident, which my readers may possibly recollect. " Some of these days, madam, if your intellect ever contrives to probe the depths of our etiquette, you will become aware that no young lady is presented at this court till after her marriage. Well, so fervent is our prince's patriotic conviction of the superiority of his own city of Parma over every other, that I am ready to wager anything he will find means to have young Clelia Conti, our Lafayette's daughter, presented to him. She is a charming creature, on my honour, and only a week ago was supposed to be the loveliest person in the prince's dominions. I do not know," the count went on, " whether the horrible stories put about by our sovereign's enemies have travelled as far as Grianta. He is described as a monster and an ogre. As a matter of fact, Ernest IV is full of good commonplace virtues, and it might be added that if he had been as invulnerable as Achilles, he would have continued to be a model potentate. But in a fit of boredom and bad temper, and a little, too, for the sake of imitating Louis XIV, who found some hero of the Fronde living quietly and insolently in a country house close to Versailles, 50 years after the close of that rebellion, and forthwith cut off his head. Ernest IV had 2 Liberals hanged. These impudent fellows were in the habit, it appears, of meeting on certain days to speak evil of the prince, and earnestly implore Heaven to send a plague on Parma, and so deliver them from the tyrant. The use of the word tyrant was absolutely proved. Rassi declared this was a conspiracy. He had them sentenced to death, and the execution of one of them, Count L., was a horrible business. All this happened before my time. Ever since that fatal moment," continued the count, dropping his voice, " the prince has been subject to fits of terror which are unworthy of any man, but which are the sole and only source of the favour I enjoy. If it were not for the sovereign's alarms, my particular style of excellence would be too rough and rugged to suit this court, where stupidity reigns supreme. Will you believe that the prince looks under every bed in his apartments before he gets into his own, and spends 1 million yearly, which at Parma is what 4 millions would be at Milan, to ensure himself a good police force? The head of that terrible police force, madam, now stands before you. Through the police, that is to say, through the prince's terrors, I have become Minister of War and of Finance, and as the Minister of the Interior is my nominal chief, insomuch as the police falls within his department, I have caused that portfolio to be bestowed on Count Zurla Contarini, an idiot who delights in work, and is never so happy as when he can write 80 letters in a day. This very morning I have received one on which the count has had the pleasure of writing number 20,715 with his own hand." The Duchess Sanseverina was presented to the melancholy-looking Princess of Parma, Clara Paolina, who, because her husband had a mistress, the Marchesa Balbi, a rather pretty woman, thought herself the unhappiest and had thus become the most tiresome woman, perhaps, in the universe. The duchess found herself in the presence of a very tall and thin woman, who had not reached the age of 36 and who looked 50. Her face, with its noble and regular features, might have been thought beautiful, in spite of a pair of large round eyes, out of which she could hardly see, if the princess had not grown so utterly careless of her personal appearance. She received the duchess with such evident shyness that certain of the courtiers, who hated Count Mosca, ventured to remark that the sovereign looked like the woman who was being presented, and the duchess like the sovereign who received her. The duchess, surprised and almost put out of countenance, did not know what terms she should employ to indicate the inferiority of her own position to that which the princess chose to take up. The only thing she could devise to restore some composure to the poor princess, who was really not lacking in intelligence, was to begin and carry on a long dissertation on the subject of botany. The princess really knew a great deal about the subject. She had very fine hothouses filled with tropical plants. The duchess, while simply attempting to get out of her own difficulty, made a lasting conquest of the Princess Clara Paolina, who, timid and nervous as she had been at the opening of the audience, was so perfectly at her ease before its close that, contrary to every rule of etiquette, this first reception lasted no less than an hour and a quarter. The very next day the duchess purchased quantities of exotic plants, and gave herself out as a great lover of botany. The princess spent all her time with the venerable Father Landriani, Archbishop of Parma, a learned and even a witty man, and a perfectly well-mannered man into the bargain. But it was a curious sight to see him, enthroned in the crimson velvet chair which he occupied by virtue of his office, opposite the armchair in which the princess sat, surrounded by her ladies of honour and her two ladies-in-waiting. The aged prelate, with his long white hair, was even more shy, if that were possible, than the princess. They met every day of their lives, and every audience began with a full quarter of an hour of silence, to such a point, indeed, that one of the ladies-in-waiting, the Countess Alvisi, had become a sort of favourite, because she possessed the knack of encouraging them to open their lips, and making them break the stillness. To wind up her presentations, the duchess was received by the hereditary prince, who was taller than his father, and even shyer than his mother. He was 16 years old, and an authority on mineralogy. When the duchess appeared, he blushed scarlet, and was so put out that he was quite unable to invent anything to say to the fair lady. He was very good-looking, and spent his whole life in the woods, with a hammer in his hand. When the duchess rose to her feet to bring the silent audience to a close, "Heavens, madam," he cried, "how beautiful you are!" And the lady who had been presented to him did not think the remark altogether ill-chosen. The Marchesa Balbi, a young woman of 25, might, some 2 or 3 years before the arrival of the duchess in Parma, have been quoted as a most perfect type of Italian beauty. She still had the loveliest eyes in the world, and the most graceful little gestures. But close observation showed her skin to be covered with innumerable tiny wrinkles, which made her into a young-looking old woman. Seen from a distance, in her box at the theatre, for instance, she was still beautiful, and the good people in the pit thought the prince showed very good taste. He spent all the evenings in the Marchesa Balbi's house, but frequently without opening his lips, and her consciousness that the prince was bored had worried the poor woman into a condition of extraordinary thinness. She gave herself airs of excessive cleverness, and was always smiling archly. She had the most beautiful teeth in the world, and in season and out she endeavoured to smile people into the belief that she meant something different from what she was saying. Count Mosca declared it was this perpetual smile, while she was yawning in her heart, which had given her so many wrinkles. The Balbi had her finger in every business, and the state could not conclude a bargain of 1,000 francs without a remembrance, so it was politely termed at Parma, for the Marchesa. According to public report, she had invested 6 millions of francs in England, but her fortune, which was certainly a thing of recent growth, did not really exceed 1,500,000 francs. It was to protect himself from her cunning, and to keep her dependent on him, that Mosca had made himself Minister of Finance. The Marchesa's sole passion was fear, disguised in the shape of sordid avarice. "I shall die destitute," she would sometimes say to the prince, who was furious at the very idea. The duchess remarked that the splendid gilded antechamber of the Balbi's palace was lighted by a solitary candle, which was guttering down onto a precious marble table, and her drawing-room doors were blackened by the servants' fingers. "She received me," said the duchess to her friend, "as if she expected me to give her a gratuity of 50 francs." The tide of these successes was somewhat checked by the reception of the duchess received at the hands of the cleverest woman at the court of Parma, the celebrated Marchesa Raversi, a consummate intrigante, who led the party opposed to Count Mosca. She was bent on his overthrow, and had been so more especially during the last few months, for she was the Duke Sanseverina's niece, and was afraid the charms of the new duchess might diminish her own share of his inheritance. "The Raversi is by no means a woman to be overlooked," said the count to his friend. So great is my opinion of her capacity that I separated from my wife simply and solely because she insisted on taking one of the marchesa's friends, the Cavaliere Bentivoglio, as her lover. The Marchesa Raversi, a tall, masterful woman with very black hair, remarkable for the diamonds which she wore even in the daytime, and for the rouge with which she covered her face, had declared her enmity to the duchess beforehand, and was careful to begin hostile operations as soon as she beheld her. Sanseverina's letters betrayed so much satisfaction with his embassy, and especially such delight in his hope of obtaining his much-coveted order, that his family feared he might leave part of his fortune to his wife, on whom he showered a succession of trifling presents. The Raversi, though a thoroughly ugly woman, had a lover, Count Baldi, the best-looking man about the court. As a general rule, she succeeded in everything she undertook. The duchess kept up a magnificent establishment. The Palazzo Sanseverina had always been one of the most splendid in Parma, and the duke, in honour of his embassy and his expected decoration, was spending large sums on improvements. The duchess superintended all these charges. The count had guessed aright. A few days after the duchess's presentation, the young Clelia Conti appeared at court. She had been created a canoness. To parry the blow the conferring of this favour might appear to have given the count's credit, the duchess, under pretext of opening the gardens of her palace, gave a fete, and in her graceful way made Clelia, whom she called her little friend from the Lake of Como, the queen of the revels. Her initials appeared, as though by chance, on all the chief transparencies which adorned the grounds. The youthful Clelia, though a trifle pensive, spoke in the most charming fashion of her little adventure on the shore of the lake, and of her own sincere gratitude. She was said to be very devout and fond of solitude. " I'll wager," said the count, " she's clever enough to be ashamed of her father." The duchess made a friend of the young girl. She really felt drawn toward her. She did not wish to appear jealous, and included her in all her entertainments. She made it her rule to endeavour to soften all the various hatreds of which the count was the object. Everything smiled on the duchess. The court existence, over which the storm clouds always hang threateningly, entertained her. Life seemed to have begun afresh for her. She was tenderly attached to the count, and he was literally beside himself with delight. His private happiness had endued him with the most absolute composure regarding matters which only affected his ambition, and hardly 2 months after the duchess's arrival he received his patent as prime minister, and all the honours appertaining to that position, which fell but little short of those rendered to the sovereign himself. The count's influence over his master's mind was all-powerful. A striking proof of the fact was soon to become evident in Parma. 10 minutes' walk from the town, toward the southeast, rises the far-famed citadel, renowned all over Italy, the great tower of which, some 180 feet high, may be descried from an immense distance. This tower, built toward the beginning of the 16th century by the Farnese, grandsons of Paul III, in imitation of the mausoleum of Adrian at Rome, is so thick that room has been found on the terrace at one end of it to build a palace for the governor of the citadel, and a more modern prison known as the Farnese Tower. This citadel, built in honour of Ranuzio Ernest II, who had been his own stepmother's favourite lover, has a great reputation in the country, both for its beauty and as a curiosity. The duchess took a fancy to see it. On the day of her visit, the heat in Parma had been most oppressive. At the altitude on which the prison stood she found a breeze, and was so delighted that she remained there several hours. Rooms in the Farnese Tower were immediately opened for her convenience. On the terrace of the great tower she met a poor imprisoned Liberal, who had come up to enjoy the half-hour's walk allowed him every third day. She returned to Parma, and not having yet attained the discretion indispensable at an autocratic court, she talked about the man who had told her his whole story. The Marchesa Raversi's party laid hold of the duchess's remarks and made a great deal of them, in the eager hope that they would give umbrage to the prince. As a matter of fact, Ernest IV was fond of reiterating that the great point was to strike people's imaginations. Forever, he would say, is a great word, and sheds more terror in Italy than anywhere else. Consequently, he had never granted a pardon in his life. A week after her visit to the fortress, the duchess received a written commutation of a prisoner's sentence, signed by the prince and minister, and with the name left blank. Any prisoner whose name she might insert was to recover his confiscated property, and to be allowed to depart to America, and there spend the remainder of his days. The duchess wrote the name of the man to whom she had spoken. By ill luck, he happened to be a sort of half-rascal, a weak-hearted fellow. It was on his confessions that the celebrated Ferrante Palla had been condemned to death. The peculiar circumstances connected with this pardon crowned the Duchess Sanseverina's success. Count Mosca was deliriously happy. It was one of the brightest moments in his life, and had a decisive influence on Fabrizio's future. The young man was still at Romagnano, near Novara, confessing his sins, hunting, reading nothing at all, and making love to a high-born lady, according to the instructions given him. The duchess was still somewhat disgusted by this last stipulation. Another sign, which was not a good one for the count, was that though on every other subject she was absolutely frank with him, and in fact thought aloud in his presence, she never mentioned Fabrizio without having carefully prepared her sentence beforehand. " If you wish it," said the count to her one day, " I will write to that delightful brother of yours on the Lake of Como, and with a little trouble on my own part and that of my friends, I can certainly force the Marchese del Dongo to sue for mercy for your dear Fabrizio. If it be true, and I should be sorry to think it was not, that the boy is somewhat superior to the majority of the young men who ride their horses up and down the streets of Milan, what a life lies before him! That of a man who, at 18 years old, has nothing to do, and never expects to have any occupation. If heaven had granted him a real passion for anything on the face of the earth, even for rod fishing, I would respect it. But what is to become of him at Milan, even if he is pardoned? At one particular hour of the day he will ride out upon the horse he will have brought over from England. At another fixed hour, sheer idleness will drive him into the arms of his mistress, whom he will care for less than he does for his horse. Still, if you order me to do it, I will endeavour to procure your nephew the opportunity of leading that kind of life." " I should like him to be an officer," said the duchess. " Could you advise any sovereign to confer such a position, which may at any moment become one of some importance, on a young man who, in the first place, is capable of enthusiasm, and in the second has proved his enthusiasm for Napoleon to the extent of going to join him at Waterloo? Consider what we should all be now if Napoleon had won that battle. True, there would be no Liberals for us to dread, but the only way in which the sovereigns of the ancient families could retain their thrones would be by marrying his marshal's daughters. For Fabrizio, the military career would be like the life of a squirrel in a cage. Constant movement and no advancement, he would have the vexation of seeing his services outweighed by those of any and every plebeian. The indispensable quality for every young man in the present day, that is to say, for the next 50 years, during which time our terrors will last, and religion will not yet be firmly re-established, must be lack of intelligence and incapacity for all enthusiasm. I have thought of one thing, but you will begin by crying out at the very idea, and it is a matter which would give me infinite trouble that would last for many a day. Still, it is a folly that I am ready to commit for you, and tell me, if you can, what folly I would not commit for the sake of a smile from you." " Well," said the duchess. " Well, 3 archbishops of Parma have been members of your family: Ascanio del Dongo, who wrote a book in 16 — Fabrizio, who was here in 1699, and another Ascanio in 1740. If Fabrizio will enter the church, and give proofs of first-rate merit, I will first of all make him bishop of some other place, and then archbishop here, provided my influence lasts long enough. The real objection is this: shall I continue in power sufficiently long to realize this fine plan? It will take several years. The prince may die, or he may have the bad taste to dismiss me. Still, after all, this is the only means I can perceive of doing anything for Fabrizio which will be worthy of you." There was a long discussion. The idea was very repugnant to the duchess. " Prove to me once again," said she to the count, " that no other career is possible for Fabrizio." The count repeated his argument, and he added, " What you regret is the gay uniform. But in that matter I am powerless." The duchess asked for a month to think it over, and then, with a sigh, she accepted the minister's wise counsels. He must either ride about some big town on an English horse, with a stuck-up air, or take up a way of life which is not unsuitable to his birth. " I see no middle course," repeated the count. " A nobleman, unfortunately, cannot be either a doctor or a lawyer. And this is the century of lawyers. But remember, madam," he continued, " that it is in your power to give your nephew the same advantages of life in Milan as are enjoyed by the young men of his age who are considered to be fortune's favourites. Once his pardon is granted, you can allow him 15, 20, or 30,000 francs a year. The sum will matter little. Neither you nor I expect to put away money." But the duchess pined for glory. She did not want her nephew to be a mere spendthrift. She gave in her adhesion to her lover's project. " Observe," the count said to her, " that I do not the least claim that Fabrizio should become an exemplary priest, like so many that you see about you. No. First and foremost, he remains an aristocrat. He can continue perfectly ignorant, if he so prefers it, and that will not prevent him from becoming a bishop and an archbishop, if the prince only continues to consider me a useful servant. If your will condescends to change my proposal into an immutable decree," he continued, " our protege must not appear at Parma in any modest position. His ultimate honours would give umbrage if he had been seen here as an ordinary priest. He must not appear at Parma without the violet stockings and all the appropriate surroundings." *" In Italy, young men who are learned or protected in high quarters are created monsignori and prelates, which does not mean that they are bishops. They then wear violet stockings. A monsignore takes no vows, and can relinquish his violet stockings if he desires to marry. Then everybody will guess that your nephew is going to be a bishop, and nobody will find fault. If you will be ruled by me, you will send Fabrizio to Naples for 3 years to study theology. During the vacations he can, if he chooses, go and see Paris and London, but he must never show himself at Parma." This last sentence made the duchess shiver. She sent a courier to her nephew, desiring him to meet her at Piacenza. I need hardly say that the messenger carried all the necessary funds and passports. Fabrizio, who was the first to arrive at Piacenza, ran to meet the duchess and kissed her in a transport of affection which made her burst into tears. She was glad the count was not present. It was the first time since the beginning of their liaison that she had been conscious of such a sensation. Fabrizio was greatly touched and deeply distressed, also, by the plans the duchess had made for him. His hope had always been that once his Waterloo escapade had been excused, he might yet become a soldier. One thing struck the duchess and increased her romantic admiration for her nephew. He absolutely refused to lead the ordinary life of young men in large Italian cities. " Don't you see yourself at the Corso in Florence or Naples," said the duchess, " riding your thoroughbred English horses, and then in the evening your carriage, and beautiful rooms, and so forth?" She dwelt with delight on her description of the commonplace enjoyments from which she saw Fabrizio turn in disdain. " He is a hero," thought she to herself. "And after 10 years of that delightful life," said Fabrizio, " what shall I have done? What shall I be? Nothing but a middle-aged young man who will have to make way for the first good-looking youth who rides into society on another English horse." At first he would not hear of going into the church. He talked of going to New York, obtaining citizenship, and serving as a soldier in the Republic of America. " What a mistake you will make! You will have no fighting, and you will just fall back into the old cafe life, only without elegance, without music, and without love-making," replied the duchess. " Believe me, your life in America would be a sad business, both for you and me." And she explained what dollar worship was, and the respect necessarily paid to the artisan class, on whose votes everything depended. They went back again to the church plan. " Before you lose your temper over it," said the duchess, " try to understand what the count asks you to do. It is not at all a question of your living a poor and more or less exemplary life, like Father— remember the history of your ancestors who were archbishops of Parma. Read the notices of their lives in the appendix to the genealogy. The man who bears a great name must be first and foremost a true nobleman, high-hearted, generous, a protector of justice, destined from the outset to stand at the head of his order, guilty of but one piece of knavery in his life, and that a very useful one." " Alas," cried Fabrizio, " so all my illusions have vanished into thin air," and he sighed deeply. " It is a cruel sacrifice. I confess I never reckoned with the horror of enthusiasm and intelligence, even when used in their own service, which will reign for the future among all absolute sovereigns. Consider that a proclamation or a mere freak of the affections may drive an enthusiastic man into the opposite party to that in the service of which he has spent his whole life." " Enthusiastic? I?" repeated Fabrizio. " What an extraordinary accusation! I cannot even contrive to fall in love." " What !" exclaimed the duchess. " When I have the honour of paying my court to a beautiful woman, even though she be religious and of the highest birth, I never can think of her except when I am looking at her." This confession had a very peculiar effect upon the duchess. " Give me a month," said Fabrizio, " to take leave of Signora C at Novara, and, what is far more difficult, to bid farewell to the dreams of all my life. I will write to my mother, who will be good enough to come and see me at Belgirate, on the Piedmontese shore of Lago Maggiore, and on the 31st day from this one I will be at Parma incognito." " Do not dream of such a thing," exclaimed the duchess. She had no wish that Count Mosca should see her with Fabrizio. They met once more at Piacenza. This time the duchess was sorely agitated. A storm had broken at court. The Marchesa Raversi's party was on the brink of triumph. It was quite on the cards that Count Mosca might be replaced by General Fabio Conti, the head of what was known at Parma as the Liberal party. With the exception of the name of the rival whose favour was thus growing with the prince, the duchess told Fabrizio everything. She discussed all his future chances over again, even to the possibility that the count's all-powerful protection might fail him. " I am to spend 3 years at the Ecclesiastical Academy at Naples," exclaimed Fabrizio. " But as I am to be first and foremost a young man of family, and as you do not expect me to lead the severe life of a virtuous seminarist, the idea of my stay at Naples does not alarm me. The life there will, at all events, be no worse than that in Romagnano. The best company of that place was beginning to look on me as a Jacobin. During my exile I have discovered that I know nothing, not even Latin. Nay, not even how to spell. I had determined to begin my education afresh at Novara. I shall be glad to study theology at Naples. It is a complicated science." The duchess was overjoyed. " If we are dismissed," she said, " we will go and see you at Naples. But as, for the moment, you accept the idea of the violet stockings, the count, who knows the present condition of Italy thoroughly, has given me a hint for you. Believe whatever is taught you or not, as you choose, but never express any objection. Tell yourself you are being taught the rules of whist. Would you make any demur about the rules of whist? I told the count you were a believer, and he was very glad of it. It is useful both in this world and in the next. But do not, because you believe, fall into the vulgarity of speaking with horror of Voltaire, Diderot, Raynal, and all the other wild Frenchmen who were the precursors of the two chambers. Those names should hardly ever be pronounced by you. But if the necessity should arise, you must refer to them with the calmest irony, as people whose theories have long since been rejected, and whose attacks are no longer of the slightest consequence. Accept everything you are told at the Academy with the blindest faith. Recollect that there are individuals within its walls who will take faithful note of your most trifling objection. A little love affair, if judiciously managed, will be forgiven you, but a doubt, never. Advancing years suppress the tendency to love-making and increase that toward doubt. When you go to confession, act on this principle. You will have a letter of recommendation to the bishop who acts as factotum to the Cardinal Archbishop of Naples. To him alone you will confess your escapade in France, and your presence near Waterloo on the 18th of June. And even so, shorten the matter, make little of the adventure, only confess it so that nobody may be able to reproach you with having concealed it. You were so young when it happened. The second hint which the count sends you is this: if a brilliant argument occurs to you, or a crushing reply which would change the course of a conversation, do not yield to the temptation to shine. Keep silence. Clever people will read your intelligence in your eyes. It will be time enough for you to be witty when you are a bishop." Fabrizio began life at Naples with a quiet-looking carriage and 4 faithful Milanese servants, sent him by his aunt. After a year's study, no one called him a clever man. He rather bore the reputation of being an aristocrat, studious, very generous, and something of a libertine. The year, which had been a highly pleasant one to Fabrizio, had been terrible for the duchess. 2 or 3 times the count had been within an inch of ruin. The prince, who, being ill, was more timorous than ever, fancied that by dismissing him he would get rid of the odium of the executions which had taken place before the count became minister. Rassi was the favourite with whom the sovereign was determined not to part. The count's peril made the duchess cling to him with passionate affection. She never gave a thought to Fabrizio. To give some colour to their possible retirement, she discovered that the air of Parma, which is indeed somewhat damp, like that of the whole of Lombardy, was quite unsuited to her health. At last, after intervals of disgrace, during which the Prime Minister sometimes spent 3 weeks without seeing his master privately, Mosca won the day. He had General Fabio Conti, the so-called Liberal, appointed governor of the citadel in which the Liberals sentenced by Rassi were imprisoned. "If Conti shows any indulgence to his prisoners," said Mosca to his mistress, "he will be disgraced as a Jacobin, whose political views have made him forget his duty as a soldier. If he proves severe and merciless, which, as I fancy, is the direction in which he will most likely lean, he comes to be the leader of his own party, and alienates all the families whose relations are imprisoned in the citadel. The poor wretch knows how to put on an air of the deepest respect whenever he appears before the prince. He can change his clothes 4 times a day, he can discuss a question of etiquette, but his head is not strong enough to guide him along the difficult path, which is the only one that can lead him to safety. And anyhow, I am on the spot." The day after General Fabio Conti's appointment, which closed the ministerial crisis, it was noised abroad that an ultra-monarchical newspaper was to be published in Parma. "What quarrels this newspaper will cause," said the duchess. "The idea of publishing the newspaper is perhaps the best I ever had," replied the count with a laugh. "Little by little, and in spite of myself, I shall let the ultra-furies take the management out of my hands. I have had good salaries attached to all the positions connected with the editorial staff. People will apply to be appointed from all quarters. The matter will keep us busy for a month or 2, and so my late dangers will be forgotten. Those serious personages, so-and-so and so-and-so, have already joined the staff." "But the whole thing will be too revoltingly absurd." "I hope so, indeed," replied the count. "The prince shall read it every morning, and admire the doctrine of the newspaper I have founded. As regards the details, he will approve of some and find fault with others. That will take up 2 of his working hours. The newspaper will get into difficulties, but by the time the serious troubles begin, 8 or 10 months hence, it will be entirely in the hands of the ultras. Then that party, which is a trouble to me, will have to answer for it, and I shall make complaints against the newspaper. On the whole, I would rather have 100 vile absurdities than see a single man hanged. Who will remember an absurdity 2 years after its publication in the official newspaper? Whereas, if I have to hang a man, his son and his whole family vow a hatred against me which will last my whole life, and may shorten it." The duchess, who was always passionately interested in one thing or another, constantly active and never idle, was cleverer than the whole court of Parma together. But she had not the patience and calmness indispensable to success in intrigue. Nevertheless, she contrived to follow the working of the various coteries with eager interest, and was even beginning to enjoy some personal credit with the prince. The reigning princess, Clara Paolina, who was loaded with honours, but girt about with the most superannuated etiquette, looked on herself as the unhappiest of women. The Duchess Sanseverina paid court to her, and undertook to convince her she was not so very wretched after all. It must be explained that the prince never saw his wife except at dinner. This repast lasted about 20 minutes, and sometimes for weeks and weeks the prince never opened his lips to Clara Paolina. The duchess endeavoured to change all this. She herself amused the prince, all the more so because she had managed to preserve her independence. Even if she had desired it, she could not have contrived never to displease any of the fools who swarmed at court. It was this utter incapacity on her part that caused her to be detested by the common herd of courtiers, all of them men of title, most of them enjoying incomes of about 5,000 francs a year. She realized this misfortune during her first days at Parma, and turned her exclusive attention to pleasing the prince and his consort, who completely swayed the hereditary prince. The duchess knew how to amuse the sovereign, and took advantage of the great attention he paid to her lightest word, to cast hearty ridicule on the courtiers who hated her. Since the follies into which Rassi had led him, and blood-stained follies cannot be repaired, the prince was occasionally frightened, and very often bored. This had brought him to a condition of melancholy envy. He realized that he was hardly ever amused, and looked glum if he thought other people were amusing themselves. The sight of happiness drove him wild. " We must hide our love," said the duchess to her lover, and she allowed the prince to surmise that her affection for the count, charming fellow though he was by no means so strong as it had been. This discovery ensured his Highness a whole day of happiness. From time to time the duchess would let fall a word or two concerning a plan she had for taking a few months' holiday every year, and spending the time in seeing Italy, for she did not know the country at all. She would pay visits to Naples, Florence, and Rome. Now, nothing in the world could possibly be more displeasing to the prince than any idea of such desertion. This was one of his ruling weaknesses. Any action which might be imputed to scorn of his native city stabbed him to the heart. He felt he had no means of detaining the Duchess Sanseverina, and the Duchess Sanseverina was by far the most brilliant woman in Parma. People even came back from their country houses in the neighbourhood to be present at her Thursday parties, a wonderful effort for these idle Italians. These Thursday gatherings were real fetes, at which the duchess almost always produced some fresh and attractive novelty. The prince was dying to see one of these parties, but how was he to set about it? To go to a private house was a thing which neither he nor his father had ever done. On a certain Thursday it was raining and bitterly cold. All through the evening the duke had been listening to the carriages rattling across the pavement of the square in front of his palace, on their way to the Palazzo Sanseverina. A fit of impatient anger seized him. Other people were amusing themselves, and he, their sovereign prince and absolute lord, who ought to amuse himself more than anybody in the world, was feeling bored. He rang for his aide-de-camp. It took a little time to station a dozen trusty servants in the street leading from the palace of His Highness to the Palazzo Sanseverina. At last, after an hour, which to the prince seemed like a century, and during which he had been tempted 20 times over to set forth boldly without any precaution whatsoever, and take his chance of dagger thrusts, he made his appearance in the Duchess Sanseverina's outer drawing-room. If a thunderbolt had fallen in that drawing-room, it could not have caused such great surprise. In the twinkling of an eye, as the prince passed forward, a stupor of silence fell upon the rooms which had just been so noisy and so gay. Every eye was fixed on the prince, and stared wider and wider. The courtiers seemed put out of countenance. The duchess alone did not appear astonished. When the power of speech returned, the great anxiety of all the company present was to decide the important question whether the duchess had been warned of the impending visit, or whether it had taken her, like everybody else, by surprise. The prince amused himself, and my readers will now be able to realize the impulsive nature of the duchess, and the infinite power which the vague ideas of possible departure she had so skilfully dropped had enabled her to attain. As she accompanied the departing prince to the door, he addressed her in the most flattering strain. A strange notion entered her head, and she ventured to say, quite simply, and as though it were the most ordinary matter in the world, " If your most serene highness would address 2 or 3 of the gracious expressions you have showered on me to the princess, you would ensure my happiness far more thoroughly than by telling me here that I am pretty. For I would not for all the world that the princess should look askance at the signal mark of favour with which your highness has just honoured me." The prince looked hard at her, and responded dryly, " I suppose I am free to go where I choose." The duchess coloured. " My only desire," she instantly replied, " was to avoid giving your Highness the trouble of driving out for nothing, for this Thursday will be my last. I am going to spend a few days at Bologna or Florence." When she passed back into the drawing rooms, every one thought she had reached the very height of court favour, and she had just dared what no one in the memory of man had ever dared at Parma. She made a sign to the count, who left his whist table and followed her into a small room, which, though lighted up, was empty. " What you have done is very bold," he said. " I should not have advised you to do it. But when a man's heart is really engaged," he added with a laugh, " happiness increases love, and if you start to morrow morning, I follow you to morrow night. The only thing which will delay me is this troublesome finance ministry, which I have been foolish enough to undertake. But in 4 hours of steady work I shall be able to give over a great many cash boxes. Let us go back, dear friend, and show off our ministerial conceit freely and unreservedly. It may be the last performance we shall give in this city. If the man thinks he is being set at defiance, he is capable of anything. He will call that making an example. When all these people have departed, we will see about barricading you in for the night. Perhaps your best plan would be to start at once for your house at Sacca, near the Po, which has the advantage of being only half an hour's journey from the Austrian states." It was an exquisite moment, both for the duchess's love and for her vanity. She looked at the count, and her eyes were moist with tears. That so powerful a minister, surrounded by a mob of courtiers who overwhelmed him with homage equal to that they paid to the prince himself, should be ready to leave everything for her, and that so cheerfully. When she went back to her rooms, she was giddy with delight. Everyone bowed down before her. " How happiness does change the duchess," said the courtiers on every side. " One would hardly know her again. At last that Roman soul, which as a rule scorns everything, actually condescends to appreciate the exceeding favour which the sovereign has just shown her." Toward the end of the evening the count came to her. " I must tell you some news." Immediately the persons close to the duchess retired to a distance. " When the prince returned to the palace," the count went on, " he sent to the princess to announce his arrival. Imagine her astonishment. ' I have come,' he said, ' to give you an account of a really very pleasant evening which I have just spent with the Sanseverina. It is she who begged me to give you details of the manner in which she has rearranged that smoky old palace.' And then the prince, seating himself, began to describe each of your rooms. He spent more than 25 minutes with his wife, who was shedding tears of joy. In spite of her cleverness, she could not find a word to carry on the conversation in the light tone which it was his Highness's pleasure to give it. The prince was not a bad man, whatever the Italian Liberals might say of him. He had, it is true, cast a certain number of them into prison, but this was out of fright, and he would sometimes reiterate, as though to console himself for certain memories, " It is better to kill the devil than to let the devil kill us." On the morrow after the party to which we have just referred, he was quite joyous. He had done 2 good actions. He had been to the party, and had talked to his wife. At dinner he spoke to her again. In a word, that Thursday party at the Sanseverina Palace brought about a domestic revolution which resounded all over Parma. The Raversi were dismayed, and the duchess tasted a twofold joy. She had been able to serve her lover, and she had found him more devoted than ever. " And all that because a very imprudent notion came into my head," said she to the count. " I should have more freedom, no doubt, at Rome or at Naples, but could I find any existence so fascinating as this? No, my dear count, and in good truth, I owe my happiness to you." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7. Any history of the 4 years that now elapsed would have to be filled up with small court details as insignificant as those we have just related. Every spring the marchesa and her daughters came to spend 2 months, either at the Palazzo San Severina or at the duchess's country house at Sacca on the banks of the Po. These were very delightful visits, during which there was much talk of Fabrizio. But the count would never allow him to appear at Parma. The duchess and the prime minister found it necessary to repair an occasional blunder, but on the whole Fabrizio followed the line of conduct mapped out for him with tolerable propriety. He was the great nobleman studying theology, who did not reckon absolutely upon his virtue to ensure his advancement. At Naples he had taken a strong fancy to antiquarian studies. He made excavations, and this passion almost took the place of his fondness for horses. He sold his English horses so as to continue his researches at Miseno, where he found a bust of the youthful Tiberius, which soon ranked as one of the finest known relics of antiquity. The discovery of this bust was almost the keenest pleasure Fabrizio knew while he was at Naples. He was too proud-spirited to imitate other young men, and, for instance, to play the lover's part with a certain amount of gravity. He had mistresses, certainly, but they were of no real consequence to him, and in spite of his youth he might have been said not to know what love was. This only made the women love him more. There was nothing to prevent him from behaving with the most perfect coolness, for in his case one young and pretty woman was always as good as any other young and pretty woman, only the one whose acquaintance he had last made seemed to him the most attractive. During the last year of his sojourn, one of the most admired beauties in Naples had committed imprudences for his sake. This had begun by amusing him, and ended by boring him to death, and that to such a point that one of the joys connected with his departure was that it delivered him from the pursuit of the charming Duchess of . It was in 1821 that, his examination having been passed with tolerable success, the director of studies received a decoration and a pecuniary acknowledgment, and he himself started, at last, to see that city of Parma of which he had often dreamed. He was a monsignore, and had 4 horses to his carriage. At the last posting station before Parma he took 2 horses instead, and when he reached the town he stopped before the church of St. John. It contained the splendid tomb of the Archbishop Ascanio del Dongo, his great-great-uncle, author of the Latin genealogy. He prayed beside the tomb, and then went on foot to the palace of the duchess, who did not expect him till several days later. Her drawing-room was very full. Soon she was left alone. " Well, are you pleased with me ?" he said, and threw himself into her arms. " Thanks to you, I have been spending 4 fairly happy years at Naples, instead of boring myself at Novara with the mistress the police authorized me to take." The duchess could not get over her astonishment. She would not have known him if she had met him in the street. She thought him what he really was, one of the best-looking men in Italy. It was his expression, especially, that was so charming. When she had sent him to Naples, he had looked a reckless daredevil. The riding whip which never left his hand seemed an inherent portion of his being. Now, when strangers were present, his manner was the most dignified and guarded imaginable, and when they were alone, she recognized all the fiery ardour of his early youth. Here was a diamond which had lost nothing in the cutting. Hardly an hour after Fabrizio's arrival, Count Mosca made his appearance. He had come a little too soon. The young man spoke so correctly about the Parmesan order conferred on his tutor, and expressed his lively gratitude for other benefits to which he dared not refer in so open a manner with such perfect propriety, that at the first glance the minister judged him correctly. " This nephew of yours," he murmured to the duchess, " is born to adorn all the dignities to which you may ultimately desire to raise him." Up to this point all had gone marvellously well. But when the minister, who had been very much pleased with Fabrizio, and until then had given his whole attention to his behaviour and gestures, looked at the duchess, the expression in her eyes struck him as strange. " This young man makes an unusual impression here," said he to himself. The thought was a bitter one. The count had passed his 50th year, a cruel word, the full meaning of which can only be realized, perhaps, by a man who is desperately in love. He was exceedingly kind-hearted, very worthy to be loved, except for his official severity. But in his eyes that cruel phrase, " my 50th year," cast a black cloud over all his life, and might even have driven him to be cruel on his own account. During the 5 years which had elapsed since he had persuaded the duchess to settle in Parma, she had often roused his jealousy, more especially in the earlier days. But she had never given him any cause for real complaint. He even believed, and he was right, that it was with the object of tightening her hold upon his heart that the duchess had bestowed apparent favour on certain of the young beaux about the court. He was sure, for instance, that she had refused the advances of the prince, who, indeed, had dropped an instructive remark on the occasion. " But," the duchess had objected laughingly, " if I accepted your Highness's attentions, how should I ever dare to face the count again? "" I should be almost as much put out of countenance as you. The poor dear count, my friend. But that is a difficulty very easily surmounted, and which I have already considered. The count should be shut up in the citadel for the rest of his life." At the moment of Fabrizio's arrival, the duchess was so transported with delight that she gave no thought at all to the ideas her looks might stir in the count's brain. Their effect was deep, and his consequent suspicion ineradicable. 2 hours after his arrival, Fabrizio was received by the prince. The duchess, foreseeing the good effect of this impromptu audience on the public mind, had been soliciting it for 2 months beforehand. This favour placed Fabrizio, from the very outset, above the heads of all his equals. The pretext had been that he was only passing through Parma on his way to see his mother in Piedmont. Just at the very moment when a charming little note from the duchess brought the prince the information that Fabrizio was waiting on his pleasure, his Highness was feeling bored. " Now," said he to himself, " I shall behold a very silly little saint. He will be either empty-headed or sly." The commandant of the fortress had already reported the preliminary visit to the archbishop uncle's tomb. The prince saw a tall young man enter his presence. But for his violet stockings he would have taken him for a young officer. This little surprise drove away his boredom. " Here," thought he to himself, " is a fine-looking fellow, for whom I shall be asked God knows what favours, all and any that are at my disposal. He has just arrived. He must feel some emotion. I'll try a little Jacobinism, and we shall see what kind of answers he'll give." After the first few gracious words spoken by the prince, " Well, monsignore," said he to Fabrizio, " are the inhabitants of Naples happy? Is the king beloved?" " Most Serene Highness," replied Fabrizio without a moment's hesitation, " as I passed along the streets I used to admire the excellent demeanour of the soldiers of his Majesty's various regiments. All good society is respectful, as it should be, to its masters. But I confess I have never in my life permitted people of the lower class to speak to me of anything but the labour for which I pay them." " The deuce," thought the prince, " what a priestling! Here's a well-trained bird, the Sanseverina's own wit." Thoroughly piqued, the prince used all his skill to draw Fabrizio into talk upon this risky subject. The young man, stimulated by the danger of his position, was lucky enough to find admirable answers. " To put forward one's love for one's king," said he, " is almost an insolence. What we owe him is blind obedience." The sight of so much prudence almost made the prince angry. " This young man from Naples seems to be a clever fellow, and I don't like the breed. It's all very well for a clever man to behave according to the best principles, and even to believe in them honestly. Somehow or other he is always sure to be first cousin to Voltaire and Rousseau." The prince felt there was a sort of defiance of himself in the correct manners and unassailable answers of this youth just leaving college. Things were by no means turning out as he had foreseen. In the twinkling of an eye he changed his tone to one of simple good nature, and going back in a few words to the great principles of society and government, he reeled off, applying them to the occasion, certain sentences from Fenelon which had been taught him in his childhood for use at public audiences. " These principles surprise you, young man," said he to Fabrizio. He had addressed him as Monsignore at the beginning of the audience, and proposed to repeat the title when he dismissed him, but during the course of the conversation he considered it more skilful and more favourable to the development of the feelings to use a more intimate and friendly term. " These principles, young man, surprise you. I confess they have no close resemblance with the slices of absolutism — he used the very word — which are served up every day in my official newspaper. But, good God, why do I quote that to you? You know nothing of the writers in that paper." " I beg your Most Serene Highness's pardon. Not only do I read the Parma newspaper, which seems to me fairly well written, but I share its opinion that everything which has been done since the death of Louis XIV in 1715 is at once a folly and a crime. Man's foremost interest is his own salvation. There cannot be two opinions on that score. And that bliss is to last for all eternity. The words liberty, justice, happiness of the greatest number are infamous and criminal. They give men's minds a habit of discussion and disbelief. The Chamber of Deputies mistrusts what those people call the ministry. Once that fatal habit of distrust is contracted, human weakness applies it to everything. Man ends by distrusting the Bible, the commands of the Church, tradition, and so forth, and thenceforward he is lost. Even supposing, and it is horribly false and criminal to say it, this distrust of the authority of the princes set up by God could ensure happiness during the 20 or 30 years of life on which each of us may reckon, what is half a century, or even a whole century, compared with an eternity of torment? The manner in which Fabrizio spoke showed that he was endeavouring to arrange his ideas so that his auditor might grasp them as easily as possible. He was evidently not repeating a lesson by rote. Soon the prince ceased to care about coping with the young man, whose grave and simple manner made him feel uncomfortable. " Farewell, monsignore," he said abruptly. " I see that the education given in the ecclesiastical academy at Naples is an admirable one, and it is quite natural that when these excellent teachings are sown in so distinguished an intelligence, brilliant results should be obtained. Farewell," and he turned his back on him. " That fool is not pleased with me," said Fabrizio to himself. Now, thought the prince, as soon as he was alone, it remains to be seen whether that handsome young fellow is susceptible of any passion for anything. In that case, he will be perfect. Could he possibly have repeated his aunt's lessons more cleverly? I could have fancied I heard her speaking. If there was a revolution here, it would be she who would edit the Moniteur, just as the San Felice did in the old days at Naples. But in spite of her 25 years and her beauty, the San Felice was hanged for good and all, a warning to ladies who are too clever. When the prince took Fabrizio for his aunt's pupil, he made a mistake. Clever folk born on the throne, or close behind it, soon lose all their delicacy of touch. They proscribe all freedom of conversation around them, taking it for coarseness. They will not look at anything but masks, and yet claim to be judges of complexion. And the comical thing is that they believe themselves to be full of tact. In this particular case, for instance, Fabrizio did believe very nearly everything we have heard him say. It is quite true that he did not bestow a thought on those great principles more than twice in a month. He had lively tastes, he had intelligence, but he also had faith. The taste for liberty, the fashion for and worship of the happiness of the greatest number, which is one of the manias of the 19th century, was in his eyes no more than a heresy which would pass away like others, after slaying many souls, just as the plague, while it rages in any particular region, kills many bodies. And in spite of all this, Fabrizio delighted in reading the French newspapers, and even committed imprudences for the sake of procuring them. When Fabrizio returned, rather in a flutter, from his audience at the palace, and began to relate the prince's various attacks upon him to his aunt, "You must call at once," she said, "on Father Landriani, our excellent archbishop. Go to his house on foot, slip quietly up the stairs, don't make much stir in the antechamber, and if you have to wait, all the better, 1,000 times better. Be apostolic, in a word." " I understand," said Fabrizio. " The man is a Tartuffe." " Not the least in the world. He is the very embodiment of virtue." " Even after what he did at the time of Count Palanza's execution ?" returned Fabrizio in astonishment. "Yes, my friend, even after what he did then. Our archbishop's father was a clerk in the Ministry of Finance, quite a humble, middle-class person. That explains everything. Monsignore Landriani is a man of intelligence, lively, far-reaching, and profound. He is sincere, he loves virtue. I am convinced that if the Emperor Decius were to come back to earth he would cheerfully endure martyrdom, like Polyeuctus, in the opera that was performed here last week. There you have the fair side of the medal. Here is the reverse. The moment he enters the sovereign's presence, or even the presence of his prime minister, he is dazzled by so much grandeur. He flushes, grows confused, and it becomes physically impossible to him to say no. This accounts for the things he has done, and which have earned him his cruel reputation all over Italy. But what is not generally known is that when public opinion opened his eyes as to Count Palanza's trial, he voluntarily imposed on himself the penance of living on bread and water for 13 weeks, as many weeks as there are letters in the name Davide Palanza. There is at this court an exceedingly clever rascal of the name of Rassi, the prince's chief justice, or head of the law department, who, at the period of Count Palanza's death, completely bewitched Father Landriani. While he was doing his 13 weeks' penance, Count Mosca, out of pity and a little out of spite, used to invite him to dinner once or twice a week. To please his host, the good archbishop ate his dinner like anybody else. He would have thought it rebellion and Jacobinism to parade his repentance of an action approved by his sovereign. But it was quite well known that for every dinner which his duty as a faithful subject had forced him to eat like everybody else, he endured a self-imposed penance of 2 days on bread and water. Monsignore Landriani, though his mind is superior and his knowledge first class, has one weakness: he likes to be loved. You must look at him tenderly, therefore, and at your 3rd visit you must be frankly fond of him. This, together with your birth, will make him adore you at once. Show no surprise if he accompanies you back to the head of the stairs. Look as if you were accustomed to his ways. He is a man who was born on his knees before the nobility. For the rest, be simple, apostolic, no wit, no brilliancy, no swift repartee. If you do not startle him, he will delight in your company. Remember, it is on his own initiative that he must appoint you his grand vicar. The count and I will appear surprised, and even vexed at your too rapid promotion. That is essential on account of the sovereign." Fabrizio hurried to the archiepiscopal palace. By remarkable good luck, the good prelate's servant, who was a trifle deaf, did not catch the name of Del Dongo. He announced a young priest called Fabrizio. The archbishop was engaged with a priest of not very exemplary morals, whom he had summoned in order to reprimand him. He was in the act of administering a reproof, a very painful effort to him, and did not care to carry the trouble about with him any longer. He therefore kept the great-nephew of the famous Archbishop Ascanio del Dongo waiting for 3/4 of an hour. How shall I reproduce his excuses and his despair when, having conducted the parish priest as far as the outermost antechamber, he inquired, as he passed back towards his apartment, what he could do for the young man who stood waiting, caught sight of his violet stockings, and heard the name Fabrizio del Dongo. The matter struck our hero in so comic a light that even on this first visit he ventured, in a passion of tenderness, to kiss the saintly prelate's hand. It was worth something to hear the archbishop reiterating in his despair, "That a Del Dongo should have waited in my antechamber." He felt obliged, in his own excuse, to relate the whole story of the parish priest, his offences, his replies, and so forth. "Can that really be the man," said Fabrizio to himself, as he returned to the Palazzo Sanseverina, "who hurried on the execution of that poor Count Palanza?" "What does your Excellency think?" said Count Mosca laughingly as he entered the duchess's room. The count would not allow Fabrizio to call him "Your Excellency." "I am utterly amazed. I know nothing about human nature. I would have wagered, if I had not known his name, that this man could not bear to see a chicken bleed." "And you would have won," replied the count. "But when he is in the prince's presence, or even in mine, he cannot say no. As a matter of fact, I must have my yellow ribbon across my coat if I am to produce my full effect upon him. In morning dress he would contradict me, and I always put on my uniform before I receive him. It is no business of ours to destroy the prestige of power. The French newspapers are demolishing it quite fast enough. The respectful mania will hardly last out our time, and you, nephew, you'll outlive respect. You'll be a good-natured man." Fabrizio delighted in the count's society. He was the first superior man who had condescended to converse with him seriously, and further, they had a taste in common, that for antiques and excavations. The count, on his side, was flattered by the extreme deference with which the young man listened to him, but there was one capital objection. Fabrizio occupied rooms in the Palazzo Sanseverina. He spent his life with the duchess, and let it appear, in all innocence, that this intimacy constituted the great happiness of his life, and Fabrizio's eyes and skin were distressingly brilliant. For a long time Ranuzio Ernest IV, who seldom came across an unaccommodating fare, had been nettled by the fact that the duchess, whose virtue was well known at court, had made no exceptions in his favour. As we have seen, Fabrizio's intelligence and presence of mind had displeased him from the very outset. He looked askance at the extreme affection, somewhat imprudently displayed, between aunt and nephew. He listened with excessive attention to the comments of his courtiers, which were endless. The young man's arrival and the extraordinary audience granted him were the talk and astonishment of the court for a good month, whereupon the prince had an idea. In his guard there was a private soldier who could carry his wine in the most admirable manner. This man spent his life in taverns, and reported the general spirit of the military direct to the sovereign. Carlone lacked education, otherwise he would long ago have been promoted. His orders were to be in the palace every day when the great clock struck noon. The prince himself went a little before noon to arrange something about the sun-blind in a room on the mezzanine connected with the apartment in which his Highness dressed. He returned to this room a little after noon had struck, and found the soldier there. The prince had a sheet of paper and an ink bottle in his pocket. He dictated the following note to the soldier: "Your Excellency is a very clever man, no doubt, and it is thanks to your deep wisdom that we see this state so well governed. But, my dear count, such great successes cannot be obtained without rousing a little envy, and I greatly fear there may be some laughter at your expense, if your sagacity does not guess that a certain handsome young man has had the good fortune to inspire, in spite of himself, it may be, a most extraordinary passion. This fortunate mortal is, we are told, only 23 years of age, and, dear count, what complicates the question is that you and I are much more than double that. In the evening, and at a certain distance, the count is delightful, sprightly, a man of wit, as charming as he can be. But in the morning, and in close intimacy, the newcomer may, if we look at matters closely, prove more attractive. Now, we women think a great deal of that freshness of youth, especially when we ourselves are past 30. Is there not talk already of settling the charming young man at our court in some great position? And who may the person be who most constantly mentions the subject to your Excellency?" The prince took the letter and gave the soldier 2 crowns. " These over and above your pay," he said with a gloomy look. " You will keep absolute silence to everybody, or you will go to the dampest of the lower dungeons in the citadel." In his writing table the prince kept a collection of envelopes addressed to the majority of the people about his court by the hand of this same soldier, who was supposed not to know how to write, and never did write even his police reports. The prince chose out the envelope he wanted. A few hours later Count Mosca received a letter through the post. The probable hour of its arrival had been carefully calculated, and at the moment when the postman, who had been seen to go in with a letter in his hand, emerged from the minister's palace, Mosca was summoned to the presence of his Highness. Never had the favourite appeared wrapped in so black a melancholy. To enjoy it more thoroughly, the prince called out as he entered, " I want to divert myself by gossiping with my friend, not to work with my minister. I am enjoying the most frightful headache to-night, and I feel depressed into the bargain." Must I describe the abominable temper that ranged in the breast of Count Mosca del Rovere, Prime Minister of Parma, when he was at last permitted to take leave of his august master? Ranuzio Ernest IV possessed a finished skill in the art of torturing the human heart, and I should not do him much injustice if I were to compare him here with a tiger who delights in playing with his victim. The count had himself driven home at a gallop, called out that not a soul was to be admitted, sent word to the auditor in waiting that he was dismissed — the very thought of a human being within hearing distance of his voice was odious to him — and shut himself up in his great picture gallery. There, at last, he could give rein to all his fury, and there he spent his evening, walking to and fro in the dark, like a man beside himself. He tried to silence his heart, so as to concentrate all the strength of his attention on the course he should pursue. Plunged in an anguish which would have stirred the pity of his bitterest enemy, he mused, " The man I hate lives with the duchess, spends every moment of his time with her. Must I try to make one of her women speak? Nothing could be more dangerous. She is so kind, she pays them well, they adore her, and who, great God, does not adore her? Here lies the question," he began again passionately. "Must I let her guess the jealousy which devours me, or must I hide it?" If I hold my peace, no attempt at concealment will be made. I know Gina. She is a woman who always follows her first impulse. Her behaviour is unforeseen even by herself. If she tries to trace out a plan beforehand, she grows confused. At the moment of action some new idea always occurs to her, which she follows delightedly as being the best in the world, and which ruins everything. If I say nothing of my martyrdom, then nothing is hidden from me, and I see everything which may happen. Yes, but if I speak, I call other circumstances into existence. I make them reflect, I prevent many of the horrible things which may happen. Perhaps he will be sent away." The count drew a breath. "Then I shall almost have won my cause. Even if there were a little temper at first, I could calm that down. And if there were temper, what could be more natural? She has loved him like a son for the last 15 years. There lies all my hope. Like a son. But she has not seen him since he ran away to Waterloo. But when he came back from Naples to her, especially, he was a different man. A different man," he reiterated furiously, "and a charming man, too. Above all, he has that tender look and smiling eye which give so much promise of happiness. And the duchess cannot be accustomed to seeing such eyes at our court. Their place is taken here by glances that are either dreary or sardonic. I myself, worried by business, ruling by sheer influence only, over a man who would fain turn me into ridicule, what eyes must I often have? Ah, whatever care I take, it is my eyes, after all, that must have grown old. Is not my very laughter always close on irony? I will go further, for here I must be sincere. Does not my merriment betray its close association with absolute power and wickedness? Do not I say to myself sometimes, especially when I am exasperated, I can do what I choose? And I even add a piece of foolishness. I must be happier than others, because in 3 matters out of 4 I possess what others have not, sovereign power. Well, then, let me be just. This habit of thought must spoil my smile, must give me a look of satisfied selfishness. And how charming is that smile of his! It breathes the easy happiness of early youth, and sheds that happiness around him. Unfortunately for the count, the weather that evening was hot, oppressive, close on a thunderstorm. The sort of weather, in a word, which in those countries inclines men to extreme resolves. How can I reproduce all the arguments, all the views of what had happened to him, which for 3 mortal hours tortured the passionate-hearted man? At last, prudent counsels prevailed, solely as a result of this reflection. In all probability, I am out of my mind. When I think I am arguing, I am not arguing at all. I am only turning about in search of a less cruel position, and I may pass by some decisive reason without perceiving it. As the excess of my suffering blinds me, let me follow that rule approved by all wise men, which is called prudence. Besides, once I have spoken the fatal word jealousy, my line is marked out for good and all. If, on the contrary, I say nothing to-day, I can always speak to-morrow, and everything remains in my hand." The excitement had been too violent. The count would have lost his reason if it had lasted. He had a moment's relief. His attention had just fixed itself on the anonymous letter. Whence could it come? Hereupon supervened a search for names, and a verdict on each as it occurred, which created a diversion. At last the count recollected the spiteful flash in the sovereign's eye when he had said, toward the close of the audience, "Yes, dear friend, there can be no doubt that the pleasures and cares of the most fortunate ambition, and even of unlimited power, are nothing compared with the inner happiness to be found in the relations of a tender and loving intercourse. Myself, I am a man before I am a prince, and when I am so happy as to love, it is the man and not the prince that my mistress knows." The count compared that twinkle of spiteful pleasure with the words in the letter. "It is thanks to your deep wisdom that we see this state so well governed." "The prince wrote that sentence," he exclaimed. "It is too gratuitously imprudent for any courtier. The letter comes from his Highness." That problem once solved, the flush of satisfaction caused by the pleasure of guessing it soon faded before the cruel picture of Fabrizio's charms, which once more rose up before him. It was as though a huge weight had fallen back upon the heart of the unhappy man. "What matters it who wrote the anonymous letter?" he cried in his fury. "Does it make the fact it reveals to me any less true? This whim may change my whole life," he added, as though to excuse his own excitement. "At any moment, if she cares for him in a certain way, She may start off with him to Belgirate, to Switzerland, or to any other corner of the world. She is rich, and besides, if she had only a few louis a year to live on, what would that matter to her? Did she not tell me only a week ago that she was tired of her palace, well arranged and magnificent as it is? That youthful nature must have novelty. And how simply this new happiness offers itself to her! She will be swept away before she has thought of the danger, before she has thought of pitying me. And yet I am so wretched," he exclaimed, bursting into tears. He had sworn he would not go to see the duchess that evening, but he could not resist the temptation. Never had his eyes so thirsted for the sight of her. About midnight he entered her rooms. He found her alone with her nephew. At 10 o'clock she had dismissed all her company and closed her doors. At the sight of the tender intimacy between the two and the unaffected delight of the duchess, a frightful difficulty, and an unexpected one, rose up before the count's eyes. He had not thought of it during his lengthy ponderings in the picture gallery. How was he to conceal his jealousy? Not knowing what pretext to adopt, he pretended he had found the prince exceedingly prejudiced against him that evening, contradicting everything he said, and so forth. He had the pain of perceiving that the duchess hardly listened to him, and paid no attention to circumstances which only 2 nights before would have led her into a whole train of argument. The count looked at Fabrizio. Never had that handsome Lombard countenance seemed to him so simple and so noble. Fabrizio was paying much more attention than the duchess to the difficulties he was relating. "Really," said he to himself, "that face combines extreme kind-heartedness with a certain expression of tender and artless delight which is quite irresistible. It seems to say, 'The only serious matters in this world are love and the happiness it brings.' And yet, if any detail which demands intelligence occurs, the eye kindles, and one is quite astonished and amazed. In his eyes everything is simple, because everything is sent from above. My God, how am I to struggle against such an enemy? And after all, what will my life be without Gina's love? With what delight she seems to listen to the charming sallies of that young intellect, which, to a woman's mind, must seem unique." A frightful thought clutched the count like a cramp. "Shall I stab him there, in her sight, and kill myself afterward?" He walked up and down the room. His legs were shaking under him, but his hand closed convulsively upon the handle of his dagger. Neither of the others were paying any attention to him. He said he was going to give an order to his servant. They did not even hear him. The duchess was laughing fondly at something Fabrizio had just said to her. The count went under a lamp in the outer drawing-room, and looked to see whether the point of his dagger was sharp. My manner to the young man must be gracious and perfectly polite, he thought, as he returned and drew close to them. His brain was boiling. They seemed to him to be bending forward and exchanging kisses there in his very sight. "That is not possible under my eyes," he thought. "My reason is going. I must compose myself. If I am rough, the duchess is capable, out of sheer pique to her vanity, of following him to Belgirate, and there, or during the journey, a chance word may give a name to what they feel for each other, and then, in a moment, all the consequences must come. Solitude will make that one word decisive, and besides, what is to become of me once the duchess is far away from me? And if, after a great many difficulties with the prince, I should go and show my aged and careworn face at Belgirate, what part should I play between those two in their delicious happiness? Even here, what am I but the terzo incomodo? Our beautiful Italian language was made for the purposes of love. Terzo incomodo, the third party, in the way. What anguish for a man of parts to feel himself in this vile position, and not to have the strength of mind to get up and go away." The count was on the point of breaking out, or at all events of betraying his suffering by the disorder of his countenance. As he walked around the drawing-room, finding himself close to the door, he took to flight, calling out in good-natured and friendly fashion, "Goodbye, you two, I must not shed blood," he murmured to himself. On the morrow of that horrible evening, after a night spent partly in revolving Fabrizio's advantages, and partly in the agonizing paroxysms of the most cruel jealousy, it occurred to the count to send for a young manservant of his own. This man was making love to a girl named Cecchina, one of the duchess's waiting-maids, and her favourite. By good luck, this young servant was exceedingly steady in his conduct, even stingy, and was anxious to be appointed doorkeeper in one of the public buildings at Parma. The count ordered this man to send instantly for Cecchina. The man obeyed, and an hour later the count appeared unexpectedly in the room occupied by the girl and her lover. The count alarmed them both by the quantity of gold coins he gave them. Then, looking into the trembling Cecchina's eyes, he addressed her in the following words: " Are there love passages between the duchess and Monsignore? "" No," said the girl, making up her mind after a moment's silence. " No, not yet. But he often kisses the signora's hands. He laughs, I know, but he kisses them passionately." This testimony was borne out by 100 answers to as many questions put by the distracted count. His passionate anxiety ensured the poor folks honest earning of the money he had given them. He ended by believing what they told him, and felt less wretched. " If ever the duchess suspects this conversation of ours," he said to Cecchina, " I will send your lover to spend 20 years in the fortress, and you will never see him again till his hair is white." A few days went by, during which it became Fabrizio's turn to lose all his cheerfulness. " I assure you," he kept saying to the duchess, " Count Mosca has an antipathy to me." " So much the worse for his Excellency," she replied with a touch of peevishness. This was not the real cause of the anxiety which had driven away Fabrizio's gaiety. " The position," he mused, " in which chance has placed me is untenable. I am quite sure she will never speak. A too significant word would be as horrifying to her as an act of incest. But supposing that one evening, after a day of imprudence and folly, she should examine her own conscience, what will my position be if she believes I have guessed at the inclination she seems to feel toward me? I shall simply be the Casto Giuseppe, an Italian proverb alluding to Joseph's ridiculous position with regard to the wife of the eunuch Potiphar. Shall I make her understand by confiding to her frankly that I am quite incapable of any serious passion? My ideas are not sufficiently well ordered to enable me to express the fact so as to prevent its appearing a piece of deliberate impertinence. My only other resource is to simulate a great devotion for a fair lady left behind me in Naples, and in that case I must go back there for 24 hours. This plan is a wise one, but what a trouble it will be! I might try some obscure little love affair here at Parma. This might cause displeasure, but anything is preferable to the horrible position of the man who will not understand. This last expedient may indeed compromise my future. I must try to diminish that danger by my prudence and by buying discretion." The cruel thought, amid all these considerations, was that Fabrizio really cared for the duchess far more than he did for anybody else in the world. " I must be awkward indeed," said he to himself angrily, " if I am so afraid of not being able to convince her of what is really true." He had not wit to extricate himself from the difficulty, and he soon grew gloomy and morose. " What would become of me, great heavens, if I were to quarrel with the only being on earth to whom I am passionately attached?" On the other hand, Fabrizio could not make up his mind to disturb so delightful a condition of felicity by an imprudent word. His position was so full of enjoyment, his intimate relations with so charming and so pretty a woman were so delightful. As regarded the more trivial aspects of life, her protection ensured him such an agreeable position at the court, the deep intrigues of which, thanks to the explanations she gave him, amused him like a stage play. " But at any moment," he reflected, " I may be wakened as by a thunderclap. If one of these evenings, so cheerful and affectionate, spent alone with this fascinating woman, should lead to anything more fervent, she will expect to find a lover in me. She will look for raptures and wild transports, and all I can ever give her is the liveliest affection, without any love. Nature has bereft me of the capacity for that sort of sublime madness. What reproaches I have had to endure on that score already! I fancy I still hear the Duchess of , and I could laugh at the duchess. But she will think that I fail in love for her, whereas it is love which fails in me, and she will never understand me. Often, when she has told me some story about the court, with all the grace and frolicsomeness that she alone possesses, and a story besides, which it is indispensable for me to know, I kiss her hands, and sometimes her cheek as well. What should I do if her hand pressed mine in one particular way? Fabrizio showed himself daily in the most esteemed and dullest houses in Parma. Guided by his aunt's wise counsels, he paid skilful court to the two princes, father and son, to the Princess Clara Paolina, and to the archbishop, Success came to him, but this did not console him for his mortal terror of a misunderstanding with the duchess. Chapter 8. of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8. Thus, only a month after his arrival at court, Fabrizio was acquainted with all the worries of a courtier, and the intimate friendship which had been the happiness of his life was poisoned. One evening, harassed by these thoughts, he left the duchess's apartments, where he looked far too much like the reigning lover, and, wandering aimlessly through the town, happened to pass by the theatre, which was lighted up. He went in. This, for a man of his cloth, was a piece of gratuitous imprudence, and one which he had fully intended to avoid while at Parma, which, after all, is only a small town of 40,000 inhabitants. It is true, indeed, that from the first days of his residence there he had put aside his official dress, and in the evenings, unless he was going to very large parties, he wore plain black, like any man in mourning. At the theatre he took a box on the third tier, so as not to be seen. The piece was Goldoni's Locandiera. He was looking at the architecture of the house, and had hardly turned his eyes upon the stage. But the numerous audience was in a state of constant laughter. Fabrizio glanced at the young actress who was playing the part of the Locandiera, and thought her droll. He looked at her more attentively, and she struck him as being altogether pretty, and above all, exceedingly natural. She was a simple young creature, the first to laugh at the pretty things Goldoni had put into her mouth, which seemed to astonish her as she spoke them. He inquired her name, and was told it was Marietta Valserra. " Ah," thought he to himself, " she has taken my name. How odd." Contrary to his intention, he did not leave the theatre until the play was over. The next day he came back. 3 days after that he had found out where Marietta Valserra lived. On the very evening of the day on which, with a good deal of difficulty, he had procured this address, he noticed that the count looked at him in the most pleasant manner. The poor jealous lover, who had hard work to restrain himself within the bounds of prudence, had set spies upon the young man's conduct, and was delighted at his freak for the actress. How shall I describe the count's delight when, the day after that on which he had been able to force himself to be gracious to Fabrizio, he learned that the young man, partly disguised, indeed, in a long blue overcoat, had climbed to the wretched apartment on the 4th floor of an old house behind the theatre, in which Marietta Valserra lived. His delight increased twofold when he knew that Fabrizio had presented himself under a false name, and was honoured by the jealousy of a good-for-nothing fellow of the name of Giletti, who played third-rate servants' parts in the city, and danced on the tight-rope in the neighbouring villages. This noble lover of Marietta's was heaping volleys of abuse on Fabrizio, and vowed he would kill him. Opera companies are formed by an impresario, who engages the artists he can afford to pay, or finds disengaged, from all quarters, and the company thus collected by chance remains together for a season or two at the outside. This is not the case with comedy companies. These, though they move about from town to town, and change their place of residence every 2 or 3 months, continue, nevertheless, as one family, the members of which either love or hate each other. These companies frequently comprise couples, living in constant and close relations, which the beaux of the towns in which they occasionally perform find it very difficult to break up. This is exactly what happened to our hero. Little Marietta liked him well enough, but she was horribly afraid of Giletti, who claimed to be her lord and master, and kept a close eye upon her. He openly declared that he would kill the Monsignore, for he had dogged Fabrizio's steps, and had succeeded in finding out his name. This Giletti was certainly the most hideous of beings, and the least attractive imaginable as a lover. He was enormously tall, hideously thin, deeply pitted with smallpox, and had something of a squint into the bargain. Notwithstanding this, he was full of the graces peculiar to his trade, and would make his entry on the wings, where his comrades were assembled, turning wheels on his hands and feet, or performing some other pleasing trick. His great parts were those in which the actor appears with his face whitened with flour, and receives or inflicts innumerable blows with a stick. This worthy rival of Fabrizio's received a salary of 32 francs a month, and thought himself very well off indeed. To Count Mosca it was as though he had been brought back from the gates of the tomb, when his watchers brought him the proofs of all these details. His good nature reasserted itself, he was gayer and better company than ever in the duchess's rooms, and took good care not to tell her anything of the little adventure which had restored him to life. He even took precautions to prevent her hearing anything of what was happening until the latest possible moment. And finally he gathered courage to listen to his reason, which for a month had been vainly assuring him that whenever a lover's merits fade, that lover should take a journey. Important business summoned him to Bologna, and twice a day the cabinet couriers brought him not so much the necessary papers from his offices, as news of little Marietta's amours, of the redoubtable Giletti's fury, and of Fabrizio's undertakings. Several times over, one of the count's agents bespoke performances of Arlecchino, Scheletro e Pasta, one of Giletti's triumphs. He emerges from the pie just as his rival Brighella is going to eat it, and thrashes him soundly. This made a pretext for sending him 100 francs. Giletti, who was over head and ears in debt, took good care to say nothing about this windfall, but his pride reached an astonishing pitch. What had been a whim in Fabrizio's case now became a matter of piqued vanity. Young as he was, his anxieties had already driven him to indulge in whims. His vanity led him to the theatre. The little girl acted very well and amused him. When the play was over, he was in love for quite an hour. The count, receiving news that Fabrizio was in real danger, returned to Parma. Giletti, who had served as a dragoon in the fine Napoleon regiment, was seriously talking of murdering Fabrizio, and was making arrangements for his subsequent flight into the Romagna. If my reader be very young, he will be scandalized by my admiration for this fine trait of virtue. Yet it involved no small effort of heroism on the count's part to leave Bologna. For too often, indeed, in the mornings, his complexion looked sorely jaded, and Fabrizio's was so fresh and pleasant to look at. Who could have reproached him with Fabrizio's death if it had occurred in his absence, and on account of so foolish a business? But to his rare nature, the thought of a generous action, which he might have done, and which he had not performed, would have been an eternal remorse, and further, he could not endure the idea of seeing the duchess sad, and by his fault. When he arrived, he found her taciturn and gloomy. This is what had happened. Her little maid Cecchina, tormented by remorse, and gauging the importance of her own fault by the large sum she had been paid for committing it, had fallen sick. One night the duchess, who had a real regard for her, went up to her room. The young girl could not resist this mark of kindness. She burst into tears, begged her mistress to take back the money still remaining to her out of what she had received, and at last gathered courage to tell her the story of the count's questions and her own replies. The duchess ran across to the lamp and put it out. Then she told Cecchina that she would forgive her, but only on condition that she never said a word about the strange scene to anybody on earth. The poor count, she added carelessly, is afraid of looking ridiculous. All men are alike. The duchess hurried down to her own apartments. She had hardly shut herself into her own room before she burst into tears. The idea of love passages with Fabrizio, at whose birth she had been present, was horrible to her, and yet what other meaning could her conduct bear? Such had been the first cause of the black depression in which the count found her plunged. When he arrived, she had fits of impatience with him, and almost with Fabrizio. She would have liked never to have seen either of them again. She was vexed by Fabrizio's behaviour with little Marietta, which seemed to her ridiculous. For the count, who, like a true lover, could keep nothing from his mistress, had told her the whole story. She could not grow accustomed to this disaster. There was a flaw in her idol. At last, in a moment of confidence, she asked the count's advice. It was an exquisite instant for him, and a worthy reward for the upright impulse which had brought him back to Parma. " What can be more simple ?" said the count, with a smile. " These young fellows fall in love with every woman they see, and the next morning they have forgotten all about her. Ought he not to go to Belgirate to see the Marchesa del Dongo? Very well, then, let him start. While he is away, I shall request the comedy company to remove itself and its talents elsewhere, and will pay its travelling expenses. But we shall soon see him in love again with the first pretty woman chance may throw across his path. That is the natural order of things, and I would not have it otherwise. If it is necessary, let the marchesa write to him." This suggestion, emitted with an air of the most complete indifference, was a ray of light to the duchess. She was afraid of Giletti. That evening the count mentioned, as though by chance, that one of his couriers was about to pass through Milan on his way to Vienna. 3 days later Fabrizio received a letter from his mother. He departed, very much annoyed, because Giletti's jealousy had hitherto prevented him from taking advantage of the friendly feelings of which Marietta had assured him through her mamaccia, an old woman who performed the functions of her mother. Fabrizio met his mother and one of his sisters at Belgirate, a large Piedmontese village on the right bank of Lago Maggiore. The left bank is in Milanese territory and consequently belongs to Austria. This lake, which is parallel to the Lake of Como, and like it runs from north to south, lies about 30 miles further westward. The mountain air, the calm and majestic aspect of the splendid lake, which recalled that near which he had spent his childhood, all contributed to change Fabrizio's annoyance, which had verged upon anger, into a gentle melancholy. The memory of the duchess rose up before him, clothed with infinite tenderness. It seemed to him, now he was far from her, that he was beginning to love her with that love which he had never yet felt for any woman. Nothing could have been more painful to him than the thought of being parted from her forever, and if, while he was in this frame of mind, the duchess had condescended to the smallest coquetry, such, for example, as giving him a rival, she would have conquered his heart. But far from taking so decisive a step, she could not help reproaching herself bitterly because her thoughts hovered so constantly about the young traveller's path. She upbraided herself for what she still called a fancy, as if it had been an abomination. Her kindness and attention to the count increased twofold, and he, bewitched by all these charms, could not listen to the healthy reason which prescribed a second trip to Bologna. The Marchesa del Dongo, greatly hurried by the arrangements for the weddings of her eldest daughter with a Milanese duke, could only spend 3 days with her beloved son. Never had she found him so full of tender affection. Amid the melancholy which was taking stronger and yet stronger hold of Fabrizio's soul, a strange and even absurd idea had presented itself to him, and was forthwith carried into effect. Dare we say, he was bent on consulting Father Blanes. The good old man was perfectly incapable of understanding the sorrows of a heart torn by various boyish passions of almost equal strength. And besides, it would have taken a week to give him even a faint idea of the various interests at Parma which Fabrizio was forced to consider. Yet, when Fabrizio thought of consulting him, all the fresh feelings of his 16th year came back to him. Shall I be believed when I affirm that it was not simply to the wise man and the absurdly faithful friend that Fabrizio longed to speak? The object of this excursion, and the feelings which agitated our hero all through the 50 hours of its duration, are so absurd that for the sake of my story I should doubtless do better to suppress them. I fear Fabrizio's credulity may deprive him of the reader's sympathy. But thus he was. Why should I flatter him more than another? I have not flattered Count Mosca nor the prince. Fabrizio, then, if the truth must be told, accompanied his mother to the port of Laveno, on the left bank of the Lago Maggiore, on the Austrian side, where she landed about 8 o'clock at night. The lake itself is considered neutral, and no passports are asked of anyone who does not land. But darkness had hardly fallen before he, too, had put himself ashore on that same Austrian bank in a little wood which juts out into the water. He had hired a sediola, a sort of country gig which travels very fast, in which he was able to follow about 500 paces behind his mother's carriage. He was disguised as a servant belonging to the Casa del Dongo, and none of the numerous police or customs officers thought of asking him for his passport. A quarter of a league from Como, where the Marchesa del Dongo and her daughter were to spend the night, he took a path to the left. which, after running round the village of Vico, joined a narrow, newly made road along the very edge of the lake. It was midnight, and Fabrizio had reason to hope he would not meet any gendarmes. The black outline of the foliage on the clumps of trees through which the road constantly passed stood out against a starry sky just veiled by a light mist. A profound stillness hung over the waters and the sky. Fabrizio's soul could not resist this sublime beauty. He stopped and seated himself on a rock which jutted out into the lake and formed a little promontory. Nothing broke the universal silence, save the little waves that died out at regular intervals upon the beach. Fabrizio had the heart of an Italian. I beg the fact may be forgiven him. This drawback, which will make him less attractive, consisted above all in the following fact. He was only vain by fits and starts, and the very sight of sublime beauty filled his heart with emotion and blunted the keen and cruel edge of his sorrows. Sitting on his lonely rock, no longer forced to keep watch against police agents, sheltered by the darkness of the night and the vast silence, soft tears rose in his eyes, and he enjoyed, at very little cost, the happiest moments he had known for many a day. He resolved he would never tell a lie to the duchess, and it was because he loved her to adoration at that moment that he swore an oath never to tell her that he loved her. Never would he drop into her ear that word love, because the passion to which the name is given had never visited his heart. In the frenzy of generosity and virtue which made him feel so happy at that moment, he resolved, on the earliest opportunity, to tell her the whole truth, that his heart had never known what love might be. Once this bold decision had been adopted, he felt as though a huge weight had been lifted off him. " Perhaps she will say something to me about Marietta. Very good, then I will never see little Marietta again," he answered his own thought joyously. The morning breeze was beginning to temper the overwhelming heat which had prevailed the whole day long. The dawn was already outlining the Alpine peaks which rise over the northern and eastern shores of the Lake of Como, with a pale, faint light. Their masses, white with snow even in the month of June, stand out sharply against the clear blue of a sky which, at those great heights, no cloud ever dims. A spur of the Alps running southward toward the favoured land of Italy separates the slopes of Como from those of Garda. Fabrizio's eyes followed all the branchings of the noble range. The dawn, as it drove away the light mists rising from the gorges, revealed the valleys lying between. He had resumed his way some minutes previously. He climbed the hill which forms the Durini promontory, and at last his eyes beheld the church tower of Grianta, from which he had so often watched the stars with Father Blanes. " How crassly ignorant I was in those days," he thought. I couldn't even understand the absurd Latin of the astrological treatises my master thumbed, and I believe the chief reason of my respect for them was that, as I only comprehended a word here and there, my imagination undertook to supply their meaning after the most romantic fashion. Gradually his reverie wandered into another direction. Was there anything real about this science? Why should it be different from others? A certain number of fools and of clever people, for instance, agree between themselves that they understand the Mexican language. By this means they impose on society, which respects them, and on governments who pay them. They are loaded with favours, just because they are stupid, and because the people in power need not fear their disturbing the populace and stirring interest and pity by their generous sentiments. Look at Father Bari, on whom Ernest IV has just bestowed a pension of 4,000 francs and the cross of his order, for having reconstituted 19 lines of a Greek dithyramb. But after all, what right have I to think such things absurd? " he exclaimed of a sudden, stopping short. " Has not that very same cross been given to my own tutor?" Fabrizio felt profoundly uncomfortable. The noble passion for virtue which had lately thrilled his heart was being transformed into the mean satisfaction of enjoying a good share in the proceeds of a robbery. " Well," said he at last, and his eyes grew dim as the eyes of a man who is discontented with himself, " since my birth gives me a right to profit by these abuses, I should be an arrant fool if I did not take my share. But I must not venture to speak evil of them in public places." This argument was not devoid of sense, but Fabrizio had fallen a long way below the heights of sublime delight on which he had hovered only an hour before. The thought of his privileges had scorched that always delicate plant which men call happiness. " If I must not believe in astrology," he went on, making an effort to divert his thoughts, " if, like three-fourths of the non-mathematical sciences, this one is no more than an association of enthusiastic simpletons with clever humbugs, paid by those they serve, how comes it that I dwell so often and with so much emotion upon that fatal episode? I did escape long since from the jail at so-and-so, but I was wearing the clothes and using the papers of a soldier who had been justly cast into prison." Fabrizio's reasoning would never carry him any farther than this. He revolved the difficulty in 100 ways, but he never could surmount it. He was too young as yet. During his leisure moments his soul was steeped in the delight of tasting the sensations arising out of the romantic circumstances with which his imagination was always ready to supply him. He by no means employed his time in patiently considering the real peculiarities of things, and then discovering their causes. Reality still seemed to him dull and dirty. I can conceive its not being pleasant to look at, but then one should not argue about it. Above all things, one should not put forward one's own various forms of ignorance as objections. Thus it was that, though Fabrizio was no fool, he was not able to realize that his half-belief in omens really was a religion, a profound impression received at his entrance into life. The thought of this belief was a sensation and a happiness, and he obstinately endeavoured to discover how it might be proved a science which really did exist, like that of geometry, for instance. He eagerly ransacked his memory for the occasions on which the omens he had observed had not been followed by the happy or unfortunate event that they appeared to prognosticate. But though he believed himself to be following out a course of argument, and so drawing nearer to the truth, his memory dwelt with delight on those cases in which the omen had, on the whole, been followed by the accident, good or evil, which he had believed it to foretell, and his soul was filled with emotion and respect. And he would have felt an invincible repugnance toward anyone who denied the existence of such signs, more especially if he had spoken of them jestingly. Fabrizio had been walking along without any regard for distance, and he had reached this point in his powerless arguments when, raising his head, he found himself confronted by the wall of his own father's garden. This wall, which supported a fine terrace, rose more than 40 feet above the road on the right-hand side. A course of dressed stone, running along the top, close to the balustrade, gave it a monumental appearance. " It's not bad," said Fabrizio coldly to himself. " The architecture is good, very nearly Roman in style." He was applying his new antiquarian knowledge. Then he turned away in disgust. His father's severity, and above all his brother Ascanio's denunciation after his return from France, came back to his mind. " That unnatural denunciation has been the origin of my present way of life. I may hate it, I may scorn it, but after all it has changed my fate. What would have become of me, once I had been sent to Novara, where my father's man of business could hardly endure the sight of me, if my aunt had not fallen in love with a powerful minister, and then, if that same aunt had possessed a hard and unfeeling nature, instead of that tender, passionate heart which loves me with a sort of frenzy that astounds me? Where should I be now if the duchess had been like her brother, the Marchese del Dongo?" Lost in these bitter memories, Fabrizio had been walking aimlessly forward. He reached the edge of the moat just opposite the splendid facade of the castle. He scarcely cast a glance at the huge, time-stained building. The noble language of its architecture fell on deaf ears. The memory of his father and his brother shut every sensation of beauty out of his heart. His only thought was that he must be on his guard in the presence of a dangerous and hypocritical enemy. For an instant, but in evident disgust, he glanced at the little window of the third-floor room he had occupied before 1815. His father's treatment had wiped all the charm out of his memories of early days. " I have never been back in it," he thought, " since 8 o'clock at night on that 7th of March. I left it to get the passport from Vasi, and the next morning, in my terror of spies, I hurried on my departure. When I came back, after my journey to France, I had not time even to run up and look once at my prince. And all that thanks to my brother's accusation." Fabrizio turned away his head in horror. " Father Blanes is more than 83 now," he mused sadly. " He hardly ever comes to the castle, so my sister tells me. The infirmities of years have laid their hand upon him. That noble, steady heart is frozen by old age. God knows how long it may be since he has been in his tower. I'll hide myself in his cellar, under the vats or the wine-press, until he wakes. I will not disturb the good old man's slumbers. Probably he will even have forgotten my face. 6 years makes so much difference at my age. I shall find nothing but the shell of my old friend. And it really is a piece of childishness," he added, " to have come here to face the odious sight of my father's house." Fabrizio had just entered the little square in front of the church. It was with an astonishment that almost reached delirium that he saw the long, narrow window on the second story of the ancient tower lighted up by Father Blanes's little lantern. It was the father's custom to place it there when he went up to the wooden cage which formed his observatory, so that the light might not prevent him from reading his planisphere. This map of the sky was spread out on a huge earthenware vase which had once stood in the castle orangery. In the orifice at the bottom of the vase was the tiniest of lamps, the smoke of which was carried out of the vase by a slender tin tube, and the shadow cast by this tube on the map marked the north. All these memories of simple little things flooded Fabrizio's soul with emotion and filled it with happiness. Almost unthinkingly he raised his two hands and gave the little low short whistle which had once been the signal for his admission. At once he heard several pulls at the cord running from the observatory, which controlled the latch of the tower door. In a transport of emotion he bounded up the stairs and found the father sitting in his accustomed place in his wooden armchair. His eye was fixed on the little telescope. With his left hand the father signed to him not to interrupt the observation. A moment afterward he noted down a figure on a playing card. Then, turning in his chair, he held out his arms to our hero, who cast himself into them, bursting into tears. The Abbe Blanes was his real father. " I was expecting you," said Blanes, when the first outburst of tenderness had subsided. Was the abbe posing as a wise man, or was it that thinking of Fabrizio so often as he did, some astrological sign had warned him by a mere chance of his return? " The hour of my death draws near," said Father Blanes. " What ?" exclaimed Fabrizio, much affected. " Yes," returned the father, and his tone was serious, but not sad. " 5 months and a half, or 6 months and a half, after I have seen you again, my life, which will have attained its full measure of happiness, will fade out, come face al mancar dell'alimento, even as the little lamp when the oil fails in it. Before the closing moment comes, I shall probably be speechless for 1 month or 2. After that I shall be received into our father's bosom, provided, indeed, that he is satisfied that I have fulfilled my duty at the post where he set me as sentinel. You are worn out with weariness, your agitation makes you inclined for sleep. Since I have expected you, I have hidden a loaf and a bottle of brandy in the large case which contains my instruments. Support your life with these, and try to gather enough strength to listen to me for a few moments more. I have it in my power to tell you several things before this night has altogether passed into the day. I see them far more distinctly now than I may perhaps see them to-morrow. For, my child, we are always weak, and we must always reckon with this weakness. To-morrow, it may be, the old man, the earthly man in me, will be making ready for my death, and to-morrow night, at 9 o'clock, you must leave me." When Fabrizio had obeyed him in silence, as was his wont, "It is true, then," the old man resumed, "that when you tried to see Waterloo, all you found at first was a prison." "Yes, father," replied Fabrizio, much astonished. "Well, that was a rare good fortune, for your soul, warned by my voice, may make itself ready to endure another prison, far more severe, infinitely more terrible. You will probably only leave it through a crime. But, thanks be to Heaven, the crime will not be committed by your hand. Never fall into crime, however desperately you may be tempted. I think I see that there will be some question of your killing an innocent man, who, without knowing it, has usurped your rights. If you resist this violent temptation, which will seem justified by the laws of honour, your life will be very happy in the eyes of men, and reasonably happy in the eyes of the wise," he added after a moment's reflection. "You will die, my son, like me, sitting on a wooden seat, far from all luxury, and undeceived by it, and, like me, without having any serious reproach upon your soul. Now, future matters are ended between us. I am not able to add anything of much importance. In vain I have sought to know how long your imprisonment will last, whether it will be 6 months, a year, 10 years. I cannot discover anything. I must, I suppose, have committed some sin, and it is the will of Heaven to punish me by the sorrow of this uncertainty. I have only seen that after the prison, yet I do not know whether it is at the very moment of your leaving it, there will be what I call a crime, but happily I think I may be sure that it will be not committed by you. If you are weak enough to dabble in that crime, all the rest of my calculations are but one long mistake. Then you will not die with peace in your soul, sitting on a wooden chair and dressed in white." As he spoke those words, the father tried to rise, and then it was that Fabrizio became aware of the ravages time had worked on his frame. He took almost a minute to get up and turn toward Fabrizio. The young man stood by, motionless and silent. The father threw himself into his arms, and strained him close to him several times over with the utmost tenderness. Then, with all the old cheerfulness, he said, " Try to sleep in tolerable comfort among my instruments. Take my fur-lined wrappers; you will find several which the Duchess Sanseverina sent me 4 years ago. She begged me to foretell your future to her, but I took care to do nothing of the kind, though I kept her wrappers and her fine quadrant. Any announcement of future events is an infringement of the rule, and involves this danger, that it may change the event, in which case the whole science falls to the ground, and becomes nothing more than a childish game. And besides, I should have had to say some hard things to the ever-lovely duchess. By the way, do not let yourself be startled in your sleep by the frightful noise the bells will make in your ear, when they ring for the 7 o'clock mass. Later on they will begin to sound the big bell on the lower floor, which makes all my instruments rattle. To-day is the feast of San Giovita, soldier and martyr. You know our little village of Grianta has the same patron saint as the great city of Brescia, which, by the way, led my illustrious master, Jacopo Marini of Ravenna, into a very comical error. Several times over he assured me I should attain a very fair ecclesiastical position. He thought I was to be priest of the splendid church of San Giovita at Brescia, and I have been priest of a little village numbering 750 souls. But it has all been for the best. I saw, not 10 years since, that if I had been priest of Brescia, my fate would have led me to a prison on a hill in Moravia, the Spielberg. Tomorrow I will bring you all sorts of dainty viands, stolen from the great dinner which I am giving to all the neighbouring priests, who are coming to sing in my high mass. I will bring them into the bottom of the tower, but do not try to see me. Do not come down to take possession of the good things until you have heard me go out again. You must not see me by daylight. And as the sun sets at 27 minutes past 7 tomorrow, I shall not come to embrace you till towards 8 o'clock. And you must depart while the hours are still counted by 9, that is to say, before the clock has struck 10. Take care you are not seen at the tower windows. The gendarmes hold a description of your person, and they are, in a manner, under the orders of your brother, who is a thorough tyrant. The Marchese del Dongo is breaking," added Blanes sadly, "and if he were to see you, perhaps he would give you something from his hand directly into yours. But such benefits, with the stain of fraud upon them, are not worthy of a man such as you, whose strength one day will be in his conscience. The Marchese hates his son Ascanio, and to that son 5 or 6 millions of his property will descend. That is just. When he dies, you will have 4,000 francs a year, and 50 yards of black cloth for your servant's mourning." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. The old man's discourse, Fabrizio's deep attention to it, and his own excessive weariness had thrown him into a state of feverish excitement. He found it very difficult to sleep, and his slumber was broken by dreams which may have been omens of the future. At 10 o'clock the next morning he was disturbed by the rocking of the tower, and a frightful noise which seemed to be coming from without. Terrified, he leaped to his feet, and thought the end of the world must have come. Then he fancied himself in prison, and it was some time before he recognized the sound of the great bell which 40 peasants had set swinging in honour of the great San Giovita. 10 would have done it just as well. Fabrizio looked about for a place whence he might look on without being seen. He observed that from that great height he could look all over his father's gardens, and even into the inner courtyard of his house. He had forgotten it. The thought of his father, now nearing the close of his life, changed all his feelings toward him. He could even distinguish the sparrows hopping about in search of a few crumbs on the balcony of the great dining room. " They're the descendants of those I once tamed," he thought. This balcony, like all the others, was adorned with numerous orange trees, set in earthenware vases, large and small. The sight of them touched him. There was an air of great dignity about this inner courtyard, thus adorned, with its sharply cut shadows standing out against the brilliant sunshine. The thought of his father's failing health came back to him. " It really is very odd," he said to himself. " My father is only 35 years older than I am. 35 and 23 only make 58." The eyes which were gazing at the windows of the room occupied by the harsh parent, whom he had never loved, brimmed over with tears. He shuddered, and a sudden chill ran through his veins when he fancied he recognized his father crossing an orange-covered terrace on the level of his chamber. But it was only a manservant. Just beneath the tower, a number of young girls in white dresses, and divided into several groups, were busily outlining patterns in red, blue, and yellow flowers on the soil of the streets along which the procession was to pass. But there was another sight which appealed yet more strongly to Fabrizio's soul. From his tower he could look over the 2 arms of the lake for a distance of several leagues, and this magnificent prospect soon made him forget every other sight. It stirred the most lofty feelings in his breast. All his childish memories crowded on his brain, and that day, spent prisoned in a church tower, was perhaps one of the happiest in his life. His felicity carried him to a frame of thought considerably higher than was, as a rule, natural to him. Young as he was, he pondered over the events of his past life as though he had already reached its close. " I must acknowledge that never, since I came to Parma," he mused at last, after several hours of the most delightful reverie, " have I ever known calm and perfect delight, such as I used to feel at Naples, when I galloped along the roads of Vomero, or wandered on the coasts of Misena. All the complicated interests of that spiteful little court have made me spiteful, too. I find no pleasure in hating anybody. I even think it would be but a poor delight to me to see my enemies humiliated, if I had any. But hold," he cried, " I have an enemy, Giletti. Now, it is curious," he went on, " that my pleasure at the idea of seeing that ugly fellow going to the devil should have outlived the very slight fancy I had for little Marietta. She is not to be compared to the Duchesse de A , to whom I was obliged to make love at Naples, because I had told her I had fallen in love with her. Heavens, how bored I used to be during those long hours of intimacy with which the fair duchess used to honour me! I never felt anything of that sort in the shabby room, bedroom and kitchen too, in which little Marietta received me twice, and for 2 minutes each time. And heavens, again, what do these people eat? It was pitiful. I ought to have given her mamaccia a pension of 3 beefsteaks a day. That little Marietta," he added, " distracted me from the wicked thoughts with which the neighbourhood of the court had inspired me. Perhaps I should have done better to take up with the cafe life, as the duchess calls it. She seemed rather to incline to it, and she is much cleverer than I am. Thanks to her bounty, or even with this income of 4,000 francs a year, and the interest of the 40,000 francs invested at Lyons, which my mother intends for me, I should always have been able to keep a horse, and to spend a few crowns on making excavations and forming a collection. As I'm apparently never destined to know what love is, my greatest pleasures will always lie in that direction. I should like, before I die, to go back once to the battlefield of Waterloo, and try to recognize the meadow where I was lifted from my horse in such comical fashion, and left sitting on the grass. Once that pilgrimage had been performed, I would often come back to this noble lake. There can be nothing so beautiful in the whole world, to my heart, at all events. Why should I wander so far away in search of happiness? It lies here, under my very eyes." " Ah," said Fabrizio again, " but there is a difficulty. The police forbid my presence near the Lake of Como." " But I am younger than the people who direct the police. Here," he added with a laugh, " I shall find no Duchess d'A , but I should have one of the little girls who are scattering flowers down yonder, and I am sure I should love her just as much. Even in love matters hypocrisy freezes me, and our fine ladies aim at too much sublimity in their effects. Napoleon has given them notions of propriety and constancy. The devil !" he exclaimed a moment later, pulling his head in suddenly, as if afraid he might be recognised, in spite of the shadow cast by the large wooden shutters which kept the rain off the bells. " Here come the gendarmes in all their splendour." 10 gendarmes, in fact, 4 of whom were non-commissioned officers, had appeared at the head of the principal street of the village. The sergeant posted them 100 paces apart, along the line the procession was to follow. " Everybody here knows me. If I'm seen, I shall be carried at one bound from the shores of Como to the Spielberg, where I shall have 110-pound weight of fetters fastened to each of my legs. And what a grief for the duchess!" It was 2 or 3 minutes before Fabrizio was able to realize that in the first place he was 80 feet above other people's heads, that the spot where he stood was comparatively dark, that anybody who might glance upward would be blinded by the blazing sun, and last of all, that every eye was staring wide about the village streets, the houses of which had been freshly whitewashed in honour of the feast of San Giovita. In spite of the cogency of these arguments, Fabrizio's Italian soul would have been incapable of any further enjoyment if he had not interposed a rag of old sacking, which he nailed up to the window, between himself and the gendarmes, making 2 holes in it so that he might be able to look out. The bells had been crashing out for 10 minutes. The procession was passing out of the church, the mortaretti were exploding loudly. Fabrizio turned his head and looked at the little esplanade, surrounded by a parapet, on which his childish life had so often been endangered by the mortaretti, fired off close to his legs, because of which his mother always insisted on keeping him beside her on feast days. These mortaretti, or little mortars, it should be explained, are nothing but gun barrels sawn off in lengths of about 4 inches. It is for this purpose that the peasants so greedily collect the musket barrels which European policy, since the year 1796, has sown broadcast over the plains of Lombardy. When these little tubes are cut up into 4-inch lengths, they are loaded up to the very muzzle, set on the ground in a vertical position, and a train of powder is laid from one to the other. They are ranged in 3 lines, like a battalion, to the number of some 200 or 300, in some clear space near the line of procession. When the Holy Sacrament approaches, the train of powder is lighted, and then begins a sharp, dropping fire of the most irregular and ridiculous description, which sends all the women wild with delight. Nothing more cheery can be imagined than the noise of these mortaretti, as heard from a distance across the lake, and softened by the rocking of the waters. The curious rattle, which had so often been the delight of his childhood, put the over-serious notions which had assailed our hero to flight. He fetched the father's big astronomical telescope, and was able to recognize most of the men and women taking part in the procession. Many charming little girls, whom Fabrizio had left behind him as slips of 11 and 12 years old, had now grown into magnificent-looking women, in all the flower of the most healthy youth. The sight of them brought back our hero's courage, and for the sake of exchanging a word with them he would have braved the gendarmes willingly. When the procession had passed, and re-entered the church by a side door, which was out of Fabrizio's range of vision, the heat at the top of the tower soon became intense. The villagers returned to their homes, and deep silence fell over the place. Several boats filled with peasants departed to Bellagio, Menaggio, and other villages on the shores of the lake. Fabrizio could distinguish the sound of every stroke of the oars. This detail, simple as it was, threw him into a perfect ecstasy. His delight at that moment was built up on all the unhappiness and discomfort which the complicated life of courts had inflicted upon him. What a pleasure would it have been at that moment to row a league's distance over that beautiful calm lake, in which the depths of the heavens were so faithfully reflected. He heard somebody open the door at the bottom of the tower. Father Blanes's old servant, laden with a big basket. It was as much as he could do to refrain from going to speak to her. " She has almost as much affection for me as her master has," he thought, " and I am going away at 9 o'clock to night. Would she not keep silence, as she would swear to me to do, even for those few hours? But," said Fabrizio to himself, " I should displease my friend. I might get him into trouble with the gendarmes." And he let Ghita depart without saying a word to her. He made an excellent dinner, and then lay down to sleep for a few minutes. He did not wake till 8:30 at night. Father Blanes was shaking his arm, and it had grown quite dark. Blanes was exceedingly weary. He looked 50 years older than on the preceding night. He made no further reference to serious matters. Seating himself in his wooden chair, " Kiss me," he said to Fabrizio. Several times over he clasped him in his arms. At last he spoke. " Death, which will soon end this long life of mine, will not be so painful as this separation. I have a purse which I shall leave in Ghita's care, with orders to use its contents for her own need, but to make over whatever it may contain to you if you should ever ask her for it. I know her. Once I have given her this command, she is capable, in her desire to save for you, of not eating meat 4 times in the year, unless you give her explicit orders on the subject. You may be reduced to penury yourself, and then your old friends may be of service to you. Expect nothing but vile treatment from your brother, and try to earn money by some labour that will make you useful to society. I foresee strange tempests. 50 years hence, perhaps, no idle man will be allowed to live. Your mother and your aunt may fail you. Your sisters must obey their husband's will." Then suddenly he cried, " Go, go, fly !" He had just heard a little noise in the clock, a warning that it was about to strike 10. He would not even give Fabrizio time for a farewell embrace. " Make haste, make haste !" he cried. " It will take you at least a minute to get down the stairs. Take care you do not fall, that would be a terrible omen." Fabrizio rushed down the stairs, and once out on the square he began to run. He had hardly reached his father's castle before the clock struck 10. Every stroke echoed in his breast, and filled him with a strange sense of agitation. He paused to reflect, or rather to give rein to the passionate feelings inspired by the contemplation of the majestic edifice at which he had looked so coolly only the night before. His reverie was disturbed by human footsteps. He looked up, and saw himself surrounded by 4 gendarmes. He had 2 excellent pistols, the priming of which he had renewed during his dinner. The click he made as he cocked them attracted one of the gendarmes' notice, and very nearly brought about his arrest. He recognised his danger, and thought of firing at once. He would have been within his rights, for it was his only chance of resisting 4 armed men. Fortunately for him, the gendarmes, who were going round to clear the wine shops, had not treated the civilities offered them in several of those hospitable meeting places with absolute indifference. They were not sufficiently quick in making up their mind to do their duty. Fabrizio fled at the top of his speed. The gendarmes ran a few steps after him, shouting, " Stop, stop !" Then silence fell on everything once more. Some 300 paces off, Fabrizio stopped to get his breath. " The noise of my pistols very nearly caused my arrest. It would have served me right if the duchess had told me — if ever I had been allowed to look into her beautiful eyes again — that my soul delights in contemplating things that may happen 10 years hence, and forgets to look at those which are actually under my nose." Fabrizio shuddered at the thought of the danger he had just escaped. He hastened his steps, but soon he could not restrain himself from running, which was not over prudent, for he attracted the attention of several peasants on their homeward way. Yet he could not prevail upon himself to stop till he was on the mountain, over a league from Grianta, and even then he broke into a cold sweat whenever he thought of the Spielberg. " I have been in a pretty fright," said he to himself, and at the sound of the word he felt almost inclined to be ashamed. " But does not my aunt tell me that the thing I need most is to learn how to forgive myself? I am always comparing myself with a perfect model, which can have no real existence. So be it, then. I will forgive myself my fright, for, on the other hand, I was very ready to defend my liberty, and certainly those 4 men would not all have been left to take me to prison. What I am doing at this moment," he added, " is not soldierly. Instead of rapidly retiring after having fulfilled my object, and possibly roused my enemy's suspicions, I am indulging a whim which is perhaps more absurd than all the good father's predictions." And, in fact, instead of returning by the shortest road, and gaining the banks of the Lago Maggiore, where the boat awaited him, he was making a huge detour for the purpose of seeing his tree. My readers will perhaps recollect Fabrizio's affection for a chestnut tree planted by his mother some 23 years previously. It would be worthy of my brother, he thought, if he had had that tree cut down, but such creatures as he have no feeling for delicate matters. He will not have thought of it, and besides, he added resolutely, it would not be an evil omen. 2 hours later there was a consternation in his glance. Mischievous hands or a stormy wind had broken off one of the chief branches of the young tree, and it was hanging withered. With the help of his dagger, Fabrizio cut it off carefully, and closely pared the wound, so that the rain might not enter the trunk. Then, though time was very precious to him, for it was nearly dawn, he spent a good hour in digging up the ground round the beloved tree. When all these follies were accomplished, he rapidly proceeded on his way toward the Lago Maggiore. He did not feel depressed on the whole. The tree was doing well, it was stronger than ever, and in 5 years it had almost doubled in size. The broken branch was a mere accident of no consequence. Now that it had been lopped off, the tree would not suffer, and would even grow the taller as its limbs divided at a greater height. Before Fabrizio had travelled a league, a brilliant strip of white light in the east outlined the peaks of the Resegon di Lec, a well-known mountain in that country. The road he was now following was full of peasants, but instead of thinking of military matters, Fabrizio was filled with emotion by the sublime or touching aspects of the forest round the Lake of Como. They are perhaps the most lovely in the world. I do not mean those which bring in the greatest number of new crowns, as they say in Switzerland, but those which appeal most strongly to the human soul. For a man in Fabrizio's position, exposed to all the attentions of the gendarmes of Lombardy and Venetia, it was mere childishness to listen to their language. At last he said to himself, "I am half a league from the frontier. I shall meet the customs officers and the gendarmes making their round. This fine cloth coat of mine will rouse their suspicions. They will ask me for my passport. The said passport bears a name doomed to a prison, written in fair characters, and so I find myself under the agreeable necessity of committing murder. If the gendarmes walk together, as they generally do, I dare not wait till one of them seizes me by the collar before I fire. If he should hold me for 1 instant before he falls, I shall find myself at the Spielberg." Fabrizio, filled with a special horror at the idea of firing first, and possibly on an old soldier who had served under his uncle, Count Pietranera, ran to hide himself in the hollow trunk of a huge chestnut tree. He was putting fresh caps into his pistols when he heard a man coming through the wood, singing as he came, in a charming voice, a delightful air by Mercadante, then fashionable in Italy. "That's a good omen," said Fabrizio to himself. He listened attentively to the melody, and the sound of it wiped out the little touch of anger which had begun to season his arguments. He looked carefully up and down the high road, and saw nobody. "The singer will come up some side road," thought he to himself. Almost at that very moment he saw a servant, very neatly dressed in the English style, ride slowly up the road on a hack, leading a very fine blood horse, perhaps a trifle too thin. "Ah," said Fabrizio to himself, "if I had reasoned like Mosca, who is perpetually telling me that the risk a man runs always marks the ratio of his rights over his neighbour, I should crack this serving man's skull with a pistol shot, and once I was on that horse, I should snap my fingers at all the gendarmes in the world. Then, as soon as I got back to Parma, I would send money to the man or his widow. But that would be an abominable action." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. Even as he moralized, Fabrizio sprang upon the high road from Lombardy to Switzerland, which at this spot is quite 4 or 5 feet below the level of the forest. " If my man takes fright," said our hero to himself, " he will start off at a gallop, and I shall be left here looking a sorry fool." By this time he was not more than 10 paces from the servant, who had stopped singing. Fabrizio read in his eyes that he was frightened. Perhaps he was going to turn his horses round. Without any conscious intention, Fabrizio made a bound, and seized the near horse by the bridle. " My friend," said he to the serving man, " I am not a common thief, for I am going to begin by giving you 20 francs, but I am obliged to borrow your horse. I shall be killed if I do not clear out at once. The 4 brothers Riva, those great hunters whom you doubtless know, are on my heels. They have just caught me in their sister's bedroom. I jumped out of the window, and here I am. They have turned out into the forest with their hounds and their guns. I had hidden myself in that big hollow chestnut tree because I saw one of them cross the road. Their hounds will soon be on my track. I am going to get on your horse and gallop a league beyond Como. Thence I shall go to Milan, to cast myself at the viceroy's feet. If you consent with a good grace, I'll leave your horse at the posting-house, with 2 napoleons for yourself. If you make the slightest difficulty, I shall kill you with these pistols. If, when I'm once off, you set the gendarmes after me, my cousin, the brave Count Alari, the Emperor's equerry, will see to your bones being broken for you." Fabrizio invented his speech as he delivered it, which he did in the most gentle manner. " For the rest," he said, laughing, " my name is no secret. I am the Marchesino Ascanio del Dongo. My home is close by, at Grianta. Now then," he cried, raising his voice, " let the horse go." The stupefied servant said never a word. Fabrizio put up the pistol he had held in his left hand, laid hold of the bridle, which the man had dropped, sprang on the horse, and cantered off. When he had ridden 300 paces, he perceived he had forgotten to give him the 20 francs he had promised. He pulled up; the road was still empty, except for the servant, who was galloping after him. He waved him forward with his handkerchief, and when he was within 50 paces, threw a handful of silver coins upon the road, and started off again. Looking back from a distance, he saw the servant picking up the silver. " Now that really is a sensible man," said Fabrizio, laughing. " Not a useless word did he say." He rode rapidly southward, halted at a lonely house, and started forth again a few hours later. By 2 o'clock in the morning he had reached the Lago Maggiore. He soon saw his boat standing on and off. He made the signal agreed on, and she approached the shore. He could find no peasant with whom he might leave the horse, so he turned the noble creature loose, and 3 hours later he was at Belgirate. Once in a friendly country, he took some repose. He was full of joy, for he had been thoroughly successful. Dare we mention the true cause of his delight? His tree was growing splendidly, and his soul had been refreshed by the deep emotion he had felt in Father Blanes's arms. " Does he really believe," said he to himself, " in all the predictions he has made to me? Or is it that as my brother has given me the reputation of a Jacobin, a man who knows neither truth nor law, and capable of any crime, he simply desired to induce me to resist the temptation of taking the life of some villain who may do me an evil turn?" The day after the next, Fabrizio was at Parma, where he vastly entertained the duchess and the count by relating with the greatest exactness, as was his wont, the whole story of his journey. When Fabrizio arrived, he found the porter and all the servants at the Palazzo Sanseverina garbed in the deepest mourning. " Whose loss do we mourn?" he inquired of the duchess. " That excellent man who was known as my husband has just died at Baden. He has left me the palace, that was a settled thing, but as a proof of his regard he has added a legacy of 300,000 francs, and this places me in a serious difficulty. I will not give it up for the benefit of his niece, the Marchesa Raversi, who plays me the vilest of tricks every day of her life. You, who understand art, must really find me some good sculptor, and I will put up a monument to the duke, which shall cost 300,000 francs." The count began to tell stories about the Raversi. " In vain have I striven to soften her by kindness," said the duchess. " As for the duke's nephews, I have had them all made colonels or generals, and in return, never a month passes without their sending me some abominable anonymous letter. I have been obliged to hire a secretary to read all my letters of that description." " And their anonymous letters are the least of all their sins," continued Count Mosca. " They carry on a regular manufacture of vile accusations. 20 times over I ought to have had the whole set brought before the courts, and your Excellency," turning to Fabrizio, " will guess whether my worthy judges would have condemned them or not." " Well, that's what spoils all the rest to me," replied Fabrizio, with that artlessness that sounded so comical at court. " I would much rather see them sentenced by magistrates who would judge them according to their own consciences." " If you, who travel to improve your mind, would give me the addresses of a few such magistrates, you would do me a real kindness. I would write to them before I went to bed to-night." " If I were a minister, this lack of upright judges would wound my vanity." " But it strikes me," rejoined the count, " that your Excellency, who is so fond of the French, and once upon a time even lent them the help of your invincible arm, is forgetting one of their great maxims. It is better to kill the devil than that the devil should kill you. I should very much like to see how anybody could govern those eager beings who read the history of the French Revolution all day long, with judges who would acquit the persons I accused. They would end by acquitting rascals whose guilt was perfectly evident, and every man of them would think himself a Brutus. But I have a bone to pick with you. Does not your sensitive soul feel some remorse concerning that fine horse, rather too lean, which you have just turned loose on the shores of Lac Maggiore?" " I certainly intend," said Fabrizio very gravely, " to send the owner of the horse whatever sum may be necessary to pay him the expenses of advertising, and any others he may have incurred in recovering the beast from the peasants who must have found it. I propose to read the Milanese newspaper carefully, so as to find any advertisement touching a strayed horse. I am quite familiar with the appearance of this one." " He really is primitive," said the count to the duchess. " And what would have become of your Excellency," he continued, laughing, " if, while you were galloping along on that horse's back, he had happened to stumble? You would have found yourself at the Spielberg, my dear young nephew, and with all my credit, I should barely have contrived to get some 30 pounds struck off the weight of the shackles on each of your legs. In that delightful retreat you would have spent quite 10 years. Your legs would possibly have swelled and mortified. Then they would have been neatly cut off for you." " Ah, for pity's sake, don't carry the wretched story any further," broke in the duchess, with tears in her eyes. " He is back and safe." " And I am even more glad of it than you may be sure of that," responded the minister very gravely. " But pray, since this boy was set on going into Lombardy, why did he not ask me to get him a passport in a fitting name? The moment I heard of his arrest, I should have hurried off to Milan, and my friends there would have been willing enough to close their eyes and pretend their police had taken up one of the Princess Parma's subjects. The story of your trip is entertaining and amusing enough, I am quite ready to admit that," the count continued, and his tone grew less gloomy. " Your leap onto the high road decidedly enchants me. But between ourselves, since that serving man held your life in his hands, you had a right to deprive him of his. We propose to raise your Excellency to a brilliant position, at least such are the orders this lady gives me, and I do not think my bitterest enemies can accuse me of ever having neglected her commands. What a heartbreak it would have been to her if that lean horse of yours had happened to make a false step while you were riding a steeplechase upon his back. It would almost have been better if he had broken your neck outright." " You are very tragic to-night, dear friend," said the duchess, quite overcome. " Because tragic events are happening all around us," replied the count, and he, too, was moved. " This is not France, where everything ends with a song or a sentence of imprisonment, and I really am wrong to laugh when I talk to you of such matters. Well, nephew mine, granting that I find a chance some day of making you a bishop, for frankly I cannot begin with making you Archbishop of Parma, as the duchess here would very reasonably have me do. Supposing you were settled in your bishopric, and far from the sound of our wise counsels, tell us what your policy would be." " I would kill the devil sooner than let him kill me, as my friends the French so sensibly say," answered Fabrizio, with shining eyes. " I would hold the position you gave me by every means, even with my pistols. I have read the story of our ancestor who built Grianta in the Del Dongo genealogy. Toward the end of his life, his good friend Galeazzo, Duke of Milan, sent him to inspect a fortified castle on our lake. There was some fear of a fresh invasion by the Swiss. " I really must send a civil word to the commandant of the fortress," said the duke, just as he was dismissing him. He wrote 2 lines and gave him the letter. Then he took it back. " It will be more courteous if I seal it," said the prince. Vespasiano del Dongo departed. But as he was sailing over the lake he remembered an old Greek story, for he was a learned man. He opened his good master's letter, and found it was an order to the commandant of the fortress to put him to death the moment he arrived. So absorbed had Sforza been in his effort to make the deception he had been playing on our ancestor lifelike, that he had left a considerable space between the last line of his note and his signature. Vespasiano del Dongo inserted an order to recognize him as governor-general of all the lake castles in the blank space, and tore the upper part of the letter off. When he had reached the fortress, and his authority had been duly acknowledged, he threw the commandant down a well, declared war on Sforza, and after a few years exchanged his strong castle for the huge estates which have enriched every branch of our family, and which will one day benefit me to the extent of 4,000 francs a year. " You talk like an academician," said the count laughingly. " You have told the story of a splendid prank. But it is not once in 10 years that the delightful opportunity for doing such startling things presents itself. A man who may be stupid at times, but is watchful and prudent always, may often enjoy the pleasure of outwitting men of imagination. It was a freak of the imagination that led Napoleon to put himself into the hands of the prudent John Bull, instead of trying to escape to America. John Bull sat in his counting-house and laughed at the Emperor's letter and his reference to Themistocles. The mean Sancho Panzas of the world will always triumph over the noble-hearted Don Quixotes. If you will consent not to do anything extraordinary, I don't doubt you may be a highly respected, if not a highly respectable, bishop. Nevertheless, I hold to my previous observation. In this matter of the horse, your Excellency behaved very foolishly. You have been within an ace of imprisonment for life." Fabrizio shuddered at the words. He sat on, plunged in a deep astonishment. " Was that the imprisonment which threatens me ?" he mused. " Is that the crime I was not to commit?" Father Blanes's predictions, the prophetic value of which he had despised, began to assume all the importance of real omens in his eyes. "Well," cried the duchess, quite surprised, "what is the matter with you? The count has cast you into a very gloomy reverie." " The light of a new truth has fallen upon my mind, and instead of rebelling against it, I am adopting it. It is quite true. I have been very near a prison that never would have opened its doors again. But the servant lad looked so handsome in his English livery, it would have been a sin to kill him." The count was delighted with his air of youthful wisdom. " He is satisfactory in every way," he said, looking at the duchess. " I must tell you, my boy, that you have made a conquest, and perhaps the most desirable one you could possibly have made." " Ha !" thought Fabrizio. " Now I shall hear some jest about little Marietta." He was mistaken. The count went on. " Your evangelic simplicity has won the heart of our venerable archbishop, Father Landriani. One of these days you will be made a grand vicar. And the beauty of the joke is that the 3 present grand vicars, all of them men of parts and hard working, and 2 of them, I believe, grand vicars before you were born, are about to send a fine letter to their archbishop, begging you may take rank above them all. These gentlemen base this request on your virtuous qualities, in the first place, and in the second, on the fact that you are great-nephew to the famous Archbishop Ascanio del Dongo. When I heard of the respect your virtues had inspired, I instantly promoted the senior grand vicar's nephew to a captaincy. He had remained a lieutenant ever since he had served at the siege of Tarragona, under Marshal Suchet. Go at once, just as you are, in your travelling dress, and pay an affectionate call on your archbishop," exclaimed the duchess. " Tell him all about your sister's marriage. When he knows she is going to be a duchess, he will think you more apostolic than ever. Of course, you will forget everything the count has just confided to you about your approaching appointment." Fabrizio hurried off to the archiepiscopal palace. His behaviour there was both modest and simple. This was a tone he could assume only too easily. For him the effort was when he had to play the nobleman. While he was listening to Monsignor Landriani's somewhat lengthy dissertations, he kept saying to himself, " Ought I to have fired my pistol at the manservant who was leading the lean horse?" His reason replied in the affirmative, but he could not reconcile his heart to the thought of that handsome young fellow dropping disfigured from the saddle. That prison which would have swallowed me up if the horse had stumbled, was it the prison with which so many omens threatened me? The question was of sovereign importance to him, and the archbishop was enchanted with his air of deep attention. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11. When Fabrizio left the archiepiscopal palace, he hurried off to Marietta's dwelling. In the distance he heard Giletti's rough voice. He had sent out for wine, and was carousing with his friends the prompter and the candle snuffer. The mamaccia, who performed the functions of a mother to Marietta, was the only person who answered his signal. " Things have happened while you have been away," she cried. " 2 or 3 of our actors have been accused of having held an orgy in honour of the great Napoleon's birthday, and our unlucky company has been given the name of Jacobin. So we have been ordered to clear out of the dominion of Parma, and Evviva Napoleone! But the Prime Minister is supposed to have paid our reckoning. Giletti certainly has money in his pocket. I don't know how much, but I have seen him with a handful of crown pieces. The manager has given Marietta 5 crowns for her travelling expenses to Mantua and Venice, and 1 for mine. She is still very much in love with you, but she is afraid of Giletti. 3 days ago, at her last performance, he really would have killed her. He boxed her ears soundly twice over, and, what is abominable, he tore her blue shawl. If you would give her a blue shawl, it would be very good-natured of you, and we would say we had won it in the lottery. The drum master of the Carabineers is holding a competition to-morrow. You will see the hour advertised at every street corner. Come and see us then. If Giletti goes to the match, and we can hope he will stay away for any time, I will be at the window, and will beckon you to come up. Try to bring us something very pretty, and Marietta dotes upon you." As he descended the winding stairs that led from the vile garret, Fabrizio's soul was filled with compunction. " I am not a bit altered," he thought. " All those fine resolutions I made on the shores of the lake, when I looked at life with so much philosophy, have flown away. I was not in my normal condition then. It was all a dream, which disappears when I have to face stern realities. This would be the moment for action," he went on, as he re-entered the Sanseverina palace about 11 o'clock at night. But in vain did he search his heart for that noble sincerity which had seemed so easy of attainment during the night he had spent on the shores of Como. " I shall displease the person I love best in the world. If I speak, I shall look like an inferior play-actor. I really never am worth anything except in certain moments of excitement. The count is wonderfully good to me," said he to the duchess, after he had given her an account of his visit to the archbishop. " I value his kindness all the more highly because I fancy I notice that he does not particularly care about me. Therefore I must be all the more correct in my behaviour to him. I know he has excavations at Sanguigna, in which he still delights, judging at least by his expedition the day before yesterday, galloping 12 leagues to spend 2 hours with his workmen. He is afraid that if they find fragments of statuary in the antique temple, the foundations of which he has just laid bare, they may steal them. I should like to offer to go and spend 36 hours at Sanguigna. I am to see the archbishop to-morrow about 5 o'clock. I could start in the evening, and take advantage of the cool hours of the night for my ride." The duchess made no answer at first. Presently she said to him in a very tender voice, " It looks as if you were seeking pretexts for getting away from me. You are hardly back from Belgirate, and you find out a reason for starting off again." " Here's a fine opportunity for me," thought Fabrizio. " But I was a little mad when I was sitting by the lake. In my passion for truthfulness I overlooked the fact that my compliment winds up with an impertinence. I should have to say, ' I regard you with the most devoted friendship,' and so on, but my heart is not capable of real love. Is not that tantamount to saying, ' I see you are in love with me, but pray take care. I cannot return it to you in kind. If the duchess has any passion for me, she will be vexed at my having guessed it. If her feeling for me is one of mere friendship, she will be disgusted by my impudence, and such offences are never forgiven.' While he was weighing these important considerations, Fabrizio was walking, quite unconsciously, up and down the room, looking grave and proud, like a man who sees misfortune hovering within 10 paces of him. The duchess gazed at him with admiration. This was not the child she had known from his birth, the nephew ever ready to obey her commands. This was a serious man, a man whose love would be an exquisite possession. She rose from the ottoman on which she had been sitting, and threw herself passionately into his arms. " Are you bent on leaving me ?" she cried. " No," he said, looking like a Roman emperor, " but I want to behave well." The phrase was susceptible of several interpretations. Fabrizio had not the courage to go further, and run the risk of wounding the adorable woman before him. He was too young, too easily moved. His mind did not suggest any well-turned expression which might convey his meaning. In a fit of passion, which was natural enough, and in spite of his reason, he clasped the charming creature in his arms and rained kisses upon her. Just at that moment the count's carriage was heard in the courtyard, and almost instantly he entered the room. He looked quite affected. " You inspire very strange devotions," said he to Fabrizio, who was almost stunned by the phrase. " This evening the archbishop was received in audience by the prince, as he is regularly every Thursday. The prince has just informed me that the archbishop, who seemed greatly agitated, began by making a very prosy speech, evidently learned by heart, of which the prince could make nothing at all. Landriani ended by saying that it was important for the sake of the church in Parma that Monsignore Fabrizio del Dongo should be appointed his chief grand vicar, and afterward, as soon as he had reached his 25th year, his coadjutor and his ultimate successor. " This idea alarmed me, I confess," said the count. " It is somewhat precipitate, and I was afraid it might throw the prince into a fit of ill humour. But he looked at me and laughed, and said to me in French, ' Ce sont là vos coups, monsieur.' " I will take my oath before God and your Highness," I cried with the utmost possible fervour, " that I was utterly ignorant of this idea of the future succession." Then I went on to tell the real truth, as we talked it over here a few hours since, and I added impulsively that I should have considered his Highness had conferred an overwhelming favour on me if he had ultimately granted you a modest bishopric to begin with. The prince must have believed me, for it pleased him to be gracious. He said to me in the simplest possible way, " This is an official affair between me and the archbishop. You have nothing whatever to do with it. The old gentleman has sent me in a very long and tolerably tiresome report, which he winds up with a formal proposal." I replied that the individual was still very young, and more especially a very new arrival at my court, that I should almost look as if I were honouring a letter of credit drawn on me by the Emperor, if I bestowed the reversion of so high a dignity on the son of one of the great officials of his Lombardo-Venetian kingdom. The archbishop protested there had been no pressure of any such kind. It was a pretty piece of folly to say that to me. It surprised me in a man who is generally so intelligent. But he always loses his head completely when he talks to me, and to-night he was more nervous than ever, which led me to think he passionately desired what he asked for. I told him that nobody knew better than myself that there had been no attempt in high quarters to put forward Del Dongo, that nobody about my court denied his powers, that his reputation for virtue was a fair one, but that I feared he was capable of enthusiasm, and that I had made a vow I would never place madmen of that kind, on whom rulers never can rely, in any exalted position. Then, His Highness continued, I had to endure a pathetic appeal nearly as long as the first. The archbishop sang the praises of enthusiasm for God's house. " Bungler," said I to myself, " you are risking the appointment you were very near getting. You should have cut it short and thanked me fervently." Not a bit. He went on pouring out his homily with a bravery that was ridiculous. I cast about for an answer that would not be too unfavourable to young Del Dongo's cause. I found it, and a fairly apposite one, as you will perceive. " Monsignore," I said, " Pius VII was a great pope and a great saint. He was the only one of all the sovereigns who dared to say no to the tyrant at whose feet Europe grovelled. Well, he was capable of enthusiasm, and this led him, when he was Bishop of Imola, into writing that famous pastoral of the citizen Cardinal Chiaramonti, in support of the Cisalpine Republic. My poor archbishop was struck dumb, and to complete his stupefaction I said to him very gravely, " Farewell, Monsignore, I will take 24 hours to think over your proposal." The poor man added a few more entreaties, which were both ill expressed and, considering I had bidden him farewell, somewhat inopportune. " Now, Count Mosca della Rovere, I desire you will inform the duchess that I will not delay for 24 hours a matter which may give her pleasure. Sit you down here, and write the archbishop the note of approval, which will close the whole business." I wrote the note, he signed it, and he said, " Take it to the duchess instantly. Here, madam, is the note, and to it I owe the happiness of seeing you again to-night." The duchess perused the paper with delight. While the count had been telling his long story, Fabrizio had had time to collect himself. He did not appear astonished by the incident. He took it like a true aristocrat, who had always believed in his own right to that extraordinary advancement, those lucky chances which might very well throw a common man off his balance. He expressed his gratitude, but in measured language, and ended by saying to the count, " A good courtier should flatter the ruling passion. Yesterday you expressed your fear that your workmen at Sanguigna might steal the fragments of antique statuary they may unearth. I delight in excavations. If you will give me leave, I will go and look after those workmen. To-morrow evening, after I have paid the necessary visits to return thanks at the palace, and to the archbishop, I will start for Sanguigna." " But can you imagine," said the duchess, " any reason for the good archbishop's sudden devotion to Fabrizio? There is no need of any imagination. The grand vicar, whose brother is a captain, said to me yesterday, ' Father Landriani argues on this unvarying principle, that the holder of the title is superior to the coadjutor, and he is beside himself with delight at having a Del Dongo at his orders, and under an obligation conferred by himself. Everything that draws attention to Fabrizio's high birth increases his private satisfaction. That is the man he has under him. In the second place, he likes Monsignor Fabrizio. He does not feel shy in his presence. And finally, for the last 10 years he has been nursing a hearty hatred of the Bishop of Piacenza, who openly avows his expectation of succeeding him at Parma, and who is, besides, the son of a miller. It is with an eye to this future succession that the Bishop of Piacenza has entered into close relations with the Marchesa Raversi, and this intimacy makes our archbishop tremble for his pet plan, that of seeing a Del Dongo on his staff, and of issuing his orders to him. Very early on the next morning but one, Fabrizio was overlooking the workers on the excavations at Sanguigna, opposite Colorno, the Versailles of the Parmese princes. These excavations stretched across the plain close to the high road leading from Parma to the bridge of Casalmaggiore, the nearest Austrian town. The workmen were cutting a long ditch along the plain. It was 8 feet deep, and as narrow as might be. The object was to find, alongside the old Roman road, the ruins of a second temple, which, according to local tradition, had been still standing in the Middle Ages. Notwithstanding the prince's authority, many peasants looked with a jealous eye on the long trenches cut across their land. In spite of everything they were told, they fancied search was being made for some treasure, and Fabrizio's presence was particularly valuable as a check on any little outbreak on their part. He was not at all bored; he watched the work with passionate interest. Now and then some medal was turned up, and he was resolved he would not give the labourers time to agree among themselves to pilfer it. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning of a lovely day. He had borrowed an old single-barrelled gun. He shot at a few larks. One of them fell wounded on the high road. Fabrizio, when he followed it, saw a carriage in the distance coming from Parma and travelling toward Casalmaggiore. He had just reloaded his gun when the vehicle, a very shabby one, came slowly up to him, and in it he recognized little Marietta. With her were the ungainly Giletti and the old woman she passed off as her mother. Giletti took it into his head that Fabrizio had set himself thus in the middle of the road, gun in hand, with the idea of insulting him, and perhaps of carrying off little Marietta, Like a bold fellow, he jumped out of the carriage instantly. In his left hand he grasped a very large and very rusty pistol, and in his right a sword, still in its scabbard, which he was in the habit of wearing when necessity obliged the manager of his company to allot him some nobleman's part in a play. " Ha, villain !" he cried, " I'm heartily glad to catch you here, only a league from the frontier. I'll soon settle your business for you. Your violet stockings won't protect you here." Fabrizio had been making signs to little Marietta, and scarcely paying any attention to Giletti's jealous shrieks. Suddenly he saw the muzzle of the rusty pistol within 3 feet of his own chest. He had only time to strike at the pistol with his gun, using it as if it had been a stick. The pistol went off, but nobody was wounded. " Stop, you fool !" shrieked Giletti to the vetturino, skilfully contriving at the same time to spring at the barrel of his adversary's gun, and hold it away from his own body. He and Fabrizio each tugged at the gun with all his strength. Giletti, who was much the stronger of the two, kept slipping one hand over the other toward the lock, and had very nearly got possession of the weapon when Fabrizio, to prevent his using it, touched the trigger. He had previously noticed that the muzzle was over 3 inches above Giletti's shoulder. The shot went off close to the man's ear. He was a little startled, but pulled himself together in a moment. " Oho, you'd like to blow my brains out, you scoundrel! I'll soon settle you." Giletti threw away the scabbard of his sword, and fell upon Fabrizio with the most astonishing swiftness. Fabrizio, who was unarmed, gave himself up for lost. He bolted toward the carriage, which had stopped some paces behind Giletti, and turning to the left he caught hold of the springs, ran quickly round it, and passed the right-hand door, which was open. Giletti, tearing along on his long legs, and not having thought of catching at the carriage springs, ran several steps in his original direction before he could stop himself. Just as Fabrizio ran past the open door, he heard Marietta say in an undertone, " Look out for yourself, he'll kill you. Here !" And at the same moment he saw a great hunting knife fall out of the carriage. He bent down to pick it up, but just at that moment a sword thrust from Giletti touched him on the shoulder. When Fabrizio stood up he found himself within 6 inches of Giletti, who gave him a furious blow in the face with the pommel of his sword. So violent was this blow that Fabrizio was quite dazed, and at that moment he was very near being killed. Fortunately for him, Giletti was still too close to be able to thrust at him. When Fabrizio recovered his wits he took to flight at the top of his speed. As he ran he threw away the sheath of the hunting knife, and then, turning sharp round, he found himself within 3 paces of Giletti, who was tearing after him. Giletti was running as fast as he could go. Fabrizio made a thrust at him, and though Giletti had time to strike up the hunting knife a little, he received the thrust full in his cheek. He passed close to Fabrizio, who felt himself wounded in the thigh. This was by Giletti's knife, which he had found time to open. Fabrizio made a spring to the right, turned round, and at last the adversaries found themselves within reasonable fighting distance. Giletti was swearing furiously. " Ah, I'll cut your throat for you, you scoundrel of a priest !" he cried over and over again. Fabrizio was quite out of breath, and could not speak. The blow on his face with the pommel of the sword hurt him dreadfully, and his nose was pouring blood. He parried various blows with his hunting knife, and delivered several thrusts without well knowing what he was about. He had a sort of vague idea that he was performing in a public assault at arms. This idea had been suggested to him by the presence of his workmen, who, to the number of 25 or 30, had formed a ring round them, but at a very respectful distance, for both of the combatants kept running hither and thither, and then rushing upon each other. The fight seemed to be growing less fierce, the thrusts rather less rapidly exchanged, when Fabrizio said to himself, " Judging by the way my face hurts me, he must have disfigured me." Stung to fury by the thought, he rushed at his enemy, holding the hunting knife in front of him. The point entered Giletti's chest on the right, and passed out near his left shoulder. At the same moment the whole length of Giletti's sword ran through the upper part of Fabrizio's arm, but as the sword slipped beneath the skin, the wound was quite a trifling one. Giletti had fallen. Just as Fabrizio went toward him, with his eye on his left hand, which held the knife, that hand unclosed mechanically, and the weapon dropped from its grasp. " The rascal is dead," thought Fabrizio to himself. He looked at the face. The blood was pouring from Giletti's mouth. Fabrizio ran to the carriage. " Have you a looking-glass ?" he cried to Marietta. Marietta, very pale, was staring at him and did not answer. The old woman, with the greatest coolness, opened a green work-bag and handed Fabrizio a small mirror about the size of a man's hand, with a handle to it. Fabrizio felt his face all over as he peered into the glass. " My eyes are all right," said he. " That's a great thing." Then he looked at his teeth. They were not broken. " Then why does it hurt me so ?" he murmured. The old woman replied, " Because the top of your cheek has been crushed between Giletti's sword and the bone we all have there. It's all blue and horribly swelled. Put on leeches at once, and it will be nothing at all." " Ah, leeches at once," said Fabrizio, laughing, and he recovered his self-possession. He saw the workmen gathering round Giletti, looking at him without daring to touch him. " Why don't you help the man ?" he shouted. " Take his coat off him." He would have proceeded, but raising his eyes he saw, some 300 paces off, 5 or 6 men advancing along the high road with slow and measured step toward the spot on which he stood. " Those are gendarmes," thought he to himself, " and as there's a man dead they will arrest me, and I shall have the pleasure of making my solemn entry into the city of Parma with them. What a nice story for the courtiers who are the Raversi's friends and hate my aunt." Instantly, and as quick as lightning, he threw all the money he had in his pockets to the astonished workmen, and jumped into the carriage. " Prevent those gendarmes from following me," he shouted to the men, " and I will make your fortunes. Tell them I am innocent, that the man attacked me and would have killed me. And you," he added to the vetturino, " make your horses gallop. You shall have 4 gold napoleons if you get across the Po before those fellows can reach me." " All right," said the vetturino. " Don't be in a fright. Those men yonder are on foot, and if my little horses only trot they will be left far behind." As he spoke he shook them up into a gallop. Our hero was much offended by the coachman's use of the word " fright." He really had been in a horrible fright after receiving the blow from the sword pommel in his face. " We may meet people on horseback coming this way," said the vetturino, thinking of his 4 napoleons, " and the men who are following us may shout to them to stop us." This meant, " Reload your weapons." " Ah, how brave you are, my little abbe !" cried Marietta, and she kissed Fabrizio. The old woman had thrust her head out the window. Presently she drew it in again. " Nobody is following you, sir," she said to Fabrizio very coolly, " and there is nobody on the road in front of you. You know how precise the Austrian police officials are. If they see you come galloping up to the embankment beside the Po, you may be perfectly certain they will stop you." Fabrizio put his head out of the window. " You can trot now," said he to the coachman. Then, turning to the old woman, " What passport have you?" " 3 instead of 1," replied she, " and each of them cost us 4 francs. Isn't that cruel for poor play actors travelling all the year round? Here is a passport for Signor Giletti, a dramatic artist. That shall be you. And here are Mariettina's and mine. But Giletti had all our money in his pocket. What is to become of us?" " How much had he ?" said Fabrizio. " 40 good crowns of 5 francs each," said the old woman. " That is to say, 6 crowns and some small change," laughed Marietta. " I won't have my little abbe imposed upon." " Is it not quite natural, sir," returned the old woman with the greatest calmness, " that I should try to do you out of 34 crowns? What are 34 crowns to you? And as for us, we've lost our protector. Who is to look after our lodgings now, and bargain with the vetturino when we travel, and keep everything in order? Giletti was not a beauty, but he was useful. And if this child here had not been a fool, and fallen in love with you at first sight, Giletti would never have noticed anything, and you would have given us good silver crowns. I can assure you we are very poor." Fabrizio was touched. He took out his purse and gave the old woman several gold pieces. " You see," he said, " that I have only 15 left, so it will be useless to try and get any more out of me." Little Marietta threw her arms round his neck, and the old woman kissed his hands. The carriage was still trotting slowly forward when the yellow barriers, striped with black, which marked the Austrian frontier, appeared in sight. The old woman addressed Fabrizio. " You would do well to pass on foot, with Giletti's passport in your pocket. We will stop a few minutes on the pretext of making ourselves look tidy. And besides, the customs officers will open our baggage. If you will take my advice, you had better walk lazily through Casal Maggiore, even turn into the cafe and drink a glass of brandy. Once you're out of the village, make off. The police on Austrian territory are devilishly sharp. They will soon find out that a man has been killed. You are travelling with a passport which does not belong to you. For less than that you might get 2 years in prison. When you leave the town, turn to the right and get to the banks of the Po. Hire a boat and take refuge at Ravenna or Ferrara. Get out of the Austrian states as quickly as ever you can. 2 louis will buy you another passport from some custom house officer. This one would be the ruin of you. Remember, you've killed the man." Fabrizio carefully reread Giletti's passport as he walked toward the bridge of boats at Casal Maggiore. Our hero was seriously alarmed. He had a vivid recollection of all Count Mosca had told him concerning the risk he would run if he re-entered Austrian territory, and only 2 paces in front of him he saw the fateful bridge which was to admit him to those dominions, the capital of which, in his eyes, was the Spielberg. But what else was he to do? By an express convention between the 2 states, the Duchy of Modena, which bounds the dominion of Parma on the south, returned all fugitives who passed over its borders. The Parmese frontier, running up into the mountain country near Genoa, was too distant. His misadventure would be known at Parma before he could reach those mountains. Nothing remained to him, therefore, except the Austrian states on the left bank of the Po. 36 hours or 2 days would probably elapse before there could be time to write to the Austrian authorities and request his arrest. On the whole, Fabrizio thought it wiser to burn his own passport, which he lighted at the end of his cigar. He would be safer on Austrian ground as a vagabond than as Fabrizio del Dongo, and there was the possibility of his being searched. Apart from his very natural repugnance to the idea of staking his life on the unhappy Giletti's passport, the document itself presented some material difficulties. Fabrizio's stature did not, at the most, exceed 5'5", instead of the 5'10" described in the passport. He was nearly 24, and looked younger. Giletti was 39. We will confess that our hero spent a full half-hour walking up and down an embankment on the river, close by the bridge of boats, before he could make up his mind to go down upon it. " What advice should I give to another man in my place?" said he to himself at last. " Clearly, to go across. It is dangerous to stay in Parma. A gendarme may be sent in pursuit of the man who has killed another, even against his own will." Fabrizio turned out his pockets, tore up all his papers, and kept literally nothing except his handkerchief and his cigar case. It was important to shorten by every possible means the examination he would have to undergo. He thought of a terrible difficulty which might be made, and to which he could find no good answer. He was going to call himself Giletti, and all his linen was marked F.D. Fabrizio, as will be discovered, was one of those unhappy beings who are tortured by their own imaginations, a somewhat common weakness among intelligent people in Italy. A French soldier of equal or even inferior courage would have set about crossing the bridge at once, without thinking of any difficulty beforehand, and he would have done it with perfect composure, whereas Fabrizio was very far from being composed, when, at the far end of the bridge, a little man dressed in grey said to him, "Go into the police office and show your passport." The office had dirty walls, studded with nails on which the officials' pipes and greasy hats were hung. The big deal writing table at which they sat was covered with ink stains and wine stains. 2 or 3 big green leather registers also showed stains of every shade of colour, and the edges of the pages were blackened by dirty hands. On these registers, which were piled one upon the other, lay 3 splendid laurel wreaths, which had been used the night before in honour of one of the Emperor's fete days. Fabrizio was struck by all these details; they sent a pang through his heart. This was the price he paid for the splendid luxury and freshness of his beautiful rooms in the Palazzo Sanseverina. He was obliged to enter the dirty office and stand there like an inferior. He was soon to be cross-questioned. The official, who stretched out a yellow hand to receive his passport, was a short, dark man with a brass jewel in his neckcloth. " Here's a common man in a bad temper," said Fabrizio to himself. He seemed very much surprised when he read the passport, and the perusal lasted quite 5 minutes. " You've had an accident," said he to the stranger, looking at his cheek. " The vetturino upset us over the river embankment." Then silence fell again, and the official cast strange glances at the traveller. " I have it," said Fabrizio to himself. " He's going to tell me that he's sorry to have to give me an unpleasant piece of news, and that I am arrested." All sorts of wild notions crowded onto our hero's brain. His logic at that moment was of the weakest description. He thought, for instance, of bolting through the office door, which was standing open. I would get rid of my coat, I would jump into the Po, and I have no doubt I could swim across. Anything is better than the Spielberg. While he weighed his chances of succeeding in this prank, the police officer was looking hard at him. Their two faces were a study. The presence of danger inspires a sensible man with genius, raising him, so to speak, above himself. In the case of the man of imagination, it inspires him with romances, which may indeed be bold, but which are frequently absurd. Our hero's look of indignation under the scrutinizing glance of this police officer with the brass jewellery was something worth seeing. " If I were to kill him," said Fabrizio to himself, " I should be sentenced to 20 years at the galleys or to death. That would be far less awful than the Spielberg, with a chain weighing 120 pounds on each foot, and 8 ounces of bread for my daily food, and it would last 20 years, so that I should be 44 before I came out." Fabrizio's logical mind overlooked the fact that as he had burned his own passport, there was nothing to acquaint the police officer with the detail of his being the rebel Fabrizio del Dongo. Our hero was tolerably frightened, as my readers perceive. His alarm would have been far greater if he had been aware of the thoughts passing in the official's mind. The man was a friend of Giletti's. His surprise at seeing his passport in the hands of another person may therefore be imagined. His first impulse had been to arrest the stranger. Then he reflected that very likely Giletti had sold the passport to the good-looking young fellow, who had probably just got into some scrape at Parma. " If I arrest him," said he to himself, " Giletti will get into trouble. It will easily be discovered that he has sold his passport. But, on the other hand, what will my superiors say if they find out that I, who am a friend of Giletti's, have countersigned his passport when presented by another person?" The officer stood up with a yawn, and said to Fabrizio, " Wait here, sir." Then, as was natural to policemen, he added, " There is a difficulty." Fabrizio said within himself, " What there is going to be is my flight." The official, indeed, had left the office, leaving the door open, and the passport was still lying on the deal table. " There's no doubt about my danger," thought Fabrizio to himself. " I will take up my passport and walk quietly back across the bridge. If the gendarme questions me, I will tell him I have forgotten to get it countersigned by the police officer at the last village in the dominion of Parma." The passport was actually in Fabrizio's hand, when, to his inexpressible astonishment, he heard the clerk with the brass jewellery say, " Upon my soul, I am done up. I'm choking with heat. I'm going to get a cup of coffee at the cafe. When you've finished your pipe, just go into the office. There's a passport to be signed. The traveller is waiting." Fabrizio, who was just stepping out on tiptoe, found himself face to face with a good-looking young fellow who was humming a tune, and heard him say, " Very good, we'll see to their passport. I'll oblige them with my flourish. Where do you wish to go, sir?" " To Mantua, Venice, and Ferrara." " Ferrara let it be," answered the official, whistling. He took up a stamp, printed the visa upon the passport in blue ink, and rapidly inserted the words, " Mantua, Venice, and Ferrara," in the blank space left by the stamp. Then he waved his hand in the air several times, signed his name, and dipped his pen in the ink again to make his flourish, a feat he performed slowly and with infinite care. Fabrizio watched every motion of his pen. The clerk looked complacently at his flourish, added 5 or 6 dots, and then returned the passport to Fabrizio, saying indifferently, " A pleasant journey to you, sir." Fabrizio was departing with a rapidity which he was attempting to conceal, when he felt himself stopped by a touch on his left arm. Instinctively his hand sought the handle of his dagger, and if he had not seen houses all around him, he might have been guilty of a blunder. The man who had touched his left arm, seeing his startled look, said apologetically, " But I spoke to you 3 times, sir, and you did not answer. Have you anything to declare at the custom house?" " I've nothing on me but my handkerchief. I'm going to shoot with one of my relations quite close by." He would have been sorely puzzled if he had been asked to mention that relation's name. Thanks to the great heat and his own emotions, Fabrizio was dripping as if he had fallen into the Po. I am brave enough when I have to do this with play actors, but custom house clerks with brass jewellery drive me beside myself. I'll write the duchess a comic sonnet on that subject." Fabrizio entered the town of Casal Maggiore, and immediately turned to the right, down a shabby street leading to the Po. " I am in sore need," said he to himself, " of the assistance of Bacchus and Ceres," and he entered a shop, over the door of which a grey cloth hung from a pole. On this cloth was inscribed the word Trattoria. A ragged bed-sheet, supported by two thin wooden hoops, and hanging within 3 feet of the ground, sheltered the door of the trattoria from the direct blaze of the sun. Within it, a half-naked and very pretty woman received our hero respectfully, a fact which gave him the keenest satisfaction. He lost no time in telling her that he was starving with hunger. While the woman was preparing his breakfast, a man of about 30 years of age came into the room. On his first entrance he made no sign of greeting, but suddenly he rose from the bench on which he had cast himself with an easy gesture, and said to Fabrizio, " Eccellenza, la riveresco." " I salute your Excellency." Fabrizio felt exceedingly cheerful at that moment, and instead of at once expecting something gloomy, he answered with a laugh, " And how the devil do you know my Excellency?" " What, doesn't your Excellency recollect Ludovico, one of the Duchess Sanseverina's coachmen? At Sacca, the country house where we went every year, I always got fever, so I asked my mistress to give me a pension, and I retired. I am rich now, for instead of the pension of 12 crowns a year, which was the very most I could have expected, my mistress told me that to give me leisure to write sonnets, for I am a poet in the vulgar tongue, she would allow me 24 crowns, and the Signor Count told me that if ever I was in need I had only to come and tell him. I had the honour of driving Monsignore for a stage when he went to make his retreat, like a good churchman, at the Carthusian monastery at Valleia." Fabrizio looked at the man, and began to recall him a little. He had been one of the smartest coachmen at the Casa Sanseverina. Now that he was rich, as he affirmed, his only garments were a coarse tattered shirt and a pair of canvas nether garments, which hardly reached his knees, and had once been dyed black. A pair of shoes and a very bad hat completed his costume, and further, he had not been shaved for a fortnight. Fabrizio, as he ate his omelette, chatted with him on absolutely equal terms. He thought he perceived that Ludovico was his hostess's lover. He soon dispatched his meal, and then said to Ludovico in an undertone, " I have a word for you." " Your Excellency can speak freely before her. She is a really good woman," said Ludovico with a tender glance. " Well, then, my friends," said Fabrizio at once, " I am in trouble, and I want your help. To begin with, there is nothing political about my business. I have simply killed a man who tried to murder me because I was speaking to his mistress." " Poor young fellow," quoth the hostess. " Your Excellency may reckon on me," cried the coachman, with eyes that shone with the most fervent devotion. " Where does your Excellency desire to go? "" To Ferrara. I have a passport, but I would rather not face the gendarmes, who may know something of what has happened." " When did you put the fellow out of the way? "" At 6 o'clock this morning." " Is there no blood on your Excellency's clothes? " said the hostess. " I was thinking of that," replied the coachman, " and besides, the cloth is too fine. Such stuff as that is not often seen in our country. It would attract attention. I will go and buy clothes from the Jew. Your Excellency is about my height, only thinner." " For mercy's sake, don't call me your Excellency. That will attract attention." " Yes, your Excellency," replied the coachman as he went out of the shop. " Halloo, halloo !" shouted Fabrizio. " What about the money? Come back." " Don't talk of money," said the hostess. " He has 67 crowns, which are very much at your service. And I," she added, dropping her voice, " have 40, which I offer you with all my heart. One does not always happen to have money about, when such accidents as these occur." When Fabrizio had entered the trattoria, he had taken off his coat on account of the heat. " If any one should come in, that waistcoat of yours might get us into difficulties. That fine English cloth would be remarked." She gave the fugitive one of her husband's waistcoats, made of canvas dyed black. A tall young man entered the shop through an inner door. There was a touch of elegance about his dress. " This is my husband," said the hostess. " Pietro Antonio," said she to her husband. " This gentleman is a friend of Ludovico's. He had an accident this morning on the other side of the river. He wants to escape to Ferrara." " Oh, we'll get him through," said the husband very civilly. " We have Carlo Giuseppe's boat." Another weakness of our hero's character, which we will confess as frankly as we have related his fright in the police office at the end of the bridge, now caused his eyes to brim with tears. The absolute devotion he had met with among these peasants moved him deeply. He thought, too, of his aunt's characteristic kind-heartedness. He would have liked to have been able to make all these people's fortunes. Ludovico now came back, carrying a bundle. " Goodbye to this other fellow," said the husband in the most friendly fashion. " That's not it at all," replied Ludovico in a very anxious voice. " People are beginning to talk about you. It was noticed when you left the main street and turned down our vicolo that you hesitated, like a man who wanted to hide himself." " Get up quickly to the room above," said the husband. This room was a very large and handsome one. The two windows were filled with gray linen instead of glass. It contained 4 beds, each about 6 feet wide and 5 feet high. " And quick, said Ludovico. " There's a conceited fool of a gendarme lately arrived here who wanted to make love to the pretty woman below stairs, and I warned him that when next he went out patrolling on the roads he would very likely meet a bullet. If that dog hears your Excellency mentioned, he'll want to play us a trick. He'll try to get you arrested here, so as to bring disrepute on Theodolinda's trattoria. What?" Ludovico went on, when he saw Fabrizio's shirt all stained with blood and his wounds tied up with handkerchiefs. " So the porco defended himself. This is enough to get us arrested 100 times over. I didn't buy a shirt." Unceremoniously he opened the husband's cupboard and handed over one of his shirts to Fabrizio, who was soon dressed as a rich middle-class countryman. Ludovico unhooked a net which was hanging on the wall, put Fabrizio's clothes into the basket for holding the fish, ran down the stairs, and went swiftly out by a back door, Fabrizio following him. " Theodolinda," he called out as he hurried past the shop, " hide what we've left upstairs. We'll go and wait in the willows, and you, Pietro Antonio, make haste and send us a boat. It will be well paid for." Ludovico led Fabrizio over more than 20 ditches. The widest of these were bridged by very long and very elastic wooden boards. Ludovico pulled these planks over as fast as they crossed them. When they reached the last cutting, he pulled the plank away eagerly. " Now we can breathe," he said. " That dog of a policeman will have to go more than 2 leagues round before he can reach your Excellency." " But you've turned white," said he to Fabrizio. " I've not forgotten to bring a bottle of brandy." " I shall be very glad of it. The wound in my thigh is beginning to hurt, and besides, I was in a horrible fright while I was in the police office at the end of the bridge." " I should think so, indeed," said Ludovico. " With a bloody shirt like yours, I don't understand how you ever dared to go into such a place. As for the wounds, I know all about that sort of thing. I'll take you to a nice cool place where you can sleep for an hour. The boat will come to fetch us there, if there's a boat to be had. If not, when you're a little rested, we'll go on 2 short leagues farther, and I'll take you to a mill where I can get a boat myself. Your Excellency knows a great deal more than I do. My mistress will be in despair when she hears of the accident. She will be told you are mortally wounded, or perhaps that you have killed the other treacherously. The Marchesa Raversi will not fail to put about every kind of spiteful report to distress my mistress. Your Excellency might write." " And how shall I send my letter? "" The men at the mill to which we are going earn 12 sous a day. They can get to Parma in a day and a half. That means 4 francs for the journey, and 2 francs for the wear and tear of their shoes. If the message was carried for a poor man like myself, it would cost 6 francs. As it will be done for a nobleman, I will give 12. When they reached the resting place, in a thicket of alder and willow trees, very cool and shady, Ludovico went on an hour's distance to fetch paper and ink. " Heavens, how comfortable I am here !" exclaimed Fabrizio. " Fortune, farewell! I shall never be an archbishop." When Ludovico returned, he found him sound asleep, and would not wake him. The boat did not come till near sunset. As soon as Ludovico saw it appearing in the distance, he roused Fabrizio, who wrote 2 letters. " Your Excellency is very much wiser than I am," said Ludovico with a look of distress, " and I am afraid you will be displeased with me at the bottom of your heart, whatever you say, if I add a certain thing." " I am not such an idiot as you think," said Fabrizio, " and whatever you may say to me, I shall always look upon you as a faithful servant of my aunt's, and a man who has done everything in the world to help me out of a very terrible difficulty." A good many further protestations were necessary before Ludovico could be induced to speak, and when he finally made up his mind, he began with a preface which lasted quite 5 minutes. Fabrizio grew impatient, and then he thought, whose fault is this? The fault of our vanity, which this man has seen very clearly from his coach-box. At last Ludovico's devotion induced him to run the risk of speaking frankly. " What would not the Marchesa Raversi give the runner you are going to send to Parma for those 2 letters? They are written by your own hand, and therefore can be used as evidence against you. Your Excellency will take me for an indiscreet and curious person, and besides, you will be ashamed, perhaps, to let the duchess see a poor coachman's handwriting. But for the sake of your safety, I am forced to speak, even if you do think it an impertinence. Could your Excellency dictate those 2 letters to me? Then I should be the only person compromised, and very little compromised at that, for I could always say that you made your appearance in front of me in a field, with an inkhorn in one hand and a pistol in the other, and ordered me to write." " Give me your hand, my dear Ludovico," cried Fabrizio, " and to convince you I have no desire to keep anything secret from such a friend, you shall copy these 2 letters just as they are." Ludovico realized the full extent of this mark of confidence, and was very much touched by it, but at the end of a few lines, seeing the boat coming rapidly toward them, " These letters will be finished more quickly," said he to Fabrizio, " if your Excellency would take the trouble of dictating them to me." As soon as the letters were finished, Fabrizio wrote an A and a B on the bottom line, and on a little scrap of paper which he afterward crumpled up, he wrote in French, " Croyez A et B." The messenger was to hide this scrap of paper in his clothes. When the boat was within hailing distance, Ludovico shouted to the boatmen, using names which were not their own. They did not reply, but approached the bank about 1,000 yards lower down, looking about on every side, lest any custom-house officer should have caught sight of them. " I am at your orders," said Ludovico to Fabrizio. " Would you wish me to take the letters to Parma myself? Would you like me to go with you to Ferrara? " To come with me to Ferrara is a service which I did not venture to ask of you. I shall have to land and try to get into the town without showing my passport. I don't mind telling you that I have the greatest repugnance to the idea of travelling under Giletti's name, and nobody that I can think of, except yourself, can procure me another passport." " Why did you not speak of that at Casal Maggiore? I know a spy there who would have sold us an excellent passport, and not dear either, for 40 or 50 francs." One of the 2 boatmen, who had been born on the right bank of the Po, and consequently needed no passport to get into Parma, undertook to deliver the letters. Ludovico, who knew how to handle an oar, pledged himself to manage the boat with the other man's assistance. " Lower down the river," he said, " we shall meet several armed police boats, and I know how to keep out of their way." A dozen times they had to hide themselves in the midst of low islets covered with willows. 3 times they landed, to let the empty boat pass in front of the police boats. Ludovico took advantage of these long spells of idleness to recite several of his sonnets to Fabrizio. They were good enough as regarded feeling, but this was weakened by the form of expression, and none of them were worth writing down. The curious thing was that the ex-coachman's passions and conception were lively and picturesque, but the moment he began to write he grew cold and commonplace. " The very opposite," said Fabrizio to himself, " of what we see in the world. There, everything is gracefully expressed, but the heart has nothing to do with it." He discovered that the greatest pleasure he could do to his faithful servant was to correct the spelling of his sonnets. " When I lend my manuscript to anybody I get laughed at," said Ludovico. " But if your Excellency would condescend to dictate the spelling of the words to me, letter by letter, envious people would have to hold their tongues. Spelling is not genius." It was not till the evening of the 2nd day that Fabrizio was able to land, in perfect safety, in an alder copse a league from Ponte Lago Oscuro. All the day long he lay hid in a hemp field, and Ludovico went on to Ferrara, where he hired a little lodging in the house of a needy Jew, who at once realized that there was money to be earned if he would hold his tongue. In the evening, as the darkness was falling, Fabrizio rode into Ferrara on a pony. He was in urgent need of care. The heat on the river had made him ill. The knife thrust in his thigh and the sword thrust Giletti had given him in the shoulder, at the beginning of their fight, had both become inflamed and made him feverish. End of Chapter 11.